That's your name on the line, better live it up. You got a crown on your head, better give it up. Kicking ass, taking names, and it's not enough. You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. Put your name on the line, better live it up. You got a crown on the head, you gon' give it up. I'm kicking ass, taking names, and it's not enough. You wanna run with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor, better pick it up. Knuckle up, buckle up. Are you tough enough? Better prove it. You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor, better pick it up. Buckle up, knuckle up. Are you tough enough? Prove it. Prove it.
Nice! Come on, baby.
The Belgian master holding the line once again. Oh, maybe there's two, maybe there's three. There are three they can currently do no wrong. That is technically all four as Drax continues to roll. Already away, Trey's getting all three. That is how you do it.
10 10 seconds to fight. Quick gets the kill number 50.
Oh,
and he's
my!
dead. Oh my goodness.
For another quick recovery. Oh, and the pickup. Not a shot. Onto the top spot. It finds an even better one.
We are here for the first Black Ops 7 event of the year. It's the Optic Texas Major 1 tournament presented by Monster Energy. Welcome one and all into Dallas as we gear up for what should be another banger. It's been nothing but jam-packed action with Optic walking away with trophies when they battle here in Texas. Will they be able to battle back after losing 3 of their last 7 matches? We have Miles DeRoss on the desk, Rosalie and Nanwis, and I want to start with you, Miles. How good is Optic looking coming into today?
Not great. Not great. Not going to lie about it. But this is a team who haven't looked great at times and have won back-to-back World Championships. They're going to figure it out. I spoke to 2 gentlemen on the way into the venue today, and I was asking them how they're feeling about the squad. And that's exactly what they feel. They feel they're going to figure it out. There's a lot of trust in the squad right now, as there should be. They'll get it done in the end.
It's a little bit of a shakeup because they were the heavy favorites after the first 3 weeks. Allie, if they're not the top team, who is?
Ooh, we have a couple of contenders for that one. You got to think of Vegas FaZe. You got to think of the Riyadh Falcons. Carolina is even trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
So there really isn't a #1 team in the building yet.
Nameless, the fact that we're saying Carolina could be the best team in the game means this is a spicy year, ladies and gentlemen, and we got to take a look at the matchups that we're going to have in store for us. What are you excited about tonight?
Yeah, well, on the winners bracket side of things, it's all 4 rematches these teams have played at some point, and a lot of them have been massive upsets. So you think about the Carolina versus the Thieves, and a banger that went to Game 5, Carolina's able to take, and then G2 upset FaZe 2 weeks ago. So all these matches on day 1 are going to be absolutely exciting.
It's so crazy that we're already seeing rematches. The odds of that were just improbable, but now we see something very familiar along the way. Let's start here with the ones we're super excited about, including Paris versus Toronto. That will be the first fight on the main stage, and it's something that went to Game 5 last time around.
Hey, we've had a lot of good Game 5s recently, Chris. They've all been very, very spicy. Genemate's obviously looking at one of the best squads in the game right now, but Koi, again, on paper, should be a lot better, in my opinion. There's a couple of things to iron out still. Maybe some new nerves around figuring the chemistry out. It's still a relatively new roster. I can't keep saying that for much longer, though.
No, and you look at this matchup in particular, you know, they had a double dose of Colossus, which Gentlemates dominated both of those.
Yeah.
And this is the Gentlemates team that have set themselves apart from the rest of the league in hardpoint. I mean, they've been basically dominant there. They have the deepest map pool in that game mode. And on the flip side of things, Allie, you look at Koi, they've been solid at respawn. The search and destroy is where they falter.
Exactly, and I was going to point out when you look at that layout was it was the 2 search and destroys that really hurt Koi and put them in this situation. And what's funny is that this isn't something new. Last year it felt like Joe was also kind of carrying them when it came to search and destroy. He had to pop things like 10, 11, 12 kills a game to put them through those series, and he can't do it this year. Even though he's putting up numbers like this, 13,000 damage, he's rocking a 1.21 in hardpoint. The SMG just has not been there. You see that with a 0.63. They need to put everything they have into that game.
They got blown out 6-1 and 6-3 in the 2 search and destroys. They look to right the wrongs this time around. Miles, do you think this is going to be Koi's day to get some revenge?
I would hope so, Chris, just because I want good COD all day long. But I don't know. I really don't. Paris Genemates are a really well-rounded squad now, again, as I feel like they're right now one of the best squads in the game. But I could also say that about like 6 teams at this tournament, it feels like, which makes this tournament all the more exciting.
One of the best stories in the game, though, is Exceed making his return from Challengers. We've seen him in the CDL in the past, and he bombed out with LAG. This time around, he's undefeated since entering the league, and he has turned the tide in Carolina.
Yeah, he's brought a whole new energy to this Carolina team with the youngsters. Lurks has looked phenomenal, and then also Craze. And Nero's taken a step, particularly in the Overload, where they've been unbelievable. They've only lost 1 Overload since bringing in Exceed, and I know you guys all saw that stat sheet. He's second in overall goals, right? So you look at this matchup, and despite being dominant Overload, this is the 1 Overload loss that they had. They were able to win both S&Ds, though, so they can get it done in all 3 game modes.
Allie, what is kind of amazing to me is people are saying this is a team competing for the best team in Call of Duty. You have 2 rookies in Craze and Lurks. You've got Nero, who is a question mark on will he be on a starting lineup coming into the year, coming up from Challengers. How are you finding success with a roster with such limited I guess, background and resume.
They just want it, man, and they also have the firepower to do it. I mean, we have seen so many Challengers players come up and make a statement. We've even seen former professionals go back down and come back up better than they ever been before. Neptune, Joe, and now, I mean, technically I'm counting Exceed in that conversation. He's been unbelievable for this team, so clearly something in the Challenger system is working.
Yeah, and for me, like, the rules of Call of Duty have changed a little bit in the new era, right? Like, before it's like, be strategically sound, play well as an individual, and you guys can win. Well, now it's like gas pedal and strategically sound, and it's 1A, 1B. You have to keep your foot on the gas, and that's exactly what Carolina does. They push pace, and they frustrate a lot of our top teams.
One of the storylines people didn't follow is the fact that Exceed and Nero had some experience playing together. And Miles, he mentioned it. They played back before they were 18. They're now in their mid-20s. They're back on a pro team together. What is the ceiling for this duo?
The ceiling's pretty high. I mean, they're growing up, they're blowing up together as players, and it's an amazing thing to have. You have trust in a player that you've known for a really long time. You've got chemistry with them as a person. They're figuring out in game very, very quickly, I might add. Like, I don't know what Slasher was doing, but the turnaround in that squad has been unbelievable. I'm a big Ravens fan now. I'm excited about what they're doing. And to your point, Ant, I think it's the gas pedal.
Not only did they take the leash off,
Slasher, I guess.
Exceed is telling them to hit the gas pedal. They're going to be taking on LA Thieves, though, a squad that is known for pumping the brakes on some of the biggest opponents. So let's talk about this matchup because, Allie, it was one of the Game 5s last week. They have to battle just 1 week later. What do we do differently this time around? What are your expectations in that fight?
Well, my expectations are, for one, we're going to go to Game 5 again, probably, honestly, with the way Carolina's been looking. But for LA Thieves, it's just like they cannot get it going at the same time. And then we had this issue last year where when they were on the back foot, they weren't able to kind of put themselves back into these series. And I'm fearing that that's kind of happening again.
We'll be diving into these matchups in just a little bit. For now, though, let's remind everybody who's tuning in for the first time to Overload. Now, Miles, this may be the best game mode for Game 3 we have seen since Uplink in Advanced Warfare. It has already provided some of the biggest highlights.
Highlights indeed, baby. We've had some good times. I've already ruined it, Ant. Sorry, mate. But we've got what Nate Shot thinks is the greatest game of the Call of Duty's ever seen. It's a lot like, a couple of games you may play on a grass field with a ball in your hand, but there's a little bit of a twist there. But it's a lot of fun. It's very relatable. It's easy to understand. We have some fun overtime rules as well. And so far, it has been a blast to watch.
Let's take a look.
Oh my God. Go, 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 go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God! They're doing it! It's insanity! They got the ball though!
Oh my God. It's around the
Wait, we can score. We can score for free. Oh my God! Down! Oh my God!
What just happened?
Wait, what?
Did the BZ just do that?
Dude!
Overload's the greatest mode in Call of Duty history. Overload's the greatest game mode in Call of Duty history.
So many great moments that was one of the first matches where you saw the overtime come into play. You can win it by scoring or picking up all the kills on the other side.
Yeah, when you get to that OT. Like Miles said, there's some awesome OT rules. Additional 30 seconds if you're the ball carrier at the end of a round. And then if it goes to the end of the game and you're tied, we get a sudden death situation where it just comes down to lives in team death matches everyone loves. But what I love about Overload is that there's a degree of suspense, right? You can be watching the game, and then when the scoring opportunity and they get close, you're going to lean into your chair and look closely at your monitor to see who's going to convert, right? So you can almost see what their brains are thinking the entire time in Overload. It's so sensational.
Yeah, one thing we're seeing so far early on is comebacks are really hard.
Yeah.
That's one of the big takeaways so far. If your team gets an early lead in that first half, yeah, they can park the bus if they want. They can play defensively, but most squads are really struggling on the comeback moments. I think the biggest deficit we've seen is a 3-1 comeback. That's the best we've had.
Yeah, and parking the bus has become something annoying, but I feel like teams are starting to figure it out. If they don't, though, we're looking for top performers who are actually scoring the Overload, that EMP. So who are you looking at to be the key objective players willing to pull out a pistol?
Willing to pull out a pistol? What do you mean? Do you mean like in specific players?
Picking
So
up
I'm
the
just
ball.
gonna say
Top Overload
Exceed.
runners.
I'm just going to say it's probably Nero.
It's Exceed.
I'm going to say it's probably a BZ's going to be running that thing in, maybe Envoy. It's going to be a lot of your second SMGs especially, who are going to be kind of used to doing the objective and working the dirty work in those situations.
You're going to see Overload in every best of 5 as it comes up as game number 3, and you're going to see 4 game 3s today guaranteed. The question I have for you in these rematches, how many go to a game 5, Nameless?
We have potential for all of these to go game 5, legitimately. I mean, this is the hardest day 1 to predict we have potentially ever had. So much parity. Watch every game. And get to SMU Moody Coliseum if you're in Dallas. What are you doing? Come over here, have some fun. This match is going to be incredible.
It's
It might
just
get worse.
Thursday. We are here for the next 4 days. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Optic Texas 2026 Major 1 tournament. It is Black Ops 7, and we are guaranteed some bangers. Miles, we heard we're going to see a lot of Game 5s. Any upsets on the day?
I think there could be an upset or two, but at this point in time, I'm kind
Are
of
we
like,
even counting as upsets at this point?
exactly. Are these upsets?
You know what I
Everyone
mean?
is good at this game.
I mean, Optic beating Riyadh would technically be an
triangle.
upset.
Bang.
So
There's
who
number
knows?
one.
Like,
Let's take a look at what happened last time around, though, because it was Riyadh facing off against that red-hot Optic squad that won the Monster launch event. Optic came in and 3-0'd Riyadh. That was before the Christmas break, though.
I was about to say.
They had some time. They came back retooled. Is it a closer fight this time around?
I mean, I don't even know if it's a closer fight. It might be a lopsided fight. It might go the other way because for Optic Texas, this was domination from them. But again, Riyadh Falcons, they're on a win streak. They're on like a 4 or 5 match win streak right now. They have been unbelievable. Celium's back at the top of the game. Pred and Xnid have been laying it down in the damage category. Kismet's kind of found his place in this team, and they've just looked night and day. And on the opposite side for Optic Texas, they look the opposite, but in the worst way possible. They don't look good. They're on a downward spiral right now. Of course, we've seen this before, and we're here in Optic Texas. We know what the Green Wall can do. We know what the crowd does. So I'm hoping it's a close match, but statistically, it is not looking good for the Green Wall.
It's a showdown between the top ARs. 2 of the top 3 will go toe-to-toe as you see Celium and Mercury's numbers. Ant, who's been more impressive in the new title?
Yeah, you know, I'll probably go with Celium because it's a brand new roster. And, you know, you look at this, it's a tall task. Try to get these guys in shape, right? Like Pred and Exit not coming off the greatest year. Same with Kismet. And him and Pred have been unbelievable. You look at this duo, both top 10. You're talking about Search and Overload. I believe they're 10-4 across both of those. So the turnaround that this camp has had, I mean, a lot of that is credit to Celium. He's unreal.
Miles, I've been watching a lot of the mini-map, and I love watching Riyadh because they're always in position to trade. Optic didn't seem to need those trades at the start of this game. You could go on hero plays, hero streaks that you saw out of Shotzi and Hook. What is the play style of Optic right now coming off some losses?
It's got to be the same play style that they found at the end of last year and the year before. It's finding the trust in each other. It's finding the timing in each other. It's getting the game modes under their belt. And it's starting to play around their game as opposed to, you know, getting beat up a little bit and struggling. But, hey, it's good if you're going to figure it out, it's going to be a little bit later on. I would temper your expectations. This might be a rough couple of days for an Optic fan. It might be a tough match against Falcons. Are good, man. They're a good squad. This is going to be a battle. But at the end of the year, you'll be fine.
That is the third fight of the night. The final battle will be between FaZe and G2 from Minnesota. Let's take a look at this showdown because everybody went pink. We all thought it was going to be FaZe winning the best of 5. G2 put up a fight. Ant, what did you see in that series? What is the expectation in the rematch?
Yeah, in this series in particular, you know, very strategic in the map veto process. FaZe said, we're going to play G2 on their best maps. Exactly what they did. They played the Raid S&D, and then they played the Colossus Hardpoint, which we know G2 love. And G2 were able to capitalize on that, right? Like, this is a team that we saw in preseason. They have the pieces. They don't have the consistency, and the map pool wasn't all the way there. Well, the last 2 matches, they beat FaZe and they beat Toronto, and what happened, Estriel turned up, Skies was consistent, and this looked like preseason form. So for G2, you know, they're peaking at the right time, and the confidence from the last matchup against FaZe, they feel like they can go in and win another one.
My big takeaway is you don't have any of the top 5 Slayers, but FaZe has 2 of them. You got Simp and Abuza, number 1 and 2. That is an SMG and an AR. If you are a dynasty player in any sport, you're going to be like, oh, this team is winning already. This is a ridiculous squad.
Hey, they look great, man. I mean, it's been a nice journey for FaZe, and I think the sky is definitely going to be the limit for this squad. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Abuza. 0-4, not necessarily getting
Unreal.
as much love as he should be. The
He's
kid's
so good.
insane, man. Really good time.
We're going
Can't wait.
We're going to see all these winners bracket matches, and of course, we will have all the losers, the elimination matches tomorrow. Nameless, if you're a fan of a team like Miami Heretics, you get a chance to see them. Cloud9 will be in action. Who do you think has the best chance of challenging the top 8 teams?
Yeah, I'd go with Miami because they're the top 3 hardpoint team, right? They've just been struggling in the search and destroys, and Overload hasn't been all the way there. But this is Miami team, Allie. We've been talking about the beginning of the year. The addition of Trakes has been awesome. It's just they're missing the Real pressure in the S&D. So if they figure that out, this is a completely different team.
This is a Miami team I'm not worried about at all. If anything, it's just I think they're going to just keep getting better throughout the season. I just think it's unfortunate that, again, they're in the spot where they're in the lower bracket. I'm like, gosh, guys, at the beginning of the year, can we please get a winner start? Like, I think they're good enough for it.
They lost a tiebreaker. I mean, it is what it
is.
Let's take a look at that bracket when we can. Sorry, my talkback's not working here, producer. We got this bracket for you, and it is spicy because you can see, Miles, if you're new to double elimination, you lose in that top half, you drop down, and you'll play the team directly in your space below. So, for example, Paris Gentlemates and Koi, loser of that takes on Miami in the opening round.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Like
after
the one
that
of them
one.
being out already is crazy.
There's no more continues after that one. But yeah, it's a great format to have. We're excited to have a double elimination tournament here in COD again. And I can't wait. This is honestly the most unbelievably close I think the start of a season has been.
Sure.
Yeah, for
Maybe ever in COD?
I
I think there's 6 teams that go in this tournament.
Shout out to the GMs, bro. You gotta show them some
Good
love,
job.
man.
Shout out to the
That's a tough
GMs
job.
and shout out to the crowd. They're piling in for day number 1. When we come back, it's time to kick off Major 1, hosted by Optic Texas.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Texas, if you're with me, make some noise, everybody.
Yeah.
We're going to get louder than that. But it is the start of the day as we get ready for our first match, and we got to welcome everyone back in. It's Miles the Ross alongside Rosalie and Nameless at the desk. Miles, this is the showdown that we saw just a week ago. It went to a Game 5. Now you're playing for a spot in the top 6 if you win this opening round.
Yeah,
Much more on the line.
The stakes are higher. We're on land now. It's going to be a different feel. We get to see what Black Ops 7 really looks like at this kind of ping. It's going to be exciting, man. I mean, this is a fast game. This is an exciting game. I'm going to see some moments today.
Yeah.
It's hitting the fan for sure.
And if you're looking at 2 players to watch, you got to go with the top performer statistically. On one side, it's Joe Deceives. He's been a rock star on the SMG. On the other, Dan Ghosty is in the top 3 for best ARs in the game.
Dan Ghosty. Listen, I was calling this guy the best player in the game, and then Simp was like, hold on, let me put my name up in that conversation. But this guy's been unbelievable. 1.25 right now sitting in when it comes to hard point. Listen, Joe, when he's on one, it's very difficult to stop. But if you're on Paris Gentlemates and your AR is putting up numbers like this, you are feeling very comfortable, especially in these respawns. So for Koi, they've got to get something to turn around.
Nameless, as long as I've been in the CDL, the faces of Toronto have been Kleenex and Insight. Walk me through the current lineup, though.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Kleenex and Insight, you know, they've just been excellent in contention every single year. Joe Deceives, you know, a player that we saw on LA Thieves have some success. They decided to roll the dice and add him to this historic lineup and historic organization. It was a smash success. And then you go and you grab Real from the Heretics, who plays at an unbelievable pace. And you try to get this roster that is just going to smother people. And, you know, this is a super team from top to bottom. And you look across the stage, they got a super team in Gentlemates as well.
What I love about this squad is they always win their game ones. They start off strong. They've won 6 of their 7 opening hard points. The same is true about their opponents, who also wins their game 4s. Let's talk about the best hard point team in the game, Alley Cat. This is the Paris Gentlemates.
They are unbelievable, and they are also really good at map ones too, and that's what's going to be scary for this Toronto Koi team, because if they don't win that map one, you're looking at Toronto Koi that has not been playing well in Search and Destroy. That has been their Achilles heel, and on the flip side for Gentlemates, first in every category. I mean, just to put this in perspective, their hold percentage is at 85. On the flip side for Koi's at 69. That's a 15% differential between these two teams who are already both good at hardpoint.
I mean, the most important thing to look here is average margin. They're blowing teams out in hardpoint. They've just been so good at it. So versus anybody, they're just a tall task. And the guy that's walking across your screen right now, the most impactful hardpoint player that we have in the league in Neptune, he's fit in on this roster like a glove. It's been awesome.
You have a world championship for Envoy. Dan Gosi got to raise 2 trophies. You've seen Civ raise trophies in the past, but Neptune was the Silver Surfer last year. He made a move from Vancouver in hopes of raising the gold.
I mean, what a debut he really made in the pro world going for that Vancouver roster. Seriously impressive work from him all year long. And now you get to see the player that at times he was there. Now he's there all the time. Neptune has fit in, as you said, like a glove.
Yeah.
And the Paris Gentlemates fan base is lapping it up. They're having such a good time. This is a very talented roster. This is a hard-thinking roster. This is a hard-hitting roster. And this is a roster that I think will go great distance this year.
Oh boy, there is a switch up in maps and modes this time around. We're going to see a triple dose of exposure for Search, Overload, and Hardpoint. Den will open up the series and we'll close it out on Raid, Search, and Destroy if we get to that game 5.
Listen, I'll give it to Toronto Koi. They did a really good job in these vetoes. They don't get any of the S&Ds that they were on a 4 S&D loss spray for. They don't get Colossus Hardpoint. So they set themselves up for success when it comes to this layout.
And last time it was Koi taking the Overload. They choose not to square up on Scar. They want to go to Exposure instead. Thoughts on that decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them. They're 2-0 on Exposure Overload if you're Koi, right? So that could be a difference. And, you know, looking at this one, though, the strength on the Gentlemates really everywhere, but the big advantage in this series is the AR players. I saw a lot of long lanes in this series. I mean, Ghosty's been playing extremely well. So they got a tall task. Kleenex and Insight are going to have to deliver on the side of Koi.
Allie, we kind of looked at the numbers before this matchup for the Star, Joe Deceives, and on the other side, of course, what's going to be happening on the AR. So when you're looking outside of those two players, who do you think we need to key on? Is there anyone who is kind of underperforming up to this point this season?
Outside of Din and Joe, anybody kind of underperforming? I guess you're kind of looking at Real inside Toronto Koi. You know, he's brought in to be this explosive. We saw him on Miami. He's this explosive frontline player, and so maybe waiting for a little bit more out of him just to put his name in our mouths. And on the flip side for Gentlemates, I don't really feel like anybody's been underperforming for them. That's the biggest thing is there's nobody that's not succeeding statistically.
They lose together.
I mean, if we're looking at like the main thing needs to improve, it's Kleenex and Insight and Search and Destroy. Both are bottom 10 in the game mode. That is not normal, Miles. How many years have we watched these guys?
They're the guys.
Be great in that game mode. So
it's got to be a team thing, though.
Yeah, it's their approach. And when you look at it, I think they have 3 players who play very similar. I mean, you look at 3 SMGs like to get a kill, get out with their life. So, yeah, something that had to be a point of emphasis in practice, and I think it'll be better on that stage today.
Let's take a look at Toronto Koi's road to the major as we wait for the players to get ready backstage. We've got the Heretics and Surge were the first 2 victims, but then FaZe started to show some fierceness in that match 3.
Sometimes it may be good. You know what I'm saying, Chad? It's just the way it goes with Koi. I mean, this is a team on paper should be fantastic. Some of the big dogs, they go toe-to-toe with a couple of game 5s here or there. I mean, that sucks, but what are you going to do? The loss to G2, that for me was the dagger. That's where I became a big G2 fan.
Yeah. And we got to remember, it's still early in this title, right? We've seen teams take huge strides. So do not count Toronto Koi out at all. This roster is so stacked, they can win.
Yeah, after that win over LA Thieves, we were saying they might be the best in the game. Now people are saying Paris Gentlemates is the best in the game. Let's take a look at their road to Major 1 because they were able to finish with a 5-2 record. They won on map count, though, and it's only a 1% difference between them and second seed. Let's take a look at the road. And what was the most impressive win in your eyes, Allie?
Ooh, the most impressive one, I almost want to say the game 5 versus Toronto Koi was really impressive for me. Obviously, you can go back to December and say the win versus LA Thieves, but they haven't been looking great recently, so I'm going to stick with that Toronto Koi pick probably as the most impressive one.
Search was really good in that matchup.
Yeah, I'd go with the LA Thieves match just because, one, it was a revenge game, and Ghosty absolutely took over.
That's valid.
Straight blitzed them, dominated. We just saw at peak what they can do to a top team. It's very impressive to see.
It's time to lock in the Scuff Pick'ems, and as the reigning Scuff Pick'em champion, I will open it up with the first correct pick. Al, you ready for this?
Yeah,
This is
I'm
the Paris
ready.
Gentlemates. They get it done in 4. Hixie said it was happening for Koi in 5.
That's
Hixie's
so
wrong.
funny. That's not what you said in the pre-show.
That's not what
Earlier.
he said. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Hixie on this one. I think Koi have got this. I think they've done their homework. I think their confidence is sky high, and I think they're ready to rock.
Well done, Miles.
Thank
You
you.
really went trying to Koi? I'm going to go with Gentlemates. I just think they're better overall as a team right now.
Number 1 seed, it makes sense.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
I mean, we just broke it down. Y'all heard us. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go with Gentlemates, but I think we go the distance in this series. A Game 5 win.
The players are not ready, so we get to ask more fun questions. Give me the top slayers as everyone is looking to stick their over or unders. Does Sib finish with over 33 kills for Game 1 hardpoint?
Over 33 kills in game 1 for Sid?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not?
I'm
Joe
gonna
DeCeve's
go- I'm
dropping
gonna-
40.
I'm gonna
No.
go- What's the map? I'm going to say no. I'm
No.
going to say no. I'm taking the under on that.
We've got the viewers' opinion. What did the viewers choose in this series? Let's see. Who
Oh, this is
got
this is
the
winning the whole
entire
thing.
tournament?
Wow.
Gentlemates are the favorites. The number 1 seed with
Have we ever had that
29.2%
beat out Optic?
0%?
at their home major.
That's
Wait,
tough.
oh my, Carolina is getting no respect.
Yeah, this is
2.4?
I think that is going to
1
change coming Major 2. That's going to be real different. But that's a tough look there for Boston, 0.01.
Poor Riyadh.
G2?
I was going to say,
how
shout out
did
to
you do
Are we
Cloud9.
watching the same games?
Wait, you mean to tell me not a single person, a mom, a cousin, a relative, 0% for the Vancouver Surge?
No, I mean, there's
is
so many
absolutely
people.
egregious.
It's just like probably like a 0.000.
That's diabolical.
That's
Diabolical.
So you can't really put a point. You know
It
what I
just
mean?
makes the victory more
Statistically.
sweet. That's all it does.
Yes, it does.
Vancouver Surge, your new challenge by Major 2. Win over 1%
Yes.
of the fan base.
0.1.
We'll see
I think
if they
set
can
the
get it
bar
done.
lower.
The matchup is still just waiting to kick off here on the main stage. Once again, shout out to everyone who made it into Texas. Thank you for being here on SMU campus. It is gorgeous here. The weather is beautiful, and the matches
Is
are
it?
going to be great.
So yeah, I mean, like kind of diving into the series a little bit more, and you look at Gentlemates, we've talked a lot of great things about them. The overload hasn't been ideal. I mean, they've lost a couple in a row now, and looking through some of their stats, it's like they're bottom 2 in runs and possession time, right? So they've been playing like decent, but those two things have to get better. It's not sustainable if you're a Gentlemates. So that had to be the point of emphasis for them coming into this. And they're going up against Koi, who are 5-2 in overload. They've been great there. So
Fuego.
game 3, keep your eyes on that. That could be the swing mode that gives Koi an advantage.
Enough yapping from us here on the desk because the match is ready, and so is the man on the stage, Guy Blaze.
Thank you, Chris. I'm ready to get this one started. It's been cold here in the state, but with Major 1 getting started, it's about to set everything ablaze. You guys ready to get going up here? I know everybody is ready at home. Now, the first squad coming to the stage is world-renowned, and they're looking to make their fans happy at home. Get loud, everybody, because here comes Paris. Alonzi, here comes the Paris Gentlemates.
Hey, God.
Show some love to Envoy, Neptune, Sib, and Ghosty. They may have Gentle in their name, but Paris is ready to go.
Gentlemates fans, get up on your feet. This roster's been unbelievable all year long. Look at the firepower on that stage. All 4 of those players can take over a game. They have championships across the board. You look at Neptune, he's looking to get his first one. He could do that this weekend. They look ready, Guy.
They definitely look ready and looking like a crowd favorite. But the next squad coming to the stage knows all about this code too well. Everybody, get ready, because here comes the boys from the north. Everybody show some love to Toronto Koi. Real, Joe Deceives, Kleenex, and insight. With perseverance, strength, and courage, Koi is ready to go.
Toronto Koi is consistently a team that you cannot count out of the big dog conversation. Sure, they might be having a slow start right now, but there is a lot of confidence on this stage, and for good reason. They're never in the below average conversation. It's always when are they going to be fighting for Sunday? When are they going to be in a final? And I think we are blessed to have this as our first matchup, Guy. I can't wait to get it started.
Man, Allie, we are extremely blessed to kick off Major 1 with these two teams, and y'all can't feel it, but these stairs on the stage are electric. So without further ado, Merc, Maven, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Blaze. Let's kick this off with a bang. This is an interesting one. I mean, all of our round 1 matchups are, but what you and I were talking about, the interesting thing here, like if you were Paris and you were going to pick probably your dream round 1 matchup across the top 5 teams, it's Ultra. Oh, Koi. When you talk about their search and destroy, they're the worst search and destroy team of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean 3-7 in S&D right now, right? And I mean if you are, Paris, 2-3-5 is right around 50-50. So that's sort of what you're looking at. Number 1 hardpoint team in the game. They've been dominant there. Yeah. So yeah, and I think the big thing is like you go back and watch that last series. There were a lot of opportunities for Koi to win. I mean, listen, they only won 4 rounds across the searches, but that game 5 they threw a couple of 3 versus 4s. But here's the thing: we had a complete map wipe, right? We don't even see a repeat from that series.
Crazy. Yeah.
Normally in a close series like that, yeah, there are some repeats, but yeah, I mean, Vito's go through 3 exposures. I mean, if you're Koi, you're really switching it up because both of these searches, you're looking for something. You were 0-0 on the year.
And it's just tough for for Toronto. We talk about like their strengths, like coming in like a hard point. They're one of the best map 1 teams. Unfortunately, on the other side is the best map 1 team when you talk about Paris.
Yeah, I mean, listen, yeah, both teams 6-1 in map number 1. Looking at this den, I mean, Paris is undefeated. This is one of your stronger maps, but you can see right there, 1-4 in the last 5 series. They're losing 3 straight, and as we just talked about, the search and destroy has been tough, and you add Real to this roster, and he's sort of your SD playmaker, and he does have these rounds, but it just feels like something between the comms, mid-round, they're just getting lost.
Well, it's interesting because you heard the devs talk about it, like Miami struggles in search. You put a little bit on Real leaving. So I guess you would kind of think, okay, well, he's going to maybe help this Koi team. That hasn't really been the case. 3-7 in search, as you said. Playing some search and destroys. We have not seen them play in the online matches. Maybe that'll be where something special happens for them. But the 2 best map 1 teams in the game, both at 6-1 throughout the league. Get ready to battle it out on Dim, but as you said, for Paris, this is their bread and butter, their go-to. Dan Ghosty, takeover mode on this particular map. Let's get into it. The Optic Dallas Major 1 starting now. Koi, gentlemates. As we get right into the fray, the war for mid-map. We're going to see what type of...
We're going to restart.
Okay, we're going to restart.
Just a little teaser. All right, should be a quick reset. We just got told just wrong rules. We're gonna restart it real quick, and we'll get right back into it.
I talked to my producer for was your game audio the loudest thing in the world?
Yeah, that's what I started.
Okay. That's why I talked for like the opening 10 seconds. I was like, oh my, those bullets
we were in the war.
Yes, I felt like I was inside the map.
Suit. Okay. Yeah, getting shot at.
Bro, I at least looked at you like, oh Lord.
It's like in those movie theaters.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the middle of a Michael Bay film, but we'll get that resolved. They'll get the restart going. As the map 1, certainly, I think pressure, well, really to both teams, considering what the search has been, but at least for Paris, you're sitting around 50-50, which with how good their hardpoint is, we know can be a winning formula to win a tournament. Like you can play 50-50 search, be a dominant hardpoint team and get a win. We've seen teams do it in the past. Yeah, maybe you want to be a little more well-rounded, but they're good enough. For Toronto, it's like, they got to rely on this guy so much. Like Joe Deceives has been such a monster for him. The supporting cast needs to step it up a bit. And that's maybe the difference for Paris. Like yes, Dan Ghosty has been their best player statistically. but the other guys around him have played a bit better.
No, 100%. I mean, listen, like, you look at this map set, you're going to 3 exposures, you're looking at the ARs, right? Like, you are happy if you are Paris. You have three exposures. Like, I mean, Ghosty and Sib should own this. But, yeah, when it comes down to it, there is a ton of talent on the Koi side. These guys can get hot. Joe and Real can have absolute takeovers, and they can win this series themselves. I mean, we have seen that. But, yeah, it's going to take all 4.
Well, that's what's so crazy. As much as I'm saying, for Paris, this is kind of your dream matchup because you're playing a weak search and destroy team. It is so competitive right now in the league. Sure, why won't Toronto just turn up and beat somebody? I mean, that's what's been so fun about the online kind of lead up to this. I know it can get a little stagnant at times, but there's been so many upsets, and who we think is good, who we think is bad has changed almost week to week. Yeah. Like, think about how we were looking at Toronto like 2 weeks ago before the 3-game skid.
Yeah, we're going to see
they were maybe like top 3 for us. And
we're going to see their road to the major, how they got here, but with those 7 games. But, yeah, it was a very strong start. I mean, you had a couple, or game 5, you had a 3-0.
Yeah, think about that. Okay.
You had phase 3, game 5.
Yes, yeah. After the phase loss and then 3-0ing Thieves, you're thinking, like, this is a good team.
Yeah, top 4.
And then just 3-game skid. Granted, these are 3 good teams, and it speaks to the competitiveness of our league. Ravens won, 5 in a row. They might be the top team right now. We'll see if it transfers to land their gameplay, but I'm excited to see that. Paris, well, we know how good they've been. Rocker have been, I don't know. They the same as they always are. I don't know.
That was a 3-0, though. It wasn't a game 5.
True.
But maybe that was the biggest difference is how they looked in that 3-0 is sort of like where people are hitting the panic button a little bit.
It's tough because like Rocker also beat FaZe. So you take that win away or that loss from FaZe, they probably, with their strength of schedule, you're probably saying they're the best team coming into this, but Rocker caught them. Granted, both teams decided to play Colossus against G2. I don't think we're going to see that much this weekend.
Maybe. I don't know. We still saying it week 5,
yeah.
So who knows?
And that's what we said about the Toronto match when they played them. You and I were like, why are they playing them on Colossus? And then what do you know? They lost that and then ended up getting 3-0. But teams got a little more time to chat through stuff. Fist bumps popping up. So we should get started here. Back into the map 1 den. I know you said all 4. But like outside of Joe Deceives, like is there anyone particular you really think has to have a good series here?
I'd probably go Kleenex. I'd probably Toby.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Insight's been solid throughout the year. You're not looking at him as sort of your pop-off guy, right? You have the other players around him. To me, it's got to be Kleenex, right? You sort of step back, you play the flex role, and he just has some of these series where at times he looks a little bit lost.
Yeah, it just feels like, not that Kleenex doesn't need to be the pop-off guy or Insight, like they can be your glue, your structure, and you have the 2 guys that can get hot, but it just hasn't played out maybe as we would expect it. But here we go. Crowd making some noise as we get into this map 1. Back into the battle. Koi, gentlemates. We'll see if Koi can get this time and hold these P2 spawns for the next 40.
Yeah, so Envoy, he's going to spawn up behind us. So a little bit blessed right now is Envoy with that. And well, that's going to I thought that was going to catch off Inside, but he's going to react and turn on him and take him down. Now you're going to pick this up. Great stuff so far from Inside. He's able to find Neptune. Envoy's going to spawn back up, though, and now you're going to see Koi going to have to respond. So doing a very good job is Koi earning some time, but trying to win rotation. Gentlemates, going to be a little bit blessed with those spawns.
Blessed, and now we'll see if they can hold it down. Gunfight topside, that'll go to Kleenex, maybe an opening on that lane. You also win one mid as Joe Deceives finds a pit. An opportunity to collapse right now for Koi. We'll see if they can do exactly that. Envoy says, nope, this door is shut. He locks it down, but the back spawn's still alive and well for Koi.
Yeah, Real's just been lurking. He's just waiting for his teammates to make a play, and well, Insight's gonna find one. So now you have the numbers advantage with Kleenex on the pinch. You're doing a very good job, boys. Koi, and that's just great patience. You're able to find all 4 kills. You earn the break. I mean, the back spawns do come in, but you waited for each other. That was a nice patient play out of Real. Now you're starting to earn this time. You have a 30-second lead if you are Toronto Koi.
30-second lead, trying to turn it into more. Nadal hit. Joe Deceives behind that, trying to push it out and get aggressive to back up those spawns, but can't win the fight. Real only 1 death to his name as he's on 4 straight. Good damage in, but going to get swarmed. Nothing he can do in that situation. Spawning out and taking her out. That'll be number 4 in Insight. That'll spawn up Kleenex, and they're in good position to rally
That's what I say. I mean, he doesn't even spawn up. He takes that long route, does Insight, so making the heads
Honestly,
up
I assumed he spawned bottom.
No,
so
he didn't. I mean, they pushed out with 10 seconds left, so now you have to break again if you are Gentlemates. Koi in the position they want to be. When you look at the hardpoint stats, I mean, Paris are number 1 across the board, but the number 1 thing is their rotations, right? They are number 1 in the league in that, and well, you are losing these early rotations right now.
just forcing to have to break. Not easy to do. Everyone is clicking right now for Toronto.
And is it one of those things too with like, listen, online versus LAN, maybe a different conversation later in the year versus the first event. Like when you haven't played on LAN yet, you've only been playing online. Is it sometimes a little eye-opening?
Well, I don't know if it's as much that as this is the first event. I think the adrenaline is going, right? Everybody's got to lock in a bit. And let's forget, Ghosty and Envoy last year, one of the big weaknesses of Thebes was their first series, map ones, they would come out so flat, have to dig themselves out of a hole.
The Boston Breach round 1 upsets?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe happening again here.
Well, Sib's lighting it up. He's up to 12-8. Gentlemates, you know, they drop this. They're going to be fortunate. They are playing maybe the worst search and destroy team of the top squads. But still, a lot of time to go. We've seen a ton of terrific comebacks. Things starting to flow, whether it was nerves or just getting the gunny warmed up a bit. Paris starting to win some fights. They get this time, we're basically looking right around a tie score, but with an opening pick from inside as he gets it done with the sub. Pressure to the other guys, the hip fire, range true for Sib. I don't think he earns the streak, gets to 6 in a row, but then after his kill, everybody drops. Koi break on through.
Yeah, 5 kills in a row now for Koi. Neptune is still here, but he's gonna get traded out. So you're just a little bit staggered. Joe DeSeems is gonna find 2. If you're Envoy, you just gotta buy some space, wait for your teammates to come off a spawn. But they're not gonna give you that time, and that is what you wanna see. CleanX getting aggressive, leading the team in engagements right now with 23. Koi, a nice break there at that P4. And while they're going to hang on to this lead as we set into the next set of our hills.
Second set, ready to go. Envoy specifically, who's honestly been pretty consistent so far in the online league. Yeah, just a stinker to start. 5-14. Let's see if he can dig himself out of the hole. It feels like he's going to need to get going. Otherwise, the number is going to get put up by Joe DeSeems. Probably going to be ludicrous. So we'll keep an eye on Envoy turning it around so far. Getting it done in the time in the second set here on the P1. Looking for kills and looking to push through when they find their opening and opportunity. Beautiful shot from Sid. That's just disgusting work, and he wants to keep it going with the pistol. Ooh, it actually leads to a team kill, so give him that one.
And that's the thing with this Paris team. I mean, even when somebody is having a slow game, you just have so many stars now. Sid just so happy to be on this roster, and well, he could just be such a slaying anchor, locking it down when you need him to. But if you are Koi, you do have spawns. One player's going to spawn, so you have the rotation. Big kills here.
It sort of feels like Sib is in that role like when he was with NYSL. Like, yeah. Some days he's not going to need to put up numbers. Sometimes he's going to need to take over when someone's struggling, and he can. It fits perfectly into how he was playing the last couple of years. Envoy, though, trying to find some flow to his game. Into the hard point. Beams on point. Finesses the 2 HP and stays up. Him getting locked and starting to find some success will be massive for the squad, and they're looking for a lead change. Down just about 10 now. Sib getting it done with both weapons. Neptune on the feet as well. Somebody spawns to the back, I believe. That gets picked up and read perfectly. Paris able to deal with it. This has been a fantastic stretch. Lead change now. Gentlemates going out in front.
Yeah, you have to be very safe on these P2s, and we've seen that sort of bite teams in the butt in the past. But, well, Neptune's able to make the play. Sib on another 5 spree, leading the lobby with 24. And now you're flipping these spawns. So it feels like, I don't know, Paris, the flow started going now. They're under control, playing with a little bit of pace. And when you have Sib doing this, the game's going to come easy to you.
Sib can be so maddening as a broadcaster or a viewer. Like,
he's fried to do nothing.
You know how good he is? And it's like, why does he just do it all the time? Because he can. He doesn't need to. 24-13. 5 streak and streak away. The bomb's flowing in. Teammate gonna hit as well. The streak will connect, so this will be some opening time to Gentlemates. Joe DeSeems is able to lurk inside the pocket for a minute, but then trade it out. So really just these last 3 hard points. It has been all Paris. They've gotten hot.
They're gonna have to read these splits, and they do just that. That was Sib. He was locked in down the middle of the map, but he just calls out to his teammates saying they might have a split spawn. They did. So doing a very good job of just recognizing the scenario that they're in. But yeah, I mean, how much more has Koi had to break these last 3 or 4 hills? They're losing all the rotation battles now. Paris making them pay. And while Neptune's starting to shoot himself locked in as he finds a double.
Envoy's picked it up a bit. I just feel like, boys, I'll be in the hard point. You guys are fine. Get me in the point. I'll soak up the time. The person there first, that'll be Neptune. Yeah, he was taking kind of the cutoff bites. He's got Sib in front of him as well, and some coverage there from mid. His Envoy spawns out bottom. He's got tracked back to the action. This is now where Koi need him out there comeback.
Yeah, it has to start right here. You still have the back spawns if you are Paris. We'll see if the 4th's going to spawn here. So it's going to be a split for Ghosty.
So Neptune's just going to chill. He's going to try to wait for them, but Toy do a good job of hunting him down, making sure a play does not happen. Finish the kill?
No.
He does not. Uh-oh.
That was ugly, and Ghosty is roaring because he knows he just had his way with a little insight there in the corner. That was not pretty. And that's one of those moments, unfortunately, where Koi are mounting the comeback, getting momentum, and it just dies with insight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a one-on-one. He thinks he has agility, stops it. And the fact that Dan turns that into a double, which then leads to this break, that was your chance to get right back into the game if you were Koi.
Inside, I'm sorry we caught that one from your POV. That was
oh my goodness.
That was brutal. Sib also brutal. Another 5 streak. When he's eating. What was that? Barely a pixel. Yeah, barely a pixel. And he's able to cut him down. 40 points away from the dub now. Our Genomates, they are cruising. Koi, another sequence where you've got a shot. It starts here at the P1 in our 3rd set. It transitions to the 2. You've got left side spawns. They've got to be lights out, but Sib is not missing, dude.
No, every head someone is on. He is taking him off it. Finally, a response from the ARs. It's to be 3 in the feed from Kleenex and Insight. So some control for Koi as they try to slow things down. You see Neptune's going to go on a route topside. It's going to be Insight locking that down. So either trying to get the rest of this time or break spawns for new.
Neptune takes the long route. Neptune finds the pick. That's going to be heads turning. That's a big win from Joe Deceives with the pistol. I thought Neptune's going to win that once he got to the box.
Well, and if Neptune wins that, I think spawns flip. Instead, you hang on to this. So, like, this is going to be your last chance if you're Koi. But now you die at the wrong time.
Death's come. An inopportune moment, as you said. Look how deep out you're spawning if you're Joe Deceives. You still have 3 here. They're trying to buy time till Joe Deceives gets back in the action. They're doing just that. Done enough to hold it. I say that, and Sib turns into Terminator. The trade's there, but Neptune is still here. Hipfire can't get it done, but they're able to flow through the front. The break is in. That could be the final one.
You have to go now. 18 seconds needed for Ferris to take map number 1. Envoy pulling out the M15. It sort of slowed his game down, and well, it is paid off for him. He's almost back up to even. Neptune waiting for the push. He's got to deal with Sib as well. Paris, a couple of seconds away. It was a slow start, but they turned it around. And they're going to take map number 1. The best hard point team in the game does it again.
Envoy starts slow. That is when a player like Sib can fill the gaps and go monster mode. He did exactly that. Sib was a beast. And, like, I don't want to pin it all on Insight, obviously, but that moment felt important. Like, that just... They were finally, like, it's like they had momentum to start, they were in control, it slipped away, and it's like you have a shot or two usually to kind of like regain control of the game where you're not on the back foot every rotation. That was their moment, and like that single play, it cost them.
Well, and I think you're starting to see maybe some of the problems with Koi. Like, this is what we've seen in some of their past series where, I don't know, there's something flips in the middle of it where they either start to lose a couple of rotations in a row. There's somewhere where they're not prioritizing rotations, and then the game gets lost. They'll have these leads, and they will just slip away.
Well, I think I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. Like, we have teams, sometimes our best teams winning tournaments, are teams that do well in like bad positions. Like, you're not always going to have the perfect setup, the perfect rotation. Like, you get out of bad spots better. Right now, it feels like Koi, they do a pretty good job when they like the game's coming to them and they're playing well. But once it like slips away, yes, it kind of falls apart, right? And in our experience, that's not usually a team that's going to win.
No, not at all.
You just can't expect to always, like, they look really good when things are good, you know? Like, they'll blow out a team by 200 because they're playing well, but one moment happens, one sequence, and it slips away from them. It's hard to get that back for them.
And then they lose all momentum. Then that play like what we're about to see right here on Insight does happen. Again, the fact that he turns this into 2 onto Kleenex, and then you have a 4 versus 2 at that P4. Yeah, that's where it gets away. But big props to Sib because I think he was the stabilizer for Paris. I mean, he goes on a couple of big sprees, starts to get them going, win a couple of rotation, makes the game a lot easier for them.
And that's exactly kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you weren't ahead on rotation a lot for Paris. You were struggling. You were in bad spots. But, like, Sib had the ability to win a lot of gunfights maybe he shouldn't even be doing, picking people off headies. That digs you out of holes. It absolutely does. And I think, like, as much as I think Joe Deceives is incredible, his numbers were either insane or kind of rather pedestrian. I think it just comes down to whether he has freedom. They're in good spots where he's able to push out cuts, or he's trying to break over and over and over again. It's tough for anyone to put up massive numbers when you're just breaking the rest of the game.
And then even then, he's still leading the way, right? Yeah, he's like 27 to 20. He's still doing that, his thing.
But yeah, you just really got a pedestrian game out of everyone else. But you see what we're talking about. This game just flips on its head, and you flatline if you are Koi.
Completely. I mean, what? You score like 50 points over 7-8 hard points or whatever it was. We were waiting for Gentlemates to get going. We talked about the fact these teams were two of your top map 1 teams at 6-1. Well, Paris gets the edge there, and now this is where it becomes interesting. Search and destroy. It's not been like lights out for either team, but at least Paris 50-50. Toronto's just been bad, and it is surprising considering the fact that Toronto has historically been a pretty good search team with their core pieces. You bring in like a Real, you expect him to maybe help them with his lurk, his playmaking ability. But the S&D, yeah, it's been slumping. It has. And it's surprising, right?
No, 100%. It's also sort of the way they're losing. Like, look at this. I mean, you don't even 3, 2, 1. Like, they're just ugly. I will say that second one, that Scar, like, it could have been closer. They probably should have even won that one. But we're not seeing that here.
Well, what's interesting, though, is like we talk about the role that someone like Real likes to play. Like that lurk role, like get lost, find the timing. Like, you know, you've said that this game, a lot of the maps sort of play almost like Jetpack COD.
It is Jetpack
It's
COD.
just very fast. It's let's just hit something. That role becomes less important or just taken out of certain rounds.
Depending
right?
on the maps, like what is their best search map? It's Den. That's where you can do that middle of the map play, right? He sets that up. Elsewhere, it's very difficult for him to do that. I think that's why you're seeing players.
Maybe I need to dumb it down on some maps then.
Yeah. I mean, you have to play as like a 4-man group.
A ball.
A death ball, yes.
Yeah. And that's, I don't think, how they want to play at all.
No.
But they're going to need to adapt, and they're going to need to adapt soon.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, Exposure's a map where maybe there's a little bit more freedom for Real to find some openings to get lost a little bit. But yeah, some of the maps, like you look at Raid, I mean, Colossus, even Scar, it's very, you just 4-man hits.
It's kind of one-dimensional, yeah. And there's like a skill to that too. Like it's just different. Like we've had so many titles, so many different searches, so it's certainly a little bit different. Map 2 now is Koi. Try to answer back. 2 search and destroys. We have not seen them play yet this year.
But yeah, it's been so bad. It's been such a bad drought that, yes, they are playing 2 maps they are 0-0 on in this series. They're just going for anything.
And it's just not, it's not the same as like where we think like, if it's a hardpoint that play, we know they're getting a ton of reps. In scrims, like search is not as many reps. Like, I don't know. We're going to see.
Usually there's a reason you're not playing that map.
Yeah, right. But there's no VOD, I guess, for Paris to watch, so there's that.
There is that. Going in blind.
They combo a nade to get the opener. Real finds a nice one and able to kind of shoulder, keep Envoy back. Envoy and Ghosty now seeing if they can catch anything here in the 2 versus 4. Just one Koi have got to close out, because for a struggling search and destroy team, you give up a 2v4 round 1. Yeah.
That'd be disaster mentally early. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to go down. You see the way Koi is playing this. They're just going to go not let any individual plays happen. If inside, just making sure no one wraps all the way through. But this is all going to be on individual plays from Envoy and Ghosty.
The other thing you think about is just like all the prep coming into this, you got to think for Koi is around search, though. There had to be so many conversations internally. That death ball you wanted, well, here it goes. All 4. Flying out. Ghosty gets 1, but traded out. Sorry, Envoy. Good shots, and he's dropped. Ghosty a chance to get all of them. Not going to happen. That's a round win for Koi, and there haven't been a lot of those lately.
Well, and you can just see just how patient they're playing things. All right, let them plant. That way we know where they are. Okay, let's not push this until there's 10 seconds off. They're very much taking their time, making sure whoever's making those calls, everyone's doing it. And that's what you have to do. Just secure the rounds. As you said, you have the 2-man advantage.
And this is just something like, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be that stressed this early if I was them, because, listen, they've been good in hardpoint. Search is a mode that should work for this team. It just seems like they fundamentally have to think about how they want to do some things differently, but
it is what we always talk about, sort of how impressive it is in our esport. The title changes every year. And I mean, this is even different than last year, right? With the on movement in the maps. And teams just have to adjust for it.
Yep. We'll see if they can have the adjustments happen quickly this week and maybe make a run to a Sunday. But what a tough round 1 matchup it is against Gentlemates. Joe Deceives hit, but able to stay up as he's just shouldering for info mid. Real, I thought maybe from Spiral side taking a gunfight, but they're just feeling everything out for now. But 30 seconds off the clock. You got to think here in the next 10 or so, they're going to start to activate. And it looks like they're trying to take kind of your P3 away. take this mid, and they're able to do that. Neptune gets a little overzealous. Instead of just shouldering that, kind of hops out for a chow, and he just gets put, they even get a bullet off.
Yeah, key position taken away now. Right now it's a little bit tough. Ghosty, he can't really watch that A bomb cross. Well, he's starting to lurk. This is the positions we're talking about with this guy. They're going to know, though, it's going to be a B bomb. So he is just waiting for his teammates. The problem is, though, he's going to get caught out. Now you have a 3 versus 3. That is the risk of it. But it does not pay off. Now pressure is on into the 2-on-2. Jodeci's able to even it on up. All of a sudden is down to Envoy.
1 versus 1, and he'll drop. Koi able to clutch it up. I'd say maybe Koi players just shouldn't hide in corners over this one.
Yeah, it hasn't looked great.
Bro, I had a thing of mints in my pocket. It opened, and there's just mints everywhere. You want a breath mint?
I'm good right now, thank you.
They're everywhere, Joe.
No, but you saw sort of the risk of Real's play right there, and it's, talks about the question. Should he be there? Should he just be with the team? That time it doesn't work, but it doesn't matter. His team has his back in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I was just like, as soon as Real dropped, I was like, oh, here we go again. And that'll get, I mean, there's some predictable corners. They get sniffed out sometimes. Insight's a little scarier. But 2-0 Koi. Insight, the nice start, 3-0. Aggression up mid, pretty much immediately for Gentleman. Same to be said for Real. He is going, so Envoy should get traded out. And I'll say, if you get 2 there from Real, that's just lovely. But you had everybody out mid for Gentlemates. Koi down in numbers, and Civ. Ooh, they both get good shots in. You know how Civ is. I thought Civ was looking at Chow. I got Chow with 2 HP.
Yeah, especially after his map number 1.
Yeah.
But disciplined play from him. He knows his teammates are here.
Sometimes
Starting
he
to rotate now.
He doesn't realize he's playing pro players, I swear. It's wild. Civ has got some balls on him.
Guy's locked in.
3 HP got away. And that would have been a bad death in this scenario. Good job just staying up.
And what's just so tough on exposure is like plenty A is just not easy. There's a lot of places you can get shot from, and that's why his teammates get a position. Sib's able to win it in 1 versus 3 now for Insight.
You have to die, trying to stay perfect. Not winning that gunfight. Good luck. Sib gets the final 2. Still locked from the map 1 where he went bananas.
But I mean, he gets those final 2 kills, and the way he gets it is he sets himself up, right? Because he stays disciplined. He rotates with his teammates, takes a couple of gunfights, but backs away.
Think how different that round goes if he got picked.
Yeah, it could have been a lot different there.
The Fairy probably should have been picked.
But Koi switched it up. I like seeing that, right? I mean, they've slowed it down the first 2 rounds. That time, they just try to go right up the gut on defense, catch them off guard. Unfortunately, you kind of need Real to find that second. Just doesn't happen.
Yeah, you knew he was going to have the trade for the first, but honestly, it was a good sliding challenge. Like, there were 2 players there. Like, I think he had the opportunity. Like, he had enough shots out to get that kill, but that's just one of those. You slide the corner in C2. Wasn't able to dial it in. Kleenex gets a kill as soon as the round starts, so great blood on the Neptune. Neptune's had, honestly, some tough deaths defensively. Like, he got picked, well, like, bottom P3, kind of over-peaking, gets caught here early. Neptune not finding a lot of success early.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys. He's your first blood guy, so first blood or first death at times. That's the way it goes. But reality, as you said, the nade almost finds the double, but you can see Koi just based off that reaction, they're going to fly to B.
That would have been gross. He got ripped to like 20 HP or something. If he got 2 off that nade, that would have been filthy work. But hell, even getting 1 in that scenario is what keeps the numbers for them. And it seems like a lot of rounds played out kind of similar. Like, just offensive team has numbers, they're able to get the bomb plant. It's like, who's going to have the first mistake? Well, not going to be Koi. Kleenex the hammer at the end.
Well, I was going to say, you're playing very split right now if you're a Koi. 3 players kind of in 3 different angles, depending on how this timing goes. Should have been tough for them, but it goes well for Kleenex. Because, I mean, there was a chance he shoulders the wrong way or doesn't catch Envoy. Envoy gets behind that tank. Then it's a 2-on-2 and things get mixy. But times it well, finds the final 2.
You know, it's funny, Joe and I were complaining about the game audio. We had a dial on our box to turn it down.
Well, I knew that. You didn't.
I didn't know, yeah. Usually we don't, though. Sometimes we have 2 dials. We don't have a game one. I didn't realize.
In shambles.
I was still getting my eardrums blown out, bro. I'm good now, in case you're worried about me. Sniper out for Sib. We know how prolific he can be. It's been fun to see Sniper back in play, and there have been some moments. Neptune, he's been caught early, mostly on the defensive side, but Maybe a little at risk there. He's going to keep taking his chances, though. That's his role with the squad. This looks to be set up heavily here for the A-side setup. Toronto are there through the smoke. Ghosty's going to pluck ahead. Impressive stuff. Neptune wants to go, and he can't. He gets damage into 2, but kind of Chow's by himself, maybe hoping to get a timing on 1 taking the peak. It just seems he's been a little over-eager a couple times. He's getting shut down.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of the player he is, and sometimes those are going to go his way.
That's what's so tough. Like, I'm calling it out. Like, maybe I hit the brake, but like that's just not. That's also can harm them because that's
not him.
He just needs to win some of these fights.
I mean, it was a great smoke. I'm just thinking like these two guys are having a gunfight through this smoke. I don't know if they get a nade pop or what.
Yeah,
but
probably.
We're just pre-firing inside. I thought that Paris was going to go for the plant, but as soon as there's a trade on the Yossi, that doesn't really happen. But Koi, so far so good. I mean, I haven't played it all year, but looking solid here on this.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like you were surprised I hadn't played all year because from like the Koi perspective, but also there's 0 VOD to look at. Like, I don't know, if you were playing against a team, would you rather play a team that you had like 6 reps to watch, or would you rather play a team you've never seen play?
Of course, yeah, but that's just sort of...
It is weird. No, it is. It's just...
We don't see it often.
Yeah, no, true. But you're kind of guessing in some spots of your Paris, I'm sure. All right, down 1-4 now. Paris desperately need a round. Koi group it up towards B. They've been finding success on offense. And you can see Paris just like, it looks like they're going to start to maybe inch out. I thought maybe take some pressure to mid, but they're going to leave 1 mid. That's going to be Ghosty. Maybe they're all going to back up and just try to hit this together for the backside. That looks to be the case, and they're getting slammed. Not finding any opener. It all goes to Koi. They've had numbers in so many of these rounds. They're leading the First Bloods 4-2 now. And after you're talking about the searches and how ugly they've been, the fact they're winning 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and you come in here and get like a 6-1 win, that's also the kind of thing that can propel you in a tournament run. Like, hey, search is starting to click for us. It's got to give them a lot of confidence.
No, 100%. I mean, especially bouncing back after the map one, because there were just some mental blunders that happened throughout that hard point, but able to bounce back from it. But another one where, like, you just kind of see where Paris, I don't know if their times are just like a second off, but they're starting those fights again. And there's no follow-up.
Yeah.
Neptune dies first, his third first death throughout this map. And then it's just sort of like 2 go, but it was staggered again.
And this starts to look a whole lot different for Koi, too, because like if there was one thing we gave him the edge on, that's the map 3, right? That was the one thing he'd probably do. And that's the second team they've hit on the opening. Sib's going to be gone, so Koi putting in work. The search has been poor at 3-7 coming into this. You got to imagine lots of talks, lots of grind to try and get it better. And it's looking good here in the map too. 4v3 can close this out clean for the 6-1 win. And yeah, they had a nice lead in the opening hardpoint too that slipped away. Trades are there for Koi. And now taking the route in behind, that's going to be Insight. What's his time going to be like? Well, it's not going to be good because Envoy just turned to pick up that exact play. So we get to a 2 versus 2. Maybe a little bit of life, well, only for a moment for Gentlemates. Neptune, nice little snap. Yeah, you said it, Must win round right now for Neptune. He has struggled.
Oh, he's read it. Oh, I thought he had.
Spotted and tagged, so weak, 10 seconds to go. He's got to chow this, wants to get back to full before he does. Gets the full, holds it, chows it, wins it. Neptune clutching up big in the 1 versus 2. And you're, yeah, that's just one of those rounds. Maybe Neptune gets going now, maybe they start to bring it back, but they're in a big hole.
And that's just a great 2 versus 3. I mean, the fact that Envoy turns there and picks up the pinch is Inside's thinking, I have the tag.
I thought Inside was winning it.
Over, but no. Envoy has his back, and then they play the little 2-on-2 game well, just buying enough time. In the middle of the map of exposure, it may as well be 9 lanes. I mean, it is just a maze. And while players getting lost, you're able to reset, and then you're able to win the 1-on-1.
You know, the other side, I mean, Joe Deceive still, he's having a game. He's having a series, 9-3. He already done 1,100 damage. Has a couple of First Bloods to go with that as well. If you're Gentlemates, you got to avoid these early nades. They've been comboing for Koi very well. Insight, the lone man, Solar with the snipe out for now. And you can see the setup on the minimap in the direct Troy for Envoy and Neptune currently. They're waiting for this. How many can they walk away with? They slide the corner. They're able to get 2. They're able to get 3. Job done.
100%. Job
done by that 2. You get triple, quadruple swung, and they shut it down, close it out with the snipe, but that was sensational.
In Paris, this is a team we've seen them have these runs where they win 4 or 5 rounds straight.
There's been a lot of that this year in Search. I swear we talk about the same thing with Falcons doing it.
Team's been doing a very good job of making adjustments, but starting to get going. And this is what we kind of said with Neptune. Yeah, what can him and Envoy start to do now is they clutch that round out, and they're doing it here in this.
Yeah, I mean, if you just told me Neptune's dying first most rounds, I probably would think they're not having much success, but that's starting to change. And Envoy, I mean, he's right. He's done almost 1,200 damage. 7 and 8, but he's shooting. Started slow on that map 1, maybe starting to heat up here. Sib working solo. Looks like he's got Neptune with him as well. Maybe trying to open up the lane for him, back somebody up and let Neptune surge on forward.
Well, it seems like they're just trying to maybe allow Sib to get into a spot to work to pick. Nades, wallbangs coming in. Allows him to start to work up towards the middle of the map. And this might just be an Envoy sort of hero plant. By himself up through A, but look at what Toy are doing. 3 down low, tough to read this, but some shots come in, now you're gonna adjust it. Yeah, bomb starting to get down.
Yeah, good luck challenge this with Sib holding the corner with the snipe. Tries to reposition. If he held that a little longer, that's when you gotta hit. That's when Sib usually hits, just a little bit off there.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those, just not quite dialed in with the sniper right now.
Neptune kind of isolated. He's isolated, and it's another first death. He's going to get caught and swarmed.
Time's a problem, though.
Sib, before he pulls the trigger, just laced. Everybody dropping. This one might be done. All on Dan Ghosty now to clutch it up. 15 seconds on the clock. He's going to need to win some fights. Not able to do it. Incredible retake from Koi. And that's where, like, if Neptune gets info and gets out, or at least gets away with a kill, it might slow the push, but what, 4 or 5 first deaths?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you sort of take 20 to 30 seconds, you use your nades to really get all of mid-map control, allow the bomb to go down. Like, that is a great early round. That is to set up for the victory if you are Paris, right? That is a tough bomb to retake. There's a lot of play-making options if you are them, and yeah, just 2 players getting picked.
Well, what'd you like about Koi, though? A team that's really struggled in Search and Destroy. Did you see any just core changes for them?
I mean, I think you can just tell that sort of when they had numbers, they were very much taking their time, even in that retake, right? Like, they find the first pick on the Neptune, and then with 25 seconds, then they go, right? You should just see that they're sort of making sure we're not getting caught by ourselves. We're making sure we're near trades, and yeah, sort of playing that death ball, what we talked about.
Joe Deceives, monster game there. They lost the opening hard point, but he was diabolic in that one as well. Putting the team on his back with some incredible numbers. Now Overload about to come up, and that's the one we probably put advantage to Koi.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been the best for Paris, 1 and 2 on this map, but yeah, #1 team in Overload is Koi.
We'll see if Koi, after that round 1 loss, if they can bring it to the map 3 and take the edge. To break down the first 2, though, let's talk to the desk.
Great cast, gentlemen, and we've got Miles joining Rosalie and Nameless here on the desk. I want to start with you, Big Beard. Who's been most impressive through 2 games?
Well, Joseph Deceives is incredible. Sib, I mean, if not for Sib, it could be 2-0 right now.
Great point there. It was a hot start for Toronto, but it was Paris that takes game #1. To Search and Destroy, though, this is where we thought that Koi was going to be the big underdog, that their Search game was weaker. You just won an exposure. Is the new map the difference, or did they fix some flaws?
I mean, it's a couple of different things. I think the new map is a big part of it because we haven't really seen them play S&D on the exposure. It's one of the only maps that they're just saying 0-0 on, so maybe something they kept in the back pocket or were working on. But also, they were getting the first blood. And then, I mean, this is a team that's going to convert it. In fact, they convert it more often than statistically Paris Gentlemates do. Their biggest issue was that they weren't getting those first plays.
Right.
And I talked about it last year. Toronto Koi struggled in Search and Destroy, and the only time they did well was when Joe Deceives was dropping double digits. You've seen it once again. Joey Deceives, if he's going to drop 10 kills, they're going to win. They're going to get those first bloods. They're going to be able to get that conversion, and you're going to be able to get an SD map win.
Yeah, I think they just had like kind of a micro adjustment in like how they play Search, where Real's an island player. We all know that. But the way they played it offensively, they had a couple different variations where Real was always bottom dirt, and then Insight would snipe across the dirt, and then they would get information and decide, are we going to wrap back to B and make a play as a unit, or are we going to take mid? But in both of those instances, Real would come back to the team. So I think they talked about it, and they got Real just playing a little bit safer, and it worked out great for them, capitalizing on those first bloods, as Ali mentioned.
80-point victory in the first hard point, but now we go into our second respawn and overload map 3. Let's take a look, though, at the den. How did things start off here for this team?
Oh, for Koi, great. They're looking fantastic, man. I mean, the plays were good. They had a decent lead, but it just starts to trickle away. They just lose their grip on the game. Is that nerves? Is that chem? Is that a little bit of magic? We could hear the crowd from across the arena, and you knew something bad went down. But hey, that's the magic of Call of Duty. That's the way it goes. Turn on its head, and that might have been it.
So, turning point, they could have tied the game here. In Insight, we saw from his perspective on broadcast, he got 1-8, like a terrible loss, and then they end up, getting in here, and Koi aren't able to even odds out. But there were 3 hills in a row in the second rotation where Sib just took over.
Yeah, Chris is low-key a prophet. He was like, is Sib going to drop over 30 in game 1? We're like,
clap for Chris, bro. Clap for Chris.
I bet Sib heard that in the walkout, and he was like, nah, I'm not going to let them disrespect me like that.
Over 33 as he drops 36 plus. Sib taking over the second half of that hard point game. Does anyone want to switch their prediction here at halftime? I know you went Koi. Everyone else is Paris Gentlemates. No?
I won't switch, but I will say Koi are looking great now. I mean, they were the best exposure overload team.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a great spot, yeah.
That's what's next.
And they went way off script with the win on the S&D. What's up with that? Huh?
Well, here's the script of the previous overloads. If you've been waiting to watch game 3 between these teams, Koi has had the edge. In fact, they've had the edge over everyone. First in this game mode, is it their objective mindset? Is it their slaying? What sets them apart in this game mode?
This is specifically exposure, right? So they've been dominant at this map, and, it's just something, for overload, they've just been great. They have so many opportunities to score. They capitalize on those better than the rest of the league, and then defensively, they're stouts.
Ali, I'm thinking back to the Miami dumping 8-0. They ended that game with a minute left on the clock. What is it about exposure that makes them so dangerous?
It could just be that it's an easy, very traditional 3-lane map. There's not really a whole lot of dimension that you can get when you're spawning in on exposure. And especially in a situation like this where you got 3 of them right in the middle of the series, this is the most opportune time for Toronto Koi to run away with this.
I think it's about knowing the map. They know when to take space. They know which lanes they can play the objective through. They're not necessarily taking too many crazy risks, but also counting players when they're alive, not just when they're dead, knowing when you can take an opportunity off their spawn in B. We might be able to sneak a play towards A here.
They also just have playmakers.
That helps.
That's my final question. Give me one playmaker each side going into this game. It's ready.
Yeah, I'll go with Sib. He's got the hot hand on the side of Gentlemates. And for Koya, I'll go with Joe DeCeves. Unreal overload player. Keep an eye on him.
There we go. Game is ready. So are our casters. Let's send it back over to Maven and Merc.
Thank you. It was just beautiful and lovely breakdowns out of you guys. What do you think about Ant's thoughts on the players to pop off?
I'm in.
You're in?
I'm in.
You're buying what Ant's selling?
All of it.
Guys walking back out now, getting ready to roll. And this series, I think, turned on its head a little bit for us. With the S&D struggles of Koi, we kind of thought if Paris come in here and do what they do in the map 1, they're in a very good position for the series. But now that changes a little bit. We get ready for the map 3. Joe DeCeves has been just truly, terrific just across about everything. But we're taking a look at the halftime recap, which is the first 2 maps and where he sat at a 1.28. Sib, most of his work's on that map 1. I mean, I forget what his numbers were exactly, but they were absurd.
No, there were. But yeah, you can see struggle there in the map number 2. But I mean, we saw those stats for the map 3. Exposure overload, a great one for Toronto Koi. One of their bread and butters, and number 1 overload team for a reason. We'll see what Paris have been cooking up.
And that's what I was saying right before the map 2 kind of was if Koi start to figure out the search and destroy, they might be insane because their map 3 has been so good. Their map 1 has been so good. What that tells me is they might be 3-0 a lot of teams when their search gets good.
Yeah, I think the only worrisome here is you drop this, you're going to Paris's hard point, right? That's sort of the thing is you won their pick in map number 1. You chose Team B if you were Paris, so 2, 3, 4 is a very strong area for you once you choose Team B throughout our map vetoes. But yeah, big one when you talked about this one for Paris.
We should be getting going about a minute here. Teams just talking with admins or talking with each other, but we'll be ready to roll here in a moment. If you got a Monster Energy Pop, it is delicious. I'm gonna have several today. We do what, 1 and 4 today? I mean, 4, that's hours from now. I'm gonna need multiple. Neptune, maybe some misplays or just some struggles. Not able to win some gunfights maybe he expects to here. Didn't have the impact he wanted in that map too, but as much as, you know, when he first came back into the scene last year, 100% there were some questions for some of us whether it was just online, because he came in, it was just incredible online, but then they got, what, like 4 second places, so it was getting done on lane as well. He's been incredible. Ghosty has talked about his impact to this team. He was surprised they were even able to get him. He thought he might be going to a Thieves, a FaZe.
I mean, listen, like, we kind of seen it like all year with players in his position. You know, you talk about like Hydra, who had struggles in Search and Destroy. Shotzi's had struggles in Search and Destroy. Sort of those pop-off sub-players when timings aren't going their way. Those early gunfights, that first gunfight doesn't go your way in a round. It's tough to, I don't know, kind of find your flow in a Search.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like, is it going to be, is the longer the year goes on, they start to figure out the timings to dominate. Like we talked about Hydra, usually like Major 1 in time. Search not that great. Come Major 2, he's like the best Search player in the world. Or is it more just a thing with this particular title and maps that those players' positions are just going to be tough this year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what, like, if maps come in for a stage 2, what
that's true.
That's true. Then things can get a lot different for them.
This is how the bracket looks. Round 1, yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, Lord. It's interesting because all the matchups are good. It's interesting because like all these teams have played relatively recently outside of like Falcons and Optic, all played within like the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, usually they have like 1 rematch in winners round 1 from recent weeks, but yeah, 3 of them being the last 2 doesn't normally happen.
No, it really doesn't. For those of you hanging out here at SMU, welcome and thank you. Fans here are wonderful and sexy. We're gonna have a great weekend, tons of con over the next 4 days. I'm not sure if it's an issue with the Koi side or what's going on, because they were chatting with an admin for a second, but maybe it's trying to test the lobby and stuff. Hopefully we'll be going here quickly into the map 3. What were your picks across the series? I know you do your picks every turn.
Dude, I don't know. If you could have flipped a coin, I would have been cool with it. Like, honestly, I think I mostly went with the favorites, but that depends who your favorite is. Like, it really does.
Well, it's so hard. I don't know what like the biggest question mark is for me. It's like, is it this Ravens team? Like, are they gonna do this on land? Like, I guess I always think that with like a young team. Like, prove it to me first, you know? Like, are they gonna be like that? And then it's like Optic. I haven't looked good, but it's major time. It's when it matters. They're in Dallas. Like, they might just be godlike.
It just feels like once everyone started to, I don't know, get some momentum, they just have a series loss where you're like, okay, maybe not, right? Like, they've just all drops to series. All of our top teams. So there's just a lot of question marks across the board.
Some stats there for Koi on exposure overload. They're looking to take the series edge now. And we'll see if they can do just that. Joe Deceives specifically, we'll keep an eye on him. He can be dynamite. Now this map and mode combo, well, what do you know? First kill is going to come through for him. Real's got everybody in front of him.
Just able to find a double. That's going to be 3 dead. And let's see how quickly Koi go after they find this kill on a Ghosty. Just straight up towards that B side. Well, this is the thing with this Koi lineup. Kleenex, he can do it with both weapons. Such a talented sub player. And that just means pure aggression for Koi. And well, Joe's going to find 5. How does he find these times? I have no idea, but this should be an early capture here for Koi. Uh-oh, forgot it. Go back. We're going to go again.
Okay, we're good. Kleenex has got your help. But no, Joe Deceives came out and just gunned 3 people mid, and then, yeah, found a great timing. 5-0 start from him. Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about how good he is in exposure, and you're seeing just that. Pressure, though, still here. It's a top-side EMP spot. They got to deal with the guy in the flank. That's going to be Envoy. Envoy wins a massive gunfight to at least delay this push.
Now, I don't know if it was like a break-off thing or what, but you had Kleenex with the Dravic. You had Joe Deceives who had a 5 spree with the M15. I thought just maybe on this map they were going to switch it up. But yeah, probably break-off because now you have the weapons you're used to seeing with them. But both teams just fighting for tank control, and now Real starting to get going, starting to flow as he's getting aggressive. Did they see him cross? It may not matter. Koi going for goal number 2.
And I think this is like the mode where some of those players like have had a little bit of struggles, but this is the mode where you will have openings and you can take over. We've seen it from the likes of like Brad or Dante. He's not really missing, huh?
They aren't right now. They are just destroying right now. Draw this out. You have not been able to get out of your base if you are Paris.
Paris in trouble. It has been all Koi early, up 2-0. They're starting to flow. They're taking over. Let's hear the comms now from Koi.
I have pitch.
You're long, Sim, dead.
Still low right, still. I don't know where he's at. There's absolute pillar.
Yo, they're yellow chips on block, yellow block, out of box.
Nice.
Yeah, yellow block.
Just stay back, John.
Yeah, what is that? Yellow block. Push on long, too. Look at.
I can't.
Nice shit. I think one more low right,
okay? He's still there, low right. Ace knee, I think. He cut to ace knee. I think he cut ace knee, by the way.
Yeah, low right, I'm one shot. Yo, what's top P3? I just got my bad.
Good.
Yo, running a mid, running a mid.
Absolute. It's just two. Deep rails, one shot, okay?
Yeah, I'll try super deep.
Deep rails.
Nice. Someone try to Yeah, they already have it. Y'all look. Back to your good play. Shit, man.
Back P4.
Alright, make sure we get out of this box. Yo, one, P4.
We need to get
P4, one, P4. You want P4 top? Nah, I'm bro.
I'm gonna go right again.
I'll check out P4. I'm gonna, listen, I'm going.
They're gonna cut P4 again, okay? One team left. Yeah, heard you.
They're going.
Straight for that. Need to get P4.
You're already back fucking part of me. Shit on!
Always fine, straight for that.
Yo, one more, back jet. That been one streaking.
He's still in a box streak now. They already have left, yeah. Just hold.
Deep left hard, one shot, deep left hard, bro. He's still tight.
Salute back spawn. When people. Go left.
That's two deep left. That's two deep left, okay?
So usually we try to pick the team for listening that's like playing well, right? Show what's going on. We go to a listening and they just get shit on for the next 2 minutes.
And it's still happening. It's 3 in a row.
They're
for
still
Paris.
being shit on. That's not good, Joe.
Dosi and Envoy are on 16 in a row, almost 17. But they do play a little bit of defense. If you are Koi, they slowed this down because that was almost 4 goals in 2 minutes.
What just happened?
I have no idea because I couldn't hear.
I didn't hear the listening at all, but I imagine they were a little flustered with the streak. Still going for Envoy. Got a streak to work with as well. That's Insight's head just getting hammered by the pistol as he drops. Envoy not able to cut across the gap, but the damage has been done. They've got advantage, and well, I mean, like the map 1 hardpoint, they start slow and then they came alive.
I mean, you needed this if you were Paris because when you played them in the recent series, it's a much different map. But really, the first half, Toronto dominated. Then they just played map control. They played very slow. They didn't give Paris any opportunities. So Paris coming back to this half strongly. And well, Dosi's hitting shots like that, 17-7. They still have a chance to put up number 4.
It was Sib in the map 1 that took over the respawn to keep him in it. This time it is Ghosty and a streak from Envoy. And they may be still a threat. No, that'll shut it down there. 10 seconds left. Maybe an opportunity here for Koi to put it through. But as they lose the support player mid, not sure there's a whole lot he can do. We'll see. He'll back it up for now or wait for teammates. They'll have one crack at this, but
waiting on Kleenex probably to see if he can make a play, but that's not going to happen.
They'll get shut down and should just be a matter of time. There'll be one more spawn by. We'll see. Actually, they might be able to get back in the action. Poor Joe Steve's just been waiting up there. He's just been waiting. I was waiting. I was like, they're too dead. Just send it and kill the ball carrier. But they'll finally do that. What a rebound. That wasn't even like a rebound. I don't know what to call that. That was a slaughter once Paris got going. But I was just like laughing. You and I were sitting here. We couldn't hear the listen in. And that was like one of the most lopsided, I don't know what you call it, where we throw to one team and then they get hammered. Whatever we call that, that was bad.
But it was a strong start for Koi, right? Just quickly up to the first 90 seconds, and then you blink. The next minute, you get a couple of 8 sprees from Envoy and Ghosty. Hellstorms were called in, just pure map control. Paris were in the base of Koi, and they scored 3 straight. Yeah, in a minute.
Yeah, honestly, if that happens again, production team, just switch it.
Yeah, right. You might as well.
just switch who we're listening to. Oh, that was insane. I mean, sometimes it's good to hear a team how they react when they're getting just punished, but. Sheesh. All right, second half.
Well, that's what we want to see, right? Like, we don't want to see some keep away in the second half. We want to see these scoring battles back and forth. 100%. And we were getting that between these two.
Neptune re-engaging and beautifully done. Little backslide, and then the Chow able to hammer 2. 15-11 for him on a 4. Sib not finding the success he did in the map 1, but the teammates have got him. And one part of why this Paris team has been so good. You've got some superstars. You've got so much talent. Neptune found the timing to sneak through. I thought he got spotted, and I was going to call for a player to turn, but it didn't happen quickly enough. Still a threat forward here with the EMP. Ghosty needs another bullet. He gets caught chasing then.
Yeah, and Paris go for that because Joe just sneaked topside, right? Look at number 2. Joe was able to find a kill tank. So they just thought, all right, let's just go low. Maybe there's only one player there. We can win a 1-on-2 and score towards A. Don't hate the play from Paris. They pretty much were just trying to leave Joe on an island, but now Joe's all the way pushed up, trying to get lost bottom spiral to set up this push here for Koi.
Well, they'll deal with Joe. They'll deal with Insight as he was hitting up through mid. This should thwart the push. Now you're just trying to play survival if you're the Koi players up front, but that survival game will end pretty quickly. Now it's the counter opportunity for Paris. See how long Envoy can stay alive. He's been called out, and the 2 players on spawn. Well, at least one's going to try to deal with him.
I mean, he finds a kill here. You see Zip's position. Number 4's out of the play.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Insight's out of the play as well. So here we go. The 4th is in for Paris.
Honestly, that was filthy work from Envoy. Just like to eating the stun, that second little like bunny hop reach out, that was nasty at Envoy, and he's still going, hitting shots at range now. Him and Sib just taking over here. 4 in a row for Sib, 5 in a row for Envoy, looking to flush through another score. Wait a second. They know they have control. They want to buy a little bit of time for the respawn to get players in position. Envoy is a tear right now. He was, what, an 8 spree? Think about it. 15 of his 22 come across 2 sprees. So he might be getting hammered the rest of the time, but when he's going on sprees, he's taking over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these scoring opportunities, and then he takes them further, right? They're turning into combos. They're getting 2, 3 in a row. And a big part of that is his ability to stay alive, read the spawns. And all right, when that EMP is respawning again, how are we adjusting on the map? Just great stuff out of Paris on exposure.
Well, as much as we were gassing the S&D turnaround that map 2 for Koi, this was the really strong one for him. Now we got to gas Paris. This has been incredible, but there is a chance.
Yeah, this is your chance.
A big chance right now for Koi. Joe deceives, Insight, cut them down. That'll be a score through. They've got to rally this. Still down 2, but you have a player mid in Kleenex. EMP about to spawn. The longer Real and Insight stay alive, the better. You've got Joe deceives coming off spawn, and maybe you use a streak here.
Yeah. So you have a Hellstorm to slow things down. If you were Paris, you're going to, use it right away. Neptune, he's going to find 2, but Insight has really turned it around. He's on 7 in a row now. As he was 8 and 18, struggling. Goes on a 7 spree to put this within 2.
Thanks, Sid. Thought he won that one. Comes up a bullet short. 90 seconds to go, plus maybe some OT. Neptune, AR out, just controlling mid. It's just a possession game now for Paris. Hold the rock. You don't let Koi play with it, you win. And I don't think they're going to be... Joe deceives the ballerina, just comes triple cow salad across the mid-cut, gets dropped. His teammates find some, but they're able to get the EP for a moment. It's another big gunfight win for Insight. Another chance here, but they've got to get a score here quickly.
Yeah, the problem is, you just need someone to find a multi-kill. Paris, though, they're always trading, able to slow things down. So Joe, Real, they are pushed up, but 2 players have to come off a spawn, and you're hoping not to get picked, but you do. 45 seconds now. Pressure is on for Koi. Envoy not slowing it down. I mean, it's really just a team effort on the side of Paris. You look at that scoreboard, everybody involved.
Everybody involved in a nice defensive hold there. Last opportunity now to score and rally if you are Koi. They really have these 2 players up front. They're getting hit with everything in the kitchen sink, waiting for the support players to come, but they don't have time to wait. Neptune pops in with a double, and that further stacks this push. There's just another body at all times. Now Envoy, what a map from him after the slow map 1. 28 and 21, had a solid search as well despite the loss. And after getting really killed over the opening 90 seconds or so, they put on a show. One of the more dominant efforts in the second half of that first half. Just pure takeover, showing the raw talent of this Paris team, and that's them now in a 2-1 edge, and well, taking away the best from Koi.
Yeah, and again, just sort of key for Koi throughout the year, just like their ability to stop the bleeding. Haven't been able to do it, and haven't been able to do it throughout this series. Like, you're going on these runs, you're competing with them in both respawns, and then once Paris get going, there's just no stopping them.
Well, and that's what's like interesting now. As much as we said for Koi, if the search starts to click, they're a very terrifying team. I think for Paris, 50-50 search is like almost good enough for me if they're that good at respawn, but it's been that good at hard point. It hasn't been this map 3 that's been that good. If they can be great at the map 3, which I feel like a lot of times, like a really good hard point team, it starts to click at the map 3s. If they can, dude. I mean, they can have like a 70% win rate across like 1-3-4. Yeah, you take that 50-50 search, you win a tournament.
Yeah, you're gonna win a tournament.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's gonna happen, but like that you think that was the biggest thing they needed to clip for them, right? Like the map 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about sort of just the, between the top teams, what they're gonna need in a best of 7, no doubt about it. But as we talked about, Koi came out very strong, put up 2 within the first 90 seconds, and then
I said 90 to sort of thinking the number. I was almost exactly.
And then in a minute, you get 3 from Paris. And just all the momentum on their side. They're able to find those 2 streaks. And the streak ended up helping them in that second half.
No, that was crazy. It's like at first, it's funny, like I wasn't hearing the listen in, so I was like talking to our producer and stuff, and I like wasn't paying attention. For like 30 seconds, I was trying to yap with him. I look back and I'm like, what's happening? It just completely flipped. Just absolute takeover. Like, I'd love to know the number of kills for like Gentlemates and for Koi over that stretch of their 3 scores. I mean, it had to have been so lopsided. You had 2 streaks approach double digits. Like, they just fried them. And that's one of those things, okay, like, we're sort of talking about, like, some teams are better at minimizing, I guess, how bad they get beat up in, like, a bad spot.
Correct.
Gentlemates did a little better, right? Like
100%.
Yeah.
And then when they put them in sort of a bad spot, they destroyed them, right?
Yeah.
They knocked them out.
Yeah, I think Koi are capable of that part of it at times, just not as much the other part of it.
Yep. Just the recovery.
Or maybe not as high. Like, that was insane. Don't get me wrong. It's hard to, I don't know that we've seen, that was absurd, that 2-minute stretch.
Well, that's what this Paris team has. I don't know, it just feels like when they're going, they are just running teams over.
And we've seen it
in our point.
We've seen it just not as much against like top teams in Overload. I guess it's like, you know, somebody playing against like a worse team. But this is like, you know, I think 2 solid teams, and that was awesome. But hardpoint, yes. No, hardpoint they beat just about anybody in hardpoint. Chatting through it before the map 4. And then remember, this is going to be Koi's pick in the hardpoint.
No, Paris's.
Oh, this is Paris's. Oh, yeah. Sorry. And they got 2 real good hard points there. Because you were, honestly, I was just thinking that because how you were talking about Den to start. For some reason, my brain just was like, oh, that was their pick. Thank you for the correction. So, fist bumps for Dan Ghosty. He's been sensational. These are our Hill Kittens. Looking at their time in the hard point, Dan Ghosty leading it, and that's impressive considering the stats he's been doing. For FaZe, you're probably pumped you have an AR that's leading in it. Dude, we used to laugh, like, how many years was their lead in hardpoint time Semper Abizi?
Yeah, it was
Bro, it was like a 5-year stretch. Yeah. We're Simping Abizi with their lead hardpoint time. I was like, that shouldn't be a thing.
Not what you want. They've had some just disgusting wins on this map as well, just running teams over. They've had 150-point score differential.
That's pretty good.
Clubs, yeah. They do it all on exposure. So let's see if they can do it again.
They expose you, huh? Sim. Maybe not the map 3, but the map 1, wow. Puts up 36, nearly double positive, over a minute in the hill, and nearly 4K damage. He was lights out. Now, the Gentlemates look to close out the series and move on to round 2. And this is like, you've got that tough round 1 matchup too in losers, right? Like, that's the Miami one.
Yeah, the Miami, Heretics.
Yeah, so loser of this might just be in hell. But we'll see, with this being Koi's pick. I mean, I don't know how much I put in that after that map 3, but obviously winnable. And then you get to map 5, and who the hell knows? We've had so many map 5s this year. Real, he's out mid, and he is shooting, looking to take over.
Yeah, great start from inside. I mean, we saw him really start to heat up just a little bit too late at the end of that map 3, but a 4-0 start, working the objective, a potential chance for an early Hellstorm. If you find a kill or 2, he's gonna need 1 more. As he's able to stay alive, gotta dodge the nades. He's gonna give that calm, hey guys, I'm trying to get out of here to get this, and just not able to play for it. His team already rotated. And this is what we saw on map 1. They were a step ahead early.
And Inside, who maybe is like a casual fan, you thought with the movement of this game, like maybe he was gonna be the scapegoat, the issue. He's been solid, honestly.
Oh, he has been.
Wins another one there to get out to 6 early. Paris trying to fight for any time. After a couple gunfight wins, this will be their semblance of control. We'll see how much they can turn this into. A little breathing room for a moment. The Sib's going vertical and locking it down. The fights can just be insane out here at Solar, man. Just kangaroos popping, fighting.
This is one of those chances for Paris, right, where they can really get going, the momentum on their side, just chaining P2 and P3 together. Kind of talks about Koi getting out of the hard spots. This is that chance. Can they get out?
We'll see if they can do just that. But Envoy, he's been a different player since the first couple minutes of that map 1. Look at this opening. Look at this route. He is feasting. But that, yeah, you're hoping you get those kills and your teammates hold the other side so you don't flip. That's one. It's one of those risky plays that if it works and you hold the backside, it's perfect. You spawn them out so deep. But if you lose your backline, that's exactly what happens. So as much as I'm gassing Envoy's play, it's, I don't want to say a coin flip, but there's some risk to it.
No, there's some risk to it, but as you said, trust is in your teammates, and they were not able to stay alive. They still had a chance to just pretty much hold the back door, but they end up getting taken down. Some split spawns do come in, but Koi able to respond, and there we go. Koi get out of a tough spot.
Courtesy of, well, the play from Gentleman. But no, I mean, outside's up from Koi, just kind of pushing on forward despite losing a couple to Envoy. You're able to get in. Envoy now, after the hot start, he's getting taken out by trophies. Neptune's double, though, keeps Paris in the fight. They have the back spawn, so they're able to reinforce this a little more quickly, but there's not much time left, so this is good for Koi. That was a great answer there in the P3. Now, can they chain this? Or can Gentleman's find their opening? The first person they go through, that's going to be Kleenex. He was kind of isolated here for a second. I thought he was going to back up to his teammates, and well, you might want to. This 12-7 Envoy, he's streaking.
Yeah, they were just trying to find where the push was coming from. Couldn't really spot it. Kleenex does spawn safe, but the Hellstorm probably going to try to take him down. He's able to dodge it, but pressure is going to be on immediately. Paris is flying. They're able to find the first 2. 2 for 2 so far, but behind the streak, it looks like Paris will find the break, and well, Envoy does it with the gun. 14-7 from Envoy.
Some kind of like spawn protection, or he's just the best
at
dodging missiles?
Yeah.
You saw it like the bird's eye is flying in around him, stays up. May not matter though. Is once Gentlemates get into position, they'll make you pay, and Neptune been doing a lot of work with the SMG up close and personal. He's trying to fan out here and push up with Envoy as well.
And honestly, I think you take that out on both sides, right? Because, well, you had to use a streak, but for Paris, that's such a money hill. You will split that all day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's better than it was before the change hit P4, but man, it is a punishing sequence there from 3 at 4. Everybody dead but Ghosty, but he's nearly on 5. Can't finish it. Can't cut the gap either. It's all of Koi setting them up for some time. Up 10, not a ton of separation between the squads yet. You're just waiting for somebody to, I mean, both teams have had these sequences, right? Where it's they take over for, but you're just not waiting for that first moment in this one.
Well, and that's what we saw in the series online. I mean, the Scar, it was like this back and forth battle. Like these guys were, yeah, just taking chances, breaking, rotating.
Not a lot of 50-50 play. Like,
no.
It's like that hot or cold. But now, second set ready to go. Final couple of seconds to go to Gentlemates to get back out to that 10-point advantage. Somebody's looking for that first bit of separation. Look at 3 through on the feed. Last one for Koi and trying to make a play will beat Joe to Siebes. I mean, I think you're pretty thankful you're in this game when you've got Real, who's not quite triple positive, but damn close. I mean, you're getting outslayed a bit, and it's still real tight.
Well, and this is what we talked about map set-wise, right? 3 exposures. I mean, the ARs, the way they have been playing on the year, like, advantage to Paris, and that's why they're map picked.
And the ARs can do it all. Well, I was going to say that because I can't go see who's going to win that fight. He doesn't. And this has been, well, for a moment, maybe your most comfortable. You got to about 40 up if you were Paris, but that'll get chipped away with the remaining time here at the P1. One of those mid-map points that everyone's just kind of fighting to even get into. Oh. A big P2 now. Nice corner for Real. The corner's been sketchy for Koi, but there it'll work out, and they'll have the opening time. Taking a long route. Looks like that'll be number 7 in Neptune. So we're going to see what he can find on the one side. And his three-man push for his teammates can do on the other.
I don't think Joe spotted him, right? Joe's watching that. Yeah, he has the right idea, but I think Neptune's gonna end up pinching this, and there we go. Here comes a collapse from Paris. That's gonna be 3 dead, and Joe's just gonna be mad. Yeah, just not able to see the route that he took. You do spawn close, but Siv's gonna take down 2.
They still got bodies here for the fight, but yeah, that's just Neptune's route. Whatever the angle was for Joe deceives. It looked awkward on the minimap, but he's got to be a bit flustered. Like, yeah, boys, I had the read, I had it, but he slips on through. And that's going to turn into, what, a good 30, 40 seconds now for Paris.
And now they lost spawns. I mean, Koi were at least hoping to keep spawns on the right side of the map. But instead, you're going to get flipped, and that was just due to the push through from Neptune. So now you're inside a window. Civ is trying to stay alive. Pressure is onto him. So yeah, both teams just battling.
The battle continues. Now into the P3. This is the big stretch. P3 to P4. One team gets both of those. Well, they're usually going to be a squad that wins the hard point. Chance for Paris to do that. They've got some room. They've got a lot of room. Look how far out you've got Paris spawning all the way at P4. That's about as good as you can ask for. This is the next push from Koi, and they can't even get across mid because Neptune is final. That's all 4. 6 straight, taken over in a massive moment. As he got pushed so far forward, though, a spawn's going to open pretty close to their own, but Neptune still just feasting. What a stretch.
I mean, the Dot of the Sea is destroying the fish right now. Koi in the blender, 15 seconds. Will make it 11. Neptune is destroying Koi.
That was just utter filth. The Neptune takeover, and we talked about 3 to 4. Well, this is looking like exactly that. You got nearly every second in 3. You've got a chance here at number 4. A couple players spawning out, but Neptune's turn. He took some shots as he went across, otherwise he's probably getting 2 there, but at least get the first, set up his team with numbers, and they'll hold on after his rallying cry. Just a brilliant map from Neptune, and Gentlemates, 25 from the dub. Koi spawning in the back close and trying to make it a fight, but they're just getting slaughtered on spawn. Utter destruction. Gentlemates, their pick, their map, their mode, crushing.
And again, this was pretty much a tie game when we got to that P2, right? And then you had the spawn flip. You were able to play for spawns at P3. You won the fight. You get pushed down mid. Another opportunity where Koi just gets slammed.
What I say, eventually there's going to be a run by one of these teams. It was so 50-50, but when the run came, it was hit out of the park. Just lights out gameplay. And again, to our discussion, yes, when Koi are in bad spots, bro, they're not good at getting out of them. Put down, pinned, and just dominated.
Yeah, and at this time, it's like, are they not good at getting out, or just Paris that much better?
It's a little bit of both. They get a little bit of both.
Taking advantage of it. Well, my man Neptune showed why he was one of the best hardpoint players in the world last year, doing it again here. The #1 hardpoint team in the league. Looking to win both to get them to winners round 2.
And I think what's great, you know, it almost reminds me of like the conversation we had like about maybe like Simp and FaZe early in the year. He had to do like everything in respawns. Like he was that guy. Like Dan Ghosty at the beginning was that guy. His numbers were insane. He was solid this series, but mostly we're talking about the other guys, like Civ in the map 1, Neptune going off in this map 4, Envoy having some incredible sequences in the map 3, and Envoy really turning it around after the map 1. Like, don't get me wrong, Ghosty was great, but like the supporting cast, when they're terrific, this team is going to be very hard to beat.
No, I think that's why they are going to be very hard to beat, right? I mean, we've just talked about the makeup of this roster all year. The fact that they were able to form it and all the pieces make sense.
No, it really does. It's just one of those rosters on paper where you're like, yeah, they have everything they need. And it doesn't always click like it has, but it certainly did with them really from the get-go in this title. Just came out the gates hot, and we've kind of been wondering, like, are they going to slow down? Our team's going to catch up. And sure, we saw a little bit in the second half of like our online matches where teams seem to be catching up a little bit, trying to replicate maybe what they're doing. But now we're to the first LAN. That is a tough round 1 matchup, and they just crush. Wow, okay, I didn't realize the stinker that Real actually had. It was 6 and like 15 at one point I saw, but like sub 2K damage, 14-30, he was, well, that's, I mean, that stretch though, where like they got out-rotated, just, I mean, what, everything, he's just challenging somebody up the head with a sub over and over again.
It's not easy as a sub, but yeah, just not what you want from Real. not the best from him. But yeah, again, very close game. You get to the second P2, it's right around 30 points, and then blown wide open.
Absolutely, and I've said this before, but Envoy on Paris, I'll say it again. He's always said the most important thing in a hard point is the second P1. That is where your team finds control of the map. That is where you can start to take over. And this is an example of that. Like, they sort of fight for position through the P1, and then they just light it up after. Just incredible stuff, incredible stuff. 50-50 till it's not. Look at the overall series. 3-1 victory for Paris. They move on to the second round, and now for Koi, you've got a very tough matchup. You got Heretics you're going to drop down to face, and they're a team that can push anyone to a map 5 and maybe find an upset.
A lot of love in that one, I think.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's going to be good. That's going to be real good. Just looking at some of the highlights, Neptune was the highlight machine in this one. What did the streak get to, like 11?
11?
Absurd. And it starts with that. Like, what's crazy is that first 4. Like, I was starting to hype that up. I didn't think he was going to get the 4th one with the pistol. And then it turns into one of the best streaks we've seen all year. Just feasting.
Back chins, back door.
They still Java too.
I love it. Incredible stuff out of Neptune. Terrific win. We've got Dan Ghosty, the Phenom, on stage right now for the interview.
Like, the first match is always the hardest.
Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to the Paris Gentlemates. I got Ghosty with me on stage. Dan, how does it feel to be back here playing on land in front of these fans?
It feels great, honestly. Y'all are super loud. I can hear you guys through the headsets and the headphones over, so we appreciate y'all.
Well, some of the best fans in the game. Now, when it comes down to this series, you guys finish this off in a 3-1 fashion. But for, 2 of these crucial maps, map 1 and map 3, you guys found yourself down in the beginning of each one of those. Talk to me about, what gives Paris Gentlemates that extra juice to be able to stay resilient in those series and make those comebacks when you guys got teams trying to take y'all down?
It's honestly just trusting our game plan. We work really hard in practice. We work really hard watching VOD. And it's just making sure, even if we're down, we stick to our game plan because we know it works. And just keeping at it.
There you go. And we saw that a lot, especially in that first hard point. Being down, y'all stuck to those rotations, and y'all really locked the game down from that point forward. Now, in the last 2 maps in which you guys got in 3 and 4, your subs popped off, man. Talk to me about Envoy and Neptune and how they take pressure off you and Sid and make this game so much easier.
Especially in Respawn, it just feels like they're some of the fastest subs in terms of putting up pressure. And they alleviate a lot of the other team's sub pressure from coming and running at me, popping a 2P, shooting me in the back. So it really sets up me and Dante really well whenever they're playing together, playing fast. And it came out and worked well today.
Definitely did work well, okay? Now, you guys have worked hard on the stage. Lastly, I want to ask you, how does it feel to have a little bit of a day off tomorrow?
It feels great to have a day off. The first match at LAN is always the hardest. You got to get the jitters out of the way. But once they're out of the way, it's not smooth sailing, but you feel a little bit more in the groove.
There you go. Well, hey, you guys on the groove right now, running smooth. One more time for Ghosty and Paris Gentlemates, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take it away.
Timothy Chalamet is good at Call of Duty.
He is very good.
Wow. Incredible stuff there from Dan Ghosty as he lets everybody know that even if you're a vet, you still feel those nerves when you take the stage. That makes me worry about teams like Carolina. We'll get to that storyline a little bit later. For now, we got to revisit all of our correct picks because 3 of the 4 of us look really good here. Let's take a look at how we got this right, Miles.
What?
Shall we?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you what, though, that is the best hardpoint team in the game. Yeah. My goodness. No matter what situation they're in, they pull it out, man. I mean, someone's taking over, whether it's Sid, whether it was Neptune towards the end there, Ghosty having a really good map, Envoy in the Overload, you name it, man. It was a Paris Gentlemates series. They looked great.
Yeah, and you look at this one, win both the HPs by over 80, and there was just huge moments in either of them. We talked about during the game break on the map number 1, it was the Ghosty 2-piece, and then on this one, we get to that second P3, and it's just what do you do? All the trophies are in there, Neptune slamming you, and they're just able to pull away, and they know where their opportunities are going to come if you're Gentlemates, and their setups are just unbreakable. This is the moment right here.
I thought this was our scuff play of the game, and it's well, that 4K then turns into an 11 streak.
They're not even close to the hill. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, it's just the ability to push out the lane, right? Once they have that setup and they get that first 4 down, it makes it so easy. I mean, you can see the switch just flip in Paris Gentleman's minds and just they start abusing the lanes. They start immediately taking off to get you off the spawn. They just make it so difficult for you to get multiple opportunities to get close to these hills and attempt to break them. 85% hold percentage for a reason. Best hardpoint team in the game.
I want to give mad props to Koi. They came out prepared in both of the hard points, but you can see the squad difference in the second half. Paris was dialed into those hard points.
Some uncomfortable conversations. Real, we got to pick it up. Got to pick it up. The worst series I've ever seen from Real in his career.
Easily.
Yeah. Got to perform better. They're picking him up to become a super team. Know what's going wrong in that camp. But I do think that those players play oddly similar, all three of them. And, like, it's just going to be a problem for them. They got to figure it out. Got to talk it through.
In the meantime, we know what to celebrate for Paris, and that is their ability to close out comebacks. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. After going down 3-0, they dropped 5 straight to steal the overload.
And that is something that we do not typically see. It obviously helps Envoy having some fantastic plays. Again, wonderful control of the objective of the EMP device. I mean, their possession was magnificent. They didn't let any crazy moments get away. Toronto, again, a couple of moments here or there, but as soon as they find that window, bang, hit by a streak. Great investments there from the mates. They look good from start to finish.
There's so much hesitation. Go ahead, Al.
No, I was just going to be like, the fact they did so quick as well was insane. I think Clint touched on it earlier. I literally think I got to use the restroom and they were down 0-2, and I walked for like 5 steps and I looked in and all of a sudden it was 3-2 up on Paris Gentlemen.
Yeah.
So like just the ability to capitalize when given that inch is huge.
I mean, you hesitate once in overload. Like you saw, they had ring control. They're going to rally back to back unless you get out fast. And Koi just weren't able to do that, right? One moment of hesitation, a team like Gentlemates, they're going to smother you. And we saw that. 3 goals, enough.
Paris Gentlemates able to lock up the first win with their #1 seed, and that will give them a day off tomorrow because they'll be waiting in the wings to find out who they will battle in the winners semifinals on Saturday. Will it be the Royal Ravens or will it be LA Thieves? The answer of that coming up on the other side of the break. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Major 1 Lock In. First of 4 matches is done, but we got 3 more on the way.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at Major 1, and we are ready for a huge showdown. One that went to a Game 5, Round 11. Carolina taking on LA Thieves as we welcome Merc to the stage. How we feeling, bud?
I feel great. Great day 1, great first match.
Fantastic first cast. Allie, as we get into this one, remind me, what happened just a week ago between these two squads?
Just a week ago, we went all the way to a Game 5, and Carolina Royal Ravens came out with the win. It was 2 incredible search and destroys, which have been their best game mode throughout the split, surprisingly, compared to Overload.
All right, I swallowed my popcorn. Apologies. The games have been so good, I had to stock up. Let's see if it gets over there. We tried. We'll keep trying that throughout the day. Guys, make a mess of your own and make sure you clean up after yourselves later tonight. But we're going to see an excellent showdown as Study and Shift get fired up for this one. Walk me through our team, starting with the LA Thieves.
Yeah, you know, it's the LA Thieves team where coming into the year, we look at the sub-duo on this roster, we're like, they are going to run through everyone. It has not been the case. It's been some growing pains. Hydra and Abizi didn't start off that great. Kenny had a couple matches where people were calling for his jersey already.
Yeah.
But they steadied the ship a little bit with the win up against Optic, but it hasn't been easy. I mean, these guys have not started a series like up, it seems like 1-6 in map number ones. Hardpoint hasn't been a strong suit. Both the SMG maps and Blackheart and Colossus yet to find a win on those maps. So there are a lot of points you can push at here with this team, and you're like, they're not one of the best teams in the game right now, so they got to fix that.
Merrick, let's keep it a buck. Everyone said Scrap deserves teammates he can win a world championship with. They went out, they got some of the best. You look at the numbers, though. Exceed, a guy who just came up from Challengers and put up bitter ones.
I mean, obviously, Exceed has had he's really turned the ship, right, for Carolina, the way that they have been playing. But Scrap, I don't know. It always just feels like you look up and he's leading the lobby of damage. Like, the guy is unbelievable. And, yeah, a bit of a rivalry here coming from Challengers, the way these two used to chirp back and forth at each other. And I don't know. I think you kind of saw the sentiment from Thieves in their match. A lot of laughs, a lot of like, all right, we'll see how this goes on land. Well, we get this in winners round one. We're going to see how it goes on land.
We've got our players taking their time to get set up, so let's dive a little bit deeper in with this Carolina squad, because back when Slasher was on the lineup, they were 0-2. There was zero faith in a turnaround. We were wondering, what are they going to do? You go with a 4-man blow-up and restart? Instead, Slasher steps down, Exceed steps in, and this has been the result.
I'd love to know whose decision that was, because what an insane plug-in and Exceed to completely turn this team around. And like I said, Search and Destroy actually kind of like low-key has been their strongest game mode.
Oh, yeah.
You saw it on that statistic, but Overload obviously has been in their back pocket too with Exceed, and I think that's what makes this team so great, is there's a lot of kind of like give and take throughout the entirety of these players. Like you have Exceed when it comes to the respawns, and then the Overload. You have Nero in the respawns. Craze is pulling up 0.8 right now in the respawns, but when it comes to Search and Destroy, he's dropped a 1.15. He's leading this team, so it's very much everybody has their strengths in this team, and it's puzzling together really well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what we sort of talk about is pace with this team, right? Everyone's been saying it. They play very quickly. If we take a look at their matches, you see 5 in a row. Normally what happens when you get to a land, things slow down. The pressure's on a little bit. But here's the thing with Ravens. There is zero pressure. There is no reason they shouldn't take that play style and continue with that. And I think that you're looking at Exceed to sort of lead these guys and tell them that, like, we are playing the same exact way as we did online.
How do you stop rookies from getting nerves on the big stage? You have Lurks and Craze about to enter their first ever CDL main stage matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't make too big a deal about it, right? If you're in the coaching staff. So this is another match, and you focus on the match that you just played up against LA Thieves. You started off the series so hot, 2 maps in a row, and whatever happened between maps 2 and 3, they got worked in that Overload 7-0, which was clearly like a mental lapse, because prior to that, they had dominated every Overload that they had. So don't make the moment too big, and you call back to the series you just played up against them. And you saw the graphic that got put up. They're the most clutch team we have here in Stage 1, undefeated in Game 5s with Exceed. And when it comes down to the final moments, they've won all of them 5-0. So Carolina should feel good about themselves.
Who would you say has the deeper map pool? Because as we just saw in the last matchup, they're not afraid to go to new maps this series.
Yeah,
Carolina?
Probably Carolina right now. Like, I just don't know if these really have. They have a couple of maps, but that's about it.
Let's take a look here at our Carolina scouting report. Allie, what do you see when you look at the Royal Ravens soaring high?
I mean, I just see success across all game modes. I mean, to be honest, I mean, obviously you see the December versus January, basically pre-slasher versus post-Exceed and the Exceed effect. My biggest thing is obviously their hardpoint's a little iffy, sitting at 5 and 5s, but it's one of those things where it's like they've had to go up against really good hardpoint teams, and so for me and Carolina Royal Ravens, like, I just think that'll come, especially when your Overload already looks as good as it does, and Nero has been as consistent, the most consistent we have ever seen him as he has been in the Call of Duty League.
And we talked about map pool, Chris. I mean, Carolina, they have a 78% win rate in Search, and they've played every map, above 50% on every map in Search and Destroy. So for Thieves in this one, there's just a lot of unknowns.
They're more 50-50 on everything. Like, Thieves will play you on any map, but they don't have anything that's an auto win.
They don't have, like, their home.
Yeah, they have 3 searches they haven't won on. So we just don't know that much about Thieves because they played so much Den early on that we don't know what they are like on the other maps.
Thieves are technically the underdogs in this fight. Carolina, though, the underdogs when it comes to the fan vote. Exceed says they may have something on their side, though. Here's what he had to say about his teammate Nero.
I actually played with Nero
when I was like 16 years old. Me and him were coming up as underagers together, and man, that kid is incredibly talented. And you know, I think with him, it's a confidence thing, and it's about, you know, relaying information to him. And I think when he has all the tools that he needs and he has the teammates feeding information to him, that guy is the best player in the game, and I will not be told otherwise.
We already knew how good Nero's shot was. Now you're feeding him information to increase the speed of his gameplay. You try and slow him down with an AR. Is it working?
I mean, he doesn't need to, right, in this game, right? And plus, he's got guys around him that are playing at his pace. I think that's probably the biggest difference maker is that, I mean, Lurks will just fly, right? Craze will just go. But I do think, like, he will slow down in certain areas with the AR, and it's helping him big time.
Let's take a look here at their opponents. On the other side of this fight is the LA Thieves. They're one of the big four at the start of the season. Everyone talked about the roster changes. Did they land the players they needed? They started off slow with losses, of course, to Paris Gentlemates and Koi. You bounce back with that win against Optic in the 5th match. That was a huge turnaround, Rosalie.
It's just been, like, you look at this road major and, like, yeah, you want to be like, it's difficult because you see FaZe, you see Falcons, you see Gentlemates, Koi, even Optic, but it's like your only wins are worse, like, pretty bad teams. FaZe before they got any grasp on the game, Falcons before they got any grasp of the game. Optic Texas has been on the downfall, so, like, there's no impressive wins really for me across the board when it comes to LA Thieves, and that's where I'm like, it doesn't make sense considering the talent that we have on this roster.
They've just been head-scratching. Like, you even look at the results. It's like we 3-0 top team, get 3-0'd. And then the same thing in the Carolina series. Get blitzed the first 2 maps, and then they look like world beaters in games 3 and 4. So it's just been wild inconsistency from a group of players that have been remarkably consistent for the last 4 years.
I mean, they played top 5 teams. They won 3 of those matches. That's a pretty, like, you take that. I think what goes into that, though, is probably sort of pre-season tournaments, and it base into it a little bit more. Right. I think if you don't have those pre-season tournaments, right, there's probably less of a dialogue, right? I still think there's an unknown.
People are remembering the Monster launch event where they bombed out early.
Yeah, case on land, right, where they were struggling versus Paris and Optic. Like, they I don't know, they've shown that they can beat an Optic, they can beat a FaZe, but I just think the preseason tournament really, buys into that sort of vibe.
What's up, Rosalie?
I don't know. We beat a FaZe in the first week of December when FaZe didn't look like they were going to beat anybody, and now they're one of the best teams in the game. So I don't know. I just don't have that much merit in those early matches considering the way those teams look right now.
So you're saying, like, don't give them credit for their 2 wins over FaZe and the Riyadh Falcons?
I think it shouldn't have as much weight as it is. I think LA Thieves is playing very much like an average team right now, even statistically. Like, they're below average more often than not when you look into the nitty-gritty, and I think we kind of need to take them off the pedestal until they prove themselves again.
It is the first time for our players setting up in Black Ops 7. Carolina has completed their task. Up next, LA Thieves will be completing their task and moving backstage. And then we'll bring them out in front of the stage and start this matchup. Joe, can you talk to me a little bit about the series, though? Because we looked at the numbers, and you are fantastic in Search and Destroy. Your overload numbers are phenomenal for Carolina. But you're 5-5 in hard points. You've never had a 3-0. It's always gone to games 4 or 5. Is that a positive or a negative thing coming into a match against, like, the LA Thieves?
I mean, I think it's a positive that you're clutching these series out, right? But I think it starts to, the question probably is on land. If you start to lose those clutch maps, how is the mental? What starts to happen to this team? That is, again, ton of question marks for this tournament, but that is one of the big ones. When there are some plays that start to not go Carolina's way, what happens?
Yeah, I mean, Carolina's easy to say, like, they're the #1 regression candidate that we have in the league, right? Especially coming onto land. But I think what kind of combats that a little bit is what we've seen from them in Search and in Overload. Like, they just looked ahead in Overload. Like, Exceed is second overall goals. Like, he didn't even play as many matches as everybody else. And then in the Search and Destroy, there's, like, things that you can repeat. The sniper has been on point. Combo that with Craze's pressure, like, those are repeatable things. So I think this Carolina team isn't going anywhere, but beating LA Thieves is a tough task.
Our refs just confirmed with the coaches. These are your maps and modes brought to you by Scuff Gaming. Let's take a look at your best of 5 series. Exposure, Den, Scar, and Colossus. What do we think about the bans here for Carolina? They got rid of Den on hardpoint. On the other side, Thieves did not want to square up with 3 SMGs on Blackheart.
I'm honestly just shocked Scar Overload made it in again, considering how it went last time if you're Carolina Royal Ravens.
Yeah, that was I mean, part of that, they hadn't lost it, but that was beat down 7-0.
Yeah, like that was...
For Thieves, they have not won a Colossus Search and Destroy, so a bit concerning if we get all the way to that game 5 if you're a Thieves fan. But, yeah, I mean, it did go all the way, round 10 or 11, I think, when they played each other on it. So,
I think you're happy if you're Thieves, right?
Yeah,
you have some AR maps.
Colossus.
And, I mean, yeah, Carolina, they opt for Exposure instead of Colossus Hardpoint. right? Maybe you don't want Hydra and Abizi to get going. In their exposure, hardpoint has been good. It's been solid. But that's a map, and we just saw it where, like, I don't know, Scrap and Kenny start to go off, and the momentum really starts to roll.
Yeah.
Be some question marks.
It's time to lock in our Scuff Pick'ems as the players are officially backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll kick us off with a LA Thieves 3-1 today. I think they win both the hard points.
Well, you stole my narrative. I'm going to go 3-1. I want to see it done on land, so I'm going to go with Thieves.
I just know I'm going to eat my words when I say this, but the fact you said both hard points when they're 1-6 in map 1s just makes me... I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens. I don't know. I'm feeling risky. Got enough of a lead. My aunt loves Carolina, so I'm going to go with them.
Did you hear that? I have enough of a lead. I'll go Carolina. Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Carolina pick. I'm going to go with LA Thieves, though. I'm with Joe. I just need to see it on land first. So, yeah, let's see what Carolina bring on land.
La, bird, la. Here we go. Production, we ready to rock? Let's send it to the guy. Blaze is almost there. He's not there yet, so let's revisit this topic one more time here, Joey D.
Let's circle back one more time.
Which rookie has more pressure, Lurks or Craze, and who has bigger numbers at the end of the series?
I think there's zero pressure whatsoever for Carolina. Like, I think there's zero. I don't think there's any pressure for them. Again, like, if they win this series, then all right, this is what we were doing. This is what this roster has been doing online. If you lose, it's like, all right, we're going to rebound from this. We've shown that. So I don't think there's any pressure.
Allie, you have a different take.
I did have an answer. I was going to say Craze just because of like the hype from around last year and that team and the challengers and them all getting picked up and split up, and the fact they didn't try to keep those core four together when they were winning is kind of like, all right, this is Craze's moment maybe to like make some more of a name for himself. And on the flip side, Lurks, I feel like we haven't talked about him too much. So it's kind of like he has that no pressure where we're not putting the focus on him.
He just dropped to 1.29.
He's been great.
For them to win around
That's not a
11.
bad take.
Let's shoot it straight here, though. The pressure is on Thieves.
Yeah, it's a win-now scenario.
Yes, Thieves, and it's Carolina. Of all, like, the round one matchups, you look at rosters, this is, like, the matchup you would want if you're Thieves. Like, you're playing against a bunch of rookies, guys who just came into the league. You have to come in and win this. And, yeah, for Thieves, it's already been a lot of narratives. Going up against some Confer jerseys, a must-win match.
Shout out to our amazing production team who keeps the ball rolling as we take a look at another graphic. This one telling you the ringleader story. Who's got the most rings in the league? Well, Shotzi out front as an active player with 3. Dashy has 2. Simp 2. Abizi and Kenny in search of their 3rd this year as well.
I mean, yeah, both can get up to 3, but these 5 guys, just trying to get a strong start to the year. And got question marks all around, right? For Optic starting to struggle after a really strong start. Simp, probably the best player in the game right now with what he's been doing. Can they keep this up? And then, we kind of talked about it. Abizi and Kenny. Pressure is on for Thieves.
I mean, an interesting angle on the side of LA Thieves, and also why, like, I guess I'm being so hard on them, is they don't have a single player in the top 10. I don't feel like that's happened. Like, considering all the top teams, they don't have anybody in the top 10 category. Even in top 15, Abizi is just barely sitting at that 15th mark out of all the players in the league, KD-wise, and that's just, like, that, to me, spells that LA Thieves have a lot to work on, considering the talent on this roster, what their ceiling should look like, how well that they should all fill their roles. I just think this is an LA Thieves team that might take time before we see them being dominant top 4 conversation.
And let's take a look here at the Thieves a little bit deeper. And you said that it is no pressure for Carolina. It's all on this LA squad. So as you take a look at the big picture, can we also dial in to the micro? Abizi or Paco? Who needs to have a better day?
I mean, to me, the issue with them has just been their chemistry. Like, who's picking up what win, who's taking space win. When you go back and you watch them, just some, like, situations they're throwing away because they're not on the same page. And then also, like, you're looking at the map 1s, 1 and 6, their map pool's so small. Like, the Colossus and the Blackheart just haven't won on it. So those are 2 maps you just expect a sub-duel like that to be able to take over. So this is a Thieves team that could show up today, dominate here, and change the entire narrative.
And then if you can explain, Joe, kind of from the role point of view between the ARs. ARs are the big talk. We saw a few of them in our top 5 KD leaderboard. Scrap and Kenny, very different roles on this team, right?
No, 100%. I mean, in the past, both just very aggressive ARs, right? I don't know if there's really like a slower AR, right? A lot of the teams we have like a slow AR who plays sort of more objective-minded. Both of these guys, they're willing to fly and take any gunfights, and I think maybe at times that could lead to some of the problems, right? Not one really just trying to slow things down. But both of these guys, they'll take all the chows in the world.
Things are straight here in Texas. The match is ready. So is our stage leader, Guy Blaze.
Yes, Chris, we are officially ready to get our second matchup of the day started. And I see everybody is starting to show up. Texas, make some noise for yourself. It's getting hotter all weekend here as the snow starts to melt. And this matchup will be no different. The first squad coming to the stage looking to complete their first heist of the year. Get ready for LA. Call of Duty fans, let your voices be heard and run it up for the Thieves. Scrap, Kenny, Abizi, and Hydra about to prove to everybody, don't you ever doubt them, because when you do, that's when they're gonna take it off.
The super team ready to take the stage. They played up against this team just a couple of days ago. It was a Game 5 loss. They're looking to get that revenge across the board. You got champions on that stage, a bunch of dogs, and I look forward to seeing them fight.
I'm looking forward to this too, and this is definitely gonna be a dog fight. And we're about to figure out who's gonna be the big dog and who's gonna be the underdog. Now, the next team coming to the stage is about to turn up, looking to continue to soar high. Get ready for Carolina. Everybody show some love to the Carolina Royal Ravens. Nero, Exceed, Lurks, and Craze. This squad has been on a hot streak, and they're looking to prove to everybody that it's no fluke, and these Ravens are ready to strike.
Nothing to lose and everything to gain for this Carolina Royal Ravens team. I mean, they have been unbelievable in the past few matches, and now the only question that they have to worry about is if they can do it on land. And last time I remember, sure, there's some rookies on the stage, but I promise you, they've been on local area network before. And the biggest thing for me is going to be seeing, hopefully, Exceed get out of his seat and maybe some chirping across that stage. Scrap and Exceed, they've been in this position before and early in their careers, and now they're going to be in this position once again as professionals. I'm hoping for a banger, guy.
Allie, that's exactly what this match is gonna be. These two teams ready to give it everything they got. It's the rematch that we've been waiting for. And to call all the action, it's gonna be Study and Shift. Let's get it.
Thanks, Kai. Appreciate it. Wow, I'll tell you what, Carolina's looking mighty comfortable. They've got double slippers going on for Lurks and Craze, trying to bring that home environment here on stage. I think the biggest thing about both those two guys, yes, rookies, yes, first CDL land, but no strangers to playing in the local environment. Craze in particular, a huge finish of the Challengers year last year, trying to get this year going the right foot.
Yeah, what is he known as? Potentially the phase killer of that trio.
Correct.
Him and Mamba were able to do it last year under the Omid branding, but now you get your first opportunity as a professional player on on that main stage. And realistically, Carolina got to be filled with nothing but confidence.
Yeah.
You pick a big seed, you don't lose a single match versus some of the best teams in the game. So you're ready to square up again versus Steve, because it was round 11 last time they matched up.
And it was a bang out
Yeah.
round 11 as well. And of course, that you may have already seen the map set come through. It could potentially end there once again. But the big news here for Carolina, it really is the story surrounding Exceed. He gets picked up and immediately sends out the tweet saying, time to shut up the haters. And he has done absolutely that. He's getting it done both in the respawn, but most in particular, the search and destroy, which was already good. It seems like it's only getting better with him at the scope.
Oh yeah, it's just, I've been saying it all year. I sound like a broken record. Exceed, the best of both worlds. The former pro goes down to challenges for a couple years, understands that mindset of the player, and just has these guys playing at a whole different level of comfortability that's leading to them having success in search and destroy. Same thing could be said for Overload.
Yeah.
And this is what Thieves have to focus on, taking down them in the 2-3-5.
And let's be honest, you know, you look back at the series that was played very recently, Thieves looked great when it came to playing on Scar in particular.
Yeah.
The exposure was just, or pardon me, the Overload was just a runaway. But I think the big focus point here is that you have to start this series hot because you're coming into a Colossus, and the focus largely for this Thieves team has been, can they get it done with the SMGs? We've seen Abizi swap over to a third AR, and he's looked great there.
Yeah.
Keep that in the back of your mind when we eventually get to exposure. But for Thieves, it's about trying to nix some of those really bad opening starts, come out with the same tempo that this Ravens team wants to fly at you with.
Yeah, and the good thing is it's a map on exposure to where you just played it versus Optic. You were able to lose that by only 35 points, but your ARs were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
And when you watch this matchup specifically between these two teams, it goes all the way to the distance, to the game 5, but both hard points told the story, and it came down to the fundamental aspect. These were a little bit late to the party in that category. You come back to life in map 4, but you just don't have that clutch gene in the game number 5.
Well, let's take a look back at some of the top performers from that 5-map series we had just recently. Nero in particular, I think, has really started to say, okay, I've got people who are going to fly with me. That's going to enable him to play at the speed that he wants to. But I really have to give a lot of credit to Abizi. I know there's a lot of talk about Joe Deceives. There's a lot of talk about Sim. Watching Abizi in the last couple of weeks flex between SMG and AR and get it done on both sides has been impressive.
That's what makes you one of the best players to ever play the game, when you're able to just pick up a new role, and it looks like you've been doing it for your entire career. And for Nero, I think the addition of him running that second AR slows down his gameplay and allows him to be more consistent. So both of those guys, flex players at some times, gonna have a battle in this series.
All right, we'll see if we can find that same opening pressure that Thieves were able to throw up against Optic. Likely again, running that 3 AR setup. Will we see Kenny perform at the level that we need to if you're a Thieves fan, to really make sure that this superstar lineup holds all the power that is built on paper? We've got Carolina Royal Ravens taking on the LA Thieves in our second match. Let's get it on.
Battle of the big dogs versus the underdogs. The big dogs are already trying to take a lot of space with the middle of the map, but the underdogs clear out mid-space. All 4 dead, early control of P1.
The hold percentage for the Ravens is what you really need to keep your eye on. Over 80%. They have looked unbelievable here, and a lot of it has to do to, again, just manipulating the map and finding opportunities to put the Thieves in the worst positions possible. Good opening start, and you're able to lock things down as we get to the last 20 seconds of the first hill.
Yeah, now it's a battle off the rotation towards P2, so you see Hydra starting to edge out through connector. And Ravens for now are more than happy to just not allow Thieves to get any time off of this middle HP, but Abizi strikes for 2. Craze keeping them off the time, and he pops a double. And now with 10 seconds left, we gotta start thinking about that next HP, but you contest that hold. Now your teammates are gonna be late, but you still have the positionings that you want.
Everything cleared out at mid for Thieves, but largely focusing on this solar push through over to P2. Exceed the first one here. No trophy systems yet, so stuns and nades are a big threat. Little Hail Mary over the top for Exceed, trying to drop this over the top, and it does connect with Lurks finding another. So even though Thieves find a good kill feed, hardpoint stays open.
Yeah, hardpoint stays open, and at least for now, Ravens have the spawns that they want, but it's a battle of these gunfights, playing keep away. Hydra in the time for now, on 3 in a row. Just hoping that your ARs can watch over these lanes. His stuns and nades are connected, but still, the numbers in favor of these. They are holding.
Yep, Kenny, nice start for him. Oh, nice shots on to Exceed, falling off the panels. So that's going to be enough for the Thieves to tie and take the lead as we get to the last 20 seconds of P2. Ravens need to make a decision here with 20 seconds left. How do you want to set yourself up? May not even get a chance to because Kenny's on 4 in a row.
They haven't got that aggressive up on the map, but 2 players still are going to spawn all the way out if you are the Ravens. So you have the numbers off this rotation. Now it's going to fall into the hands of Hydra and Scrapped, who was blessed with this opportunity towards the backside of P3. Ravens now on the back foot, half pressure. around the back door, but Thieves are in early.
Big moment here for Craze and Lurks. The only two Ravens members behind the hill have to finesse and play their lives. Exceed will spawn close, but Nero is still trying to get across the middle of the map. He's already shut down. So now you have to try to find a break from the backside of this play. Craze with the opener, but shut down. Hydra watching the back door. Good help from Scrap, and the Thieves will hold.
And now they stabilize on the map. All four are dead. You know, all your focus now needs to be towards the back door. So just dodge the stuns and nades for as long as you possibly can. Just making sure you're not allowing anyone to set up a play on the pitch. That's what Nero is looking for, but everyone is falling. A teammate isn't going to play a part because Thieves still have the numbers to fight it. It's a one-on-one.
Benny turning around, but not able to get the best of Craze. So 20 seconds, not the worst news overall for Carolina, considering they were put in an absolute blunder trying to hit through that back door. Little route out of a BZ off the off spawn. Going to be able to catch some rotations over to 4. So yes, the scrap time goes to Carolina, but the rotation will be won by the Thieves.
Yeah, heavily won by the Thieves. You just had a BZ hit that re-wrap. A dirty pinch to get the information to give it to his teammates, but up by 20. Set up here at the P4 with the BZ still behind enemy lines. Craze finds the opening to work the angle. Now you need to step up the pressure if you're Ravens.
Yeah, what happens to the spawns here? The Ravens will still be spawning out towards the top side of the map. A BZ caught at mids, trying to work his way back to the hard point, and Craze somehow finds 2. Scrap a little bit of damage into the hard point, but no one there to contest the Thieves. They're already getting broken from the front, and they're losing spawns. Kenny trying to pick up on it on 2 in a row, but he's being pressured out, and the Thieves have to try to stabilize and catch a breath, and they may have gotten one as Hydra saves the day.
Yeah, Kenny draws the attention, opens up the lane for a BZ, spawns a couple players out, but a BZ doesn't win that gunfight. You still got Kenny on the opposite side, beaming. 15-7, 4 in a row. Back spawn secure for the Thieves, and they're still running up that score.
Yeah, really, really good moment right there for LA. Meanwhile, on the other side, sure, we've had some good performances and some good moments from Craze, but Exceed is having an uncharacteristically slow start, just 5-11. He is getting a lot of hard point time, but we need to start seeing that AR light up if Carolina want to get this thing back to level terms.
Yeah, that was the difference the last time that they matched up. The ARs played extremely well on the side of Carolina. Both over a 1.0 KD, and even though you're only down by 20, you have time to turn it around. A teammate isn't going to help you, and not Thieves trying to break through mid.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thieves with the numbers trying to find their way in. We'll jump aside and take a listen in with the LA Thieves comms.
I'm one HP. They can hit this side right now. Could be out this side of me, bro. I'm one.
Hovering, jumped out. Mid.
There's Missing one. Great. Let's get that. I ball up. Left of me, dead. Nice. I'm one shot. I ball up.
Keep blocking her.
They're left of me.
Give me a light, something.
They're going mid. Gotta go mid.
Give me a light, something. One's our hop. On the other side.
I'm gonna go shot. Watch your lights. Right to mid.
Long and light.
Good shit.
Nice shit up. One more time.
Right one ring up. Take your time. One ring still.
Yeah, playing for you, Paco. Playing for you.
I'll see him. He went to you. I got time. He's still with
Nice.
What can his spawn behind us?
Yeah,
Lower right.
No, one P4 right now. P4 coming out the front door.
Watch out. Two ring.
He's going long.
Take our time. 2 rings.
On the ground.
We're gonna need time. Let's go.
One more time, new. Watch out. Nice.
Give me a right corner.
Enter. Nice. Stay alive.
One shot. 1 HP. I under 1 HP. He tried to tell it.
Yeah, just stay alive. Hit once. Stay down. That guy out there. They spawned deep. They spawned deep.
I got time. I have to make every time, Chris. I'm probably getting that one.
Top.
I'm out.
I didn't want to enter them. Top enter, shot this guy enter.
I'm playing close on one shot.
Big moment in this game. Thieves with a lead that continues to grow. Plus they have P3 to their back. Need Carolina to find some sort of a break, and we'll jump over to see how the Ravens are coming.
I'm trying to go.
I got backdoor cut. Back door, two back door, one shot, I need help.
Scrap, one shot. B-take, guys.
Top window, one shot, Paco. Literally both top window.
Yeah, B-take,
Top window, one shot.
Yo, I spawned the back, You can move your top window.
Alright, I spawned the back. We should collapse.
Nice.
Last guy.
He's a monster, no wait. Yo, scrap front boxes. Kenny boxes. Yo, I'm giving up the back.
One more mid, he's mid. We should chow it front, we should chow it out. That's two down.
I'm chowing the back. Two in the back, guys. Three in the back. Hydra, BC scrap.
I don't see anything front.
Back door, Hydra. In the back.
Hydra's on it, weak.
They're flooding. You're missing one. Yo, front window. Weak front window.
Window, last guy.
I'm chowing window. Oh, wait, window. He's just doing the hop shit.
Two.
Yep. Set over.
Go block. You gotta block. I'm not right. Back the ring. They could go solar. Nothing's right. Nothing's
on the back.
Boxes right now. I'm backing up. I'm playing safe.
Do you have left cross? I need my close mid.
Yeah. They're gonna play for me low ring. I'm backing all the way up.
I'm on my close.
They could be ring. Two left. I got your deep over. I got over. Top ring.
Nice.
Stay up. I'm coming through solar.
Back door. One shot time. You want front time. Time. Yo, I'm on the back. I'm on the one shot. Yo, I'm on shot side door.
Two on time.
You're good. I'll go back to time.
I'm nading time.
I stop back to time.
Front door.
Carolina trying to hang on, but the Thieves continue to find these critical breaks. Every second a big one as they get closer and closer to the 200-point mark.
Yeah, and it's been Hydra every single time. 2 kills in the feed, 3 kills sometimes in the feed. He's just popping pieces, even from the front door, to hold down setups that are not supposed to be held on to. And now Ravens, off the back foot, down by 40, are still in the mix of this. They were able to soak up a majority this time last go around that P5. And the trophy systems at play, you're hoping that you get more, but the 2 kills go initially to Thieves. The break is early.
Yeah, a nice little split moment here for Thieves. Trying to clear out the top middle of the map. Scrap able to slide away, keep his life, and still find the elimination on to Exceed. Holy! So now 3 in a row for Scrap. Damage up top to Lurks, and that's enough for Hydra to go chase down the kill, finish it off, and the Thieves looking comfortable with 30 seconds still to fight.
Yeah, and it's again Hydra popping a multi-kill in the kill feed through top mid. And now Ravens don't just want to funnel their way through bottom dirt, and now you're forced to make that play. And it's just not going to lead to early breaks. Someone needs to find an opening. Narrow through top mid, gets one. The trade goes down for the final potential 15 seconds. But you can't keep taking 15 and expect to beat this team.
Yeah, you've got to find a big moment here on 1, moving over to 2 if you're Carolina. Otherwise, this game may come to a swift conclusion. And how critical would that be for Thieves to start off this series? Hydra red down towards tank. Numbers now for Carolina over P1. Abizi shutting down a play over towards window side, though, has Craze looking to try to clear out the hard point, and he's good for a couple. Carolina still in the hill for now.
Just keep on staying alive, sit behind the blue barrel. Allow Craze to be the initiator, but now Hydra off the jump up does catch one. So it's 3v3, still contesting around this mid-map area. Kenny finds a trade. Lurks is still flying and frying, but it's Thieves come on out on top in the gunfights. They get the break, they can still close it out here.
Yeah, Exceed is just getting absolutely rinsed. 14 and 27, just does not feel like he can find rhythm against all these ARs of the Thieves right now. 20 seconds to fight. LA could still win the game here. Scrap on 4 in a row, shut down by Craze. Cut it over towards staircase side, but he can only do so much. So Kenny now over to the hard point, and Exceed finally able to find himself a moment. 2 in the feed, but you got to find way more than that. Abizi back over to the SMG. LA could still win here, but you also have Scrap pressuring rotation. Carolina will see another hill.
Yeah, Narrow wins the one-on-one off the rotation, so now it's all about cutting down the rest through mid-connector. So rotation secured by the Ravens, but when you have this much of a lead, Hydra can start to work on these routes. Thankfully, he's spotted out by Exceed, so you're not going to allow him to be the playmaker that he wanted to be. And you can't get the trade. That is unacceptable, and now Thieves should get the break and close it out.
Next level finesse from Hydra. Holy cow. What a statement there at the end, and Scrap's going to let him know about it, but Hydra and Kenny came out with some fuego here in map 1.
And they just played exposure, and Kenny, when they were starting to talk about these potentially having a roster change, you see them on that map, and what Kenny was able to do, be the enabler early off the rotation. Eventually, you're going to put in more practice and look a lot more polished on it. AR just dominated.
for the Thieves. On the opposite side for Carolina, you're late to a couple punches, and that's just because the gunfights aren't as easy for you that they were for the Thieves. So Thieves, perfect answer. You're 1-6 in opening hard points. You instantly change the story as soon as you step in the building.
On a map that Carolina was looking to really set the tone on for this series. They would have loved to have seen exposure just based on what their record looked like online, but that was the big point. We said it when we watched this particular Thieves team with 3 ARs in hand. Kenny was able to catch flow. Abizi getting a lot of credit for having that flexibility between second SMG or third AR. May not have had the greatest stat line overall, but Kenny puts up 33, 26 non-traded, top damage, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the hill. That is exactly what you're looking for out of Ken.
Yeah, just consistency out of ARs, especially on a map like Exposure, where a lot of these gunfights are long distance. But it also helps when Hydra's clearing out as much space as he was. Just taking angles that you're going to catch them off guard with, multi-kill after multi-kill. You just never had the number situation, even off the rotation, because you're always losing that initial gunfight if you were the Ravens.
Yeah.
ARs just need to step up going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the big key. It's Hydra clearing out space, in particular, on a road route, on rotation, winning a 1v1, so now all of your ARs can just hold the L trigger. Clean, easy, simple. Easier said than done, though, I think, for most. But you're absolutely right. So many moments, I think, as well, where Carolina are making the right moves, whether it's trying to counter-break setups or trying to reflip spawns, but then it's Hydra inside the hard point, finessing for another double. It's just everything working right there for LA, and a huge opening for map number 1.
Yeah, and they gave themselves an opportunity if you were the Ravens. Second go around, we have P3 this time. We soak the majority of that time, and we have the rotation of P4 down 20. But it's just we couldn't hold the pressure through the front door, which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hydra just slides on in, pops multi-kill after multi-kill, spawns them all the way across the map. Come on, man. And you break them down on a hard point where even you had the spawn, you still couldn't get time there. So get up and talk a little bit of smack. First one of the season there for Scrap. But that one's got to feel good and just get that opening map underneath your belt.
Yeah, and you're seeing literally everyone around you doing their job and doing it at a very high level. So clean stuff for the Thieves. Again, a nice little tight spread early, but it really is just that second rotation that starts to open things up. Again, the gap just continues to go 40-20, 40-20, 40-20. Carolina just not quite able to get in the right spot. So now you ask the question, how do you jump back into what was your success story in the last time you faced the Thieves? Winning both search and destroys. Both of them were gruelers though, round 10, round 11 affair, and now we're seeing a new map in the instance that we will be jumping over to a den. I know that both teams are familiar here, but I think Thieves are happy to have it.
Oh, without question, it's your most reps that you've had on the season on a specific search and destroy map. You're really touching on the desk. They have 3 S&Ds that they don't even have a win on. So the fact that you get your most played, even though you don't have a positive record on it, you know, it's just a couple small adjustments that you need to make. Because this is a heavy bounce back map for Carolina, and they usually do it with the pressure, especially on the defensive end. Ever since the seed has been added to the building for this lineup, you're getting more consistent in not only overload, but specifically search and destroy because of his sniper play. He's single-handedly shutting down one of these sites and allowing the SMGs to be the aggressors that they want to be. You need to have that same success here because Scrap on the other side isn't going to give up free
ones. Oh, no, absolutely not. And again, it's just, you look at the longevity of this series layout, you still have to look at a map 4 that we have not seen out of Carolina yet. So you go back to the idea that you just got beat down on the Scar overload last time you played Thieves. That's going to live in your head just a little bit, but then you also have to follow that up with a map 4 you've never seen in at least official play. So it does make, I think, this map really create a huge story towards you have to kind of win it.
Oh, yeah.
Give yourself some freedom to hopefully get to a map 5 affair, but it really, I feel like, does rely on what are we going to get out of Exceed, because he was not present in map number 1 to the same level that we expected to.
Yeah, you need him to have his impact. Not only with a sniper, but even with an AR in hand at times, running around with his team, playing to their advantages. Because when we went back and watched the series, they're very quick of picking up the information and using it to their advantage. Even in situations where they get early first blooded, okay, that guy's on that side of the map, so we have a 3v2 or a 3v3, still gives us a chance at clutching these rounds. And with the experience that Exceed has, that's what he's hoping to bring here in a must-win, then search and destroy. Because you can't go down 0-2 like you said, but the back of your mind, that Scar overload, you got destroyed last go around.
That's absolutely right. For all of you stats junkies out there, both teams very successful in converting off of first blood success in the opening duel win percentage, especially on this map. So how often will that first blood dictate the outcome of each of our rounds? Interesting little setup here for LA, showing a lot of force through A. Scrap, obviously stunned at mid, has Carolina looking towards the A side of the map, but the bomb is leaning B for maybe a late wrap here.
Yeah, you're just trying to draw the attention for the Ravens because they initially start off by taking all that space away at B. But now it's a guessing game. What are they trying to do? 3 players over towards the A side, but Bomb slowly but surely working his way over towards this B site. The Crazy just waiting for his teammates to give him a comm so he knows which direction to go.
Yeah, Kenny's already been tagged, so Carolina's got their eyes up at A, and there's first blood. Kenny will drop, and Carolina are still completely flooded at the middle of the map. Scrap's gonna have to hit a shot, and a little bit wide on that one, now low. Here comes the chase down for Carolina. They're gonna find Hydra, and the whole time, Abizi has just not been able to do what he's been meant to do.
Because Carolina didn't give up anything for free. Now Abizi technically in a 1v3, 20 seconds. Bomb in hand. Can still get it done and is able to get some information and get out of dodge. So gonna get a free B bomb plan off.
He's got both sets of utility to play with as well, so has tools to utilize to try to finish this 1v3. Sets up his post plant. Carolina trying to retake through. Exceed just watching the exit from mid. Nero, the first for the forward player. And Abizi now keeps his gun up, shots are out, and that's an easy follow-up for Exceed. That honestly is just LA cannot pull the defense back over to check the A side to get scrapped that free first blood with the scope.
Yeah, they definitely pulled the defense. They just didn't have the angles that they wanted for those gunfights. It turned into a 3v3. Abizi was uncontested at that site. It's just once those gunfights start going down, he can't really think about that objective. He has to get himself into the mix. Just unfortunate by the time he gets into the mix, it's a 1v3.
Yeah.
So just playing it patient there for the Ravens. And I love the early tone setting round. This is what they do in Search and Destroy. This is why they're undefeated, because they're not allowing you to be the initiator on the play call. No, we're taking map away, and then you're going to play off of what we want you to do.
Yeah, how big is that? That Craze is also able to get through mid. It gives Carolina something to play off of. Okay. Little game of chess starting to develop very early on, as now Carolina are just going to go with a whole heavy-handed approach, and this is what they love to do. We know we're going to have numbers if we just take all 4 players forward. Stun eventually able to connect onto Abizi, but not before the trade comes out, and that will slow down this approach at A, but Scrap on the long pinch already been read, and then the rest of the Carolina Ravens over the top of the site. Clean up. Easy.
Don't waste no time. What do Thieves like to do early on a defensive round? Spread setup. So if we just go forward towards one direction and we find the opening kill, we already find ourselves in an advantageous position. I thought Scrap was going to make a very big impact on that pinch, but somehow, some way he was spotted without finding anything. And then Exceed the Burger King. Happy to be back in the league. S&D is what he thrives in. Quickly 2-0 for Ravens.
And we saw this with Carolina on Colossus when they played Thieves last time. When they hit these 4-man hits quickly, and you get that first blood, you can free someone to watch that pinch dedicatedly. So a lot of the things that we had seen from these two teams prior starting to show up early. Different look here for the Ravens. Exceed trying to snipe through Dojo, freeing up the SMGs to move forward, and it's another one of those little, all right, I got you, push up, take your numbers. Hydra on the last one left, just trying to smoke himself out, but it's just already over.
It's just the same exact setup they came out on the opening defense. We're taking B site away from you. You're not going to have the space to work it. I'll let the game clock tick down to allow your SMGs to get lost. No, we're making the play come to us. Exceed snipes over his SMGs. Craze fires for the first blood. Lurks instantly there for the second. That's a 4v1 with Hydra stuck at mid-statue. Both teams are phenomenal on defense, but just the aggression for the Ravens allowed them to dictate how the SMG is going to be played.
Yeah. And it puts you in a really tough spot if you're Thieves trying to
100%.
adjust to that. Because like now we have to change our entire first setup. 3-0 up early for the Ravens. Next offensive approach. And Thieves are saying, you want to play with some tempo? We'll try. Hydra falls first blood. Exceed not quite able to snap on over, but this is what you expect from Carolina, trying to back out of the play and set up someone else. But Abizi and Kenny get the trades, and numbers all of a sudden are with the Thieves.
Yeah, you find early first blood, but then 2 individual gunfights. Cost you the man advantage. Now for the Ravens, Craze and Exceed. Exceed with the sniper pistol in hand. Craze just trying to clear out as much space as he possibly can through bottom mid, but everybody else on the Thieves is active on the pitch.
Yeah. Craze knows he has to try to make some sort of a play. Exceed is going to stick for the plant, and at least he gets it down. Whoa, somehow gets away for a moment, but this is a tough post-plant position for Craze to watch from, and yeah. Going to try to make a hero play. It's being watched though, and no worries for Abizi. Really good response from Thieves considering the opening first blood was very easy for Ravens.
Oh yeah, big shout out to Ravens just giving you one-on-one gunfights even in the man advantage. No need to take that extra step if you are Lurks or Narrow. But you give it to them and Thieves capitalize on it. And as soon as they find themselves in the numbers advantage, they don't waste any time. They're like, all right, we have the numbers. Let's instantly work this pinch. If they run into us, we have the advantage. And now you just catch the bomb planter with his pants down. And with 30 seconds left, you know Craze likes to move around the map. Everyone's holds down to Priyan. And Thieves finally put one on the board.
Yeah, if Craze is still alive in an odd man situation, he's going to try to make a play.
Yeah,
because you have to. But he's not afraid to try to get those opening steps done. So good read from the Thieves, getting themselves on the board. And now it's really down to what do you want to do from this offensive side? You really haven't been able to get Scrap going with the scope at all. Can you just try something with a little bit extra tempo? Nade and stun over towards mid, and yeah, it looks like Thieves are just going to use the bullheaded approach of just ramming it over to A, and they might find Nero for first blood. They do. Scrap in some trouble. Lurks looking for the trade, and we'll find it. 3v3, fight not done as Hydra gets the next one. Maybe more beyond that, but will fall off the map. Still, all things told, numbers with Thieves for the 1v2 now for Exceed.
Exceed as a sniper. So how do you decide to play this? So you could be the aggressor, potentially not have it for the rest of the map, but you could just slide out and get a quick scope. Does not matter. Thieves still walk away with the round, and Kenny's just got to laugh that one off.
It's like, bro, what? Yeah. Silly stuff, but it's Abizi quick to get the response just before Exceed could slide away. 7-3 for Abizi. A lot of it coming lately as well. Keep in mind, he was gifted the defuse, plus he's got the plant, and now he's on, what, 5 in a row? He very well may be one off from getting that Hellstorm.
Yeah, just off the plants. I'm pretty sure you don't get any points off of defusing, but the objective play on 5 in a row. Beezy definitely working towards a cruise missile. If he can pick it up, but that's now 2 rounds in a row for Thieves. Going for the spread setup again, but this time they're aggressive through the middle of the map. Hydra has so much information.
Problem is, Nero, I think, read this push-up from Thieves. Smoke trying to congest this look through Dojo, but it will dissipate, and the Thieves are going to try to re-wrap back over. No plant yet. Craze on the corner. Shots coming through. A couple of tags as Abizi's now stuck, but you need to try to find some sort of elimination here. Craze is a little bit stuck, isolated, and Abizi knows it. Finds the first blood. Easy follow-up from the Thieves, and Abizi's now on 7 in a row. Look at the last as well. Abizi taking over.
Yeah, he's guaranteed got that Hellstorm now. You can always count on Abizi to show why he's been a pro for so long and one of the best at it. Not afraid of a challenge. Craze puts down shots, has him trapped in the corner. The regen comes in and then instantly goes for the gunfight and wins it. Second guy weak, third guy even weaker. Abizi, the turning point for the Thieves in this search and destroy on what, 10 in a row?
10.
Yeah, Hellstorm in tie game.
7 or 8 in a row, but 10-3 overall. But I love that call from Thieves. Just knowing that Craze is stuck. They didn't get the first blood they were hoping for. We have to go. We have to go now. Yeah, 8 in a row for Abizi. 3 rounds on the bounce, and Hydra's gotten first blood through mid. Craze was trying to get aggressive. He had help from Lurks and Exceed, but it doesn't matter. And now it's a 4v3 for LA's offense.
Yeah, now Exceed needs to back up from Dojo. Don't want to get isolated. Hydra gets information on the pinch. Now you're just going to work this objective down. Ravens need to try to find a successful retake here because this will be 4 rounds in a row for the Thieves.
And they have a late trophy system to enforce this post-plant setup. And you can see it. It is in full lockdown mode. Play your trades if you're Thieves. Someone's going to have to find an opening double. Here comes the play from the front. Kenny not able to get too much done, but the trade is there for Scrap. Abizi still waiting to find his moment, and there it is! Abizi just absolutely dunking on Carolina, 12-3.
Yeah, 4 in a row now for the Thieves. Teamwork is making the dream work, and right now Ravens are steering away from what found them so much success in Search and Destroy, which is team pushes. Craze just gets isolated at mid-stacho. I think Lurks and Exceed, but watching over with an AR, just did not have the angles. So you give it the first blood, you gain information that they were working on the pinch, instantly get the bomb down and play your post plant with a man up. And you also got Abizi alive now on 10 in a row.
Yep. Hydra making the play call here for this next round for LA. It looked like all 3 other Thieves members looking over to him. So what is Hydra trying to cook up here? He's going to go by himself to B. LA just showing at least some contact looks over the middle of the map. Hydra gonna counter a smoke with a smoke. And he's able to find first one plus a second. Isolating it, does he do it all himself? One more in front, he wants it. Pistol out, moving quickly, but Kenny finds the kill on alerts and there's nowhere for Carolina to go.
And they use the Hellstorm on that round. Hydra gives the information, the play is coming over on this side of the map, but just the smoke grenade that Hydra invests, you're thinking if you're Carolina, no, they're trying to retake us immediately, and there has to be more than just one. So you go for the push through, and you walk right into the pre-aim of the French Phenom. And he basically calls the round right here. BZ didn't even have to get a kill with the Hellstorm. He could have saved it for the next round.
What a play call. 5 in a row for LA. Abizi still 12-3. And a chance to send us to the break in convincing form if they can find a way to win round 9 here. Carolina looking for some aggression through B. On an island would be Nero. And for LA, they're just spreading and taking their time.
Yeah, no need to rush anything. Just looking for some information and then going to capitalize off of it. And you can already see what it's doing to the Ravens on the defensive approach. Lurk is going to potentially be isolated over towards this B site.
Hold that.
Nate's just going to back him down from top window.
Gets Hydra forward. Nero trying to throw a counter nade. Hydra taking some pretty significant damage, but still alive to tell the tale. Abizi, some trouble here. Has help around the corner. Up and over. Lurks has no idea how that just happened. 3v3. Craze in some trouble down low. Hydra patient. Now 4 in a row for him. Not that it may make a difference. It's a 3v2.
They're just forcing gunfights we don't need to force. Now man advantage for Thieves. Bomb going to be down over towards this B site, but you're looking to make up for it if you are Nero. Just got to predict the right corner. And Hydra sitting nice and comfy in the smoke.
Here it comes, dissipates. Nero, I don't believe, saw Hydra, just clears his corner, finds kill number 5. Last one to grab and succeed, nowhere to go. 6 rounds in a row. Carolina come out and say, let's play with some tempo. And LA stiff arm it back. And it's Abizi who sets the actual tone of the map.
Yeah, that's the experience coming into play right there. Mid-round adjustments on land, hit a little bit different. And it was Abizi early on finding the kills, going on streaks, being in the position to play these trades. And at the very end, Carolina started to scam a little bit. Like, we're forcing gunfights we don't need to force. We're giving up the positionings that we usually love to hold. And then we're sending people out to die by themselves instead of having team pushes. It's just, the adjustment's way too good there for the Thieves, and Carolina looked a little nervous in the ending of that game.
Yeah, man, it really is that round 4 or round 5 where you get the first blood if you're Carolina, and then we're still not being able to reset, play our numbers advantage, which we gave them a lot of credit for online. They were doing that flawlessly, but maybe just getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves, setting it into overdrive. Hard to say what it is. You also get a 14-3 performance out of Abizi. That doesn't hurt if you're a Thieves fan. And now a chance to just put this one to bed quickly if you're LA. You're going back to an overload that you dominated on, and the confidence has got to be absolutely booming, especially considering that you still have a Scar hardpoint that Carolina have never played.
Yeah, you're feeling confident as ever, because we were always asking the question, why haven't Thieves played Scar? And we saw it last week, 7-0. So you got to be feeling the pressure now if you're ready.
Clean stuff. We'll head back to the desk to see what their thoughts are after 2 between LA and Carolina.
Woo! 3 of us feel good on this desk, I'll tell you that.
Hold on, I still feel great.
All right, Allie, let's start with you, though. Is there anything that you've seen from Carolina that's giving you hope in the second half?
It was when they went up 3-0, and then they lost 6 in a row, and Abizi went on an 11 streak. No, not really.
12 streak, okay. 14-3 he finishes. Let's get into this one, Nameless, as we dive into the Search and Destroy dominance. 3-0 start, as you said, Ali. Actually, kick me off here. What was going well for the Ravens in the first 3 rounds?
They were getting the first picks, and they were just capitalizing on top of the information that LA Thieves was giving them. They were having great routes. You just saw the pinches coming through. I mean, usually they find a lot of success over on this B site through this smoke, but you go back to that round where Abizi kind of just chows out or just like balls against the wall, and you don't win that opening gunfight. You gave the first blood demon the first blood, and I mean, LA Thieves, at the end of the day, they're a good team. You give them a first blood, they're gonna convert it, and it just feels like from then on, the momentum was all the way in the side for LA.
Yeah, a lot of poise from LA and the way they approach this. Like, they're setting up the long game. You saw early on, they shut down the mid push, taking out Craze.
and I think it was round number 4. And then from there, it's like, okay, we're going to show presence at B, and now you know you can't go mid. So what happens from there? You have so much flexibility. You can get the quick bomb down at B, and like you saw in the round number 9, they did a map spread. So you got to decide, do we want to be aggressive? Carolina decides to be aggressive. Well, Abizi's there on a 12, 9 non-traded. So just well done in the strategic game and the mid-game adjustments.
As good as Carolina was online leading up to this, we knew LA Thieves were the veterans and should be able to handle business. The vets from Kenny and Scrap earned our scuffed play of the game. Let's take a look at this one. Mr. Merck, how do you take over as an AR player?
Oh, I mean, you got to win some rotation gunfights, and then you sort of dominate power positions, and that's what they were doing early. I mean, they were turning kills into multi-kills, and honestly, throughout this game, you felt like, man, if Carolina got going a little bit, they could have won this map.
Yeah.
I mean, you were heavily outslaying if you were Thieves, but you just never allowed Carolina back into that, and that was just due to your individual power, your individual play, right? Whether it was Scrap and Kenny and then Hydra towards the back half of that game. And this is what they wanted to do. They wanted to control the game from the start, and they did just that.
And I love to see it. Scrap never changed. The first time I was at a major, he was standing up on a side station talking smack.
Yeah.
Now he's doing it here on the main stage, and that's something that the rest of the team can vibe on. So LA Thieves, everything is in your favor right now. Let's tell the underdog story. What can you do in the second half to bring this back?
Well, I mean, ever since you added Craze, you've been amazing in Scar Overload, right? Obviously, outside of the LA Thieves one, like pre-LA Thieves match, they looked like the team that really figured it out. We were like, man, they're Scar Overload, they're scoring at will. You just go back to that first match versus LA Thieves.
Yeah.
What adjustments do you have to make to get back to sort of that being your home?
Yeah, to me, Exceed's got to play better. On the map 1 in the respawn, like you said, Joe, there's so many opportunities. Like, they were setting themselves up in good spots. A break would come in. You let Abizi or Hydra through, making a massive impact play, and the ARs got out-dueled. And so for Exceed, he's got to bring what he was showing us online here in the back half of the series, and they have a legitimate shot.
3 more maps potentially to go, or we could see LA Thieves closing it out in 3. Let's take a look here at what we have in store for the second half of this matchup. Allie, if you're looking for 2 stars, you might want to look at these two. Lurks was popping off a 1.29 when they met up online. Hydra today has had the edge.
Listen, I'll tell you what, man, that Lurks in that map number 1 was unbelievable, especially talking about a rookie, and this is his first matchup, and it's versus LA Thieves. What he was doing was extremely impressive, but of course, the big story is Hydra, dropping a 1.6 right now, both in KD overall, and that map number 2. I mean, this is the Paco that we know. This is the ceiling and the type of player that he can be, and if this keeps up, if this is what gets the ball rolling for LA Thieves, this is what puts them back in that conversation of being a terrifying championship caliber team.
Big shout out to Fike, the Hot Hands crew, all of our observers, and of course the people that will be showing Hydra on Overload. It's game 3. We've got our casters ready. Let's send it over to Shift and Study.
Really is refreshing to see Hydra playing at this level. I think there have been moments here for Thieves where, of course, the spotlight's been pulled and maybe even dragged and forced onto the conversation with Kenny, but Hydra has not been necessarily in takeover mode, at least not consistently as we've come to know him, until maybe today, because he's looking like a brand new Hydra on land.
Yeah, I just think it's like the system that changed for Thieves. Before the break, they were terrible. They just had 4 All-Stars basically spawning into an 8 series.
Yeah.
But you put in that time, you get back, you get 3-0'd again, and then you have to put in more time, but finally their system is starting to show what this team is capable of. You got superstars on every single level. They can do it in the ARs, they can do it in the SMGs, but you have the most difficult thing about it sometimes is figuring out how to work with each other and everyone being in opportunities to shine. And right now, they are clicking all cylinders, and you got to be feeling more than confident to close this out in 3, because these guys couldn't even get a point the last time you played this map.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of that, we just went back and rewatched it. So Carolina just got behind the 8 ball, and then just kept making mistakes.
Yep.
And some of it is you have to try to make big plays to get back after a huge deficit, but LA definitely controlled the tempo, and a lot of it was because, again, Abizi's able to flip into this third AR if he needs it. Can we get a better start from Exceed? He's able to open things up for first blood, but Hydra's already creating pressure around the middle of the map and getting so much damage in. Should be an easy flip here for Thieves, and they will find the kills.
They just got to trade Hydra in your spawn to not allow him to get lost. So all the map control in favor right now of LA. Now all these angles you need to be ready for on the pinch. Abizi strikes, finds the initial 2. You have them trapped on the spawn. Abizi looking for the 4th. Doesn't matter. Instantly the first score comes in for LA.
We cannot let this happen again if you're Ravens. Getting stuck in this spawn trap, and there we go. Couple of opening kills, plus you're able to win over the plane heady to allow an opportunity to control field and at least push LA out of your spawn.
And now you have plane control. Looking for kills to go your way before you think about that objective. You have Exceed taking space already. You just don't let the EMP carrier fall, because that's what happened in at least a 3 dead. All 4 dead now off the respawn. Thieves flooding their way through plane, and you got Hydra just waiting for his moment to strike on his pitch.
And he's already through the middle, but Lurks keeps it safe. Pinstripe kill feed has LA still held over towards field side. Carolina, though, not looking to push it out as of yet. Excuse me? Okay, that works. Follow-up from Lurks, still good, though, and Hydra's route starting to create some opportunity, and now here comes the play forward. Craze trying to play around back white wall. Does he get a stop? No, not going to happen. Second score comes through.
Yeah, this is way too fast, man. Ravens need to stop the bleeding. It all starts with finding kills out of your base. Exceed is able to locate 3. So you hit the reset, but now it's about this motel control. Craze trying to find a couple, but his teammates are dropping like 5, so all he needs to do is value his life. But he gets caught, and again, Thieves in another opportunity to score.
Dude, just no space to work with. Why was this map not in the pool for Thieves until recently? They're looking dominant. Craze down low to find one. Kenny able to get some support and instantly slide it in for a third. We could be talking about halftime in the near future.
Oh yeah, this is already done, because now Ravens have to play a lot quicker than they wanted to. Gunfights haven't been going your way. You're not choosing the right angles, and Hydra is just picking you apart on these routes. Another 4 dead, EMP retrieve. Hydra find a couple more kills. Give me kill number 5, and that is going to be halftime. Yeah, I don't know how these rookies come back from this.
I don't think they do. Hydra is doing whatever he wants. I mean, look at the stunned faces for Carolina right now.
I can't believe it, man.
I mean, could you believe it? I can't believe it. We just saw them on this map, in this matchup, thinking, okay, these are looking good here. They weren't looking this good.
They're just not picking up these lanes, man. You're giving up so much space for the SMGs to get lost. You're OEing through plane, OEing through motel. And your lead blockers are finding kill after kill. And the Ravens consistently off the respawns never have the numbers to hold strong on a setup.
3 overloads! Oh.
And it's like 3 overload again. Scar has treated them well, but now you got 5 minutes to try to make something out of nothing if you're Ravens.
And Kenny's sitting there like, I'm just chilling, dude. Just give me the EMP and I'll score. Fine. Oh, and Hyde does a heat check. He's just looking to see what he can get away with. Shut down there for Carolina, and like you said, they need to go quickly here. Maybe a chance kind of showing force towards A and then re-wrapping it to B. A little fake out. Can Hydra stop it? Oh, not quite. Exceed with the first score for Carolina.
Yeah, I respect the play call there from Thieves, though. Just allow the play to come to you. Those gunfights go the opposite way. They instantly get a score and are in a position to potentially rally in, but Ravens do get one on the board pretty early. Now it's about the playing control, and they're clearing out mid-map, so Thieves on the back foot.
Yep, stepping off the gas a little bit, or LA. Trade over the middle of the map. Nero trying to continue forward. Good damage, but can't finish the kill. EMP picked up, but not a lot of opportunity to move it forward here as the Thieves have reclaimed mid and held the line over towards White Wall. Nice shots out of Lurks. Good team shots coming through, and maybe an opportunity starting to brew here with Craze's double.
Yeah, but it's a easy working the long route through plane. Does find the kill, and that's all he needs to do to slow down the push. Now it turns into a 3v3. EMP has yet to leave this side of the map. And now kills are going your way, just not the ones that you need. Hydra pops another multi-kill. Craze is also going to fall 4 dead in favor of LA.
Yeah, that's not great news, because now immediately up the middle of the map goes Abizi. EMP flipping back over to B. Hydra will drop. Abizi's one is serviceable to at least keep, again, like you mentioned, the EMP in takeaway mode. And the Ravens are on the hunt.
There's just no need to rush anything if you are LA. EMP in your possession. Just wait for your teammates off the respawn before you decide to go for these fights. But Nero just takes the fight to them. Wins a one-on-one. Craze finds a second. So you have the numbers advantage, but Kenny's still here and waiting. And now the close spawns come in. You got to rotate today.
Let's see if you can find another one. This should be an opportunity to score. Scrap trying to track behind this play. Able to find one. Can't get an angle, though, on the EMP. Doesn't make a difference. Abizi's there for the last second defense. And everything resets once again. Kenny now possesses the EMP. 2:45 on the clock.
Yep, wrap it all the way to Molta if you can.
wins the gunfight with the pistol. Now you can go right up to the middle of the map, because that's 3, making all 4 dead in your favor. Your lead blocker in the BZ on 3 in a row has cleared out all this space, and LA add another one to the board.
Yeah, and that may for sure be nailed to coffin now. 2.5 minutes remaining. Ravens would have to put together an insane spawn trap to just relay the EMP over and over again with the time remaining. They will get motel control. Thieves trying to surround, and the Ravens are looking for their next wave of gunfights. They find one out of Nero. Follow-up is good, maybe an opportunity to score, but they don't expect scrap, and that's the EMP down once again.
That's all it takes is that one kill. So now you stall time for Ibiza to get back into the mix. He's just keeping them away from the point, but doesn't win the fight. So Carolina quickly put their second on the board. But time is starting to tick, and we're not finding kills in sync. Hydra playing keep away, now just finessing his life.
Yep. Gray's able to get one more before dropping deep over towards the LA side of the map. Nero shutting down Hydra from putting together a very congestive spawn trap. Kenny still, though, behind enemy lines. Carolina can't really deal with this. You just have to try to push forward. Minute 30 on the clock, and Exceed's going to try to take a field side for now.
Yeah, you just need some lead blockers. Someone off the respawn, go in front of me. But we have Lurks working on the opposite side of the map. You find one kill through the middle. So you put yourself in a position to potentially add another one to the tally, but the AR's holding their power spots. Go trade for trade, and the push gets shut down.
Yeah, and Craze will drop, and that will likely do it. Minute 13 on the clock. LA holding on to the EMP. And this is inspiring Call of Duty out of LA. The way that they were able to just keep control of map 1, even though Carolina were fighting in the second rotation. The way they're able to get 6 rounds in a row after being down to the opening 3 on the search, and again putting on the absolute masterclass on Scar Overload. 6-2 to score, and it's just victory lap scenarios now for LA.
Yeah, Ravens need to score 4 points in the next 40 seconds, and I don't even know if they're going to have an opportunity to do so, because the Beast is just camping his corners and finds another multi-kill. So that is going to be a 3-0 in favor of the Thieves. Land hits a little bit different versus some rookies. Ravens look like a completely different team, and the super team came to play today.
Yeah, I'll say. Could not quite keep the tempo up if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens. They'll have a chance to kind of reset, talk about it, and get ready to go for tomorrow. One last consolatory score will get us to a more respectable scoreline. Nero's 5 spree also kind of helping out with his tally overall, but that was as dominant as we've seen the Thieves to this point in the season. Everything clicking. Hydra showing up on superstar level. Kenny consistent in the BZ. Making it, I would say, an argument for early MVP considerations. He looked unbelievable.
MVP out of a BZ just literally does everything. Ashworth's going to let me know about it in the green room, how that series went. But the super team came to play today. In firm control from start to finish. You do the fundamental part correctly on map 1. You make the adjustment to win 6 in a row on the S&D. And then if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They come out and have early success on that Scar Overload. Force the Ravens to play a lot quicker, and they just could not get anything going at the right time. Thieves run over them.
Yep. Wow. That's a statement win right there. And I think it kind of resets the balance of some of the questions that we had in the power rankings.
It lands a little different, you know?
It resets the conversation, to be sure. But nothing but smiles for the LA Thieves, and rightfully so. You come out and you shut down a team that has been red hot, and now you set yourself up for, again, a side of the bracket that you're looking at like, okay, we get through one more, we're cruising to a winner's finals, and who knows after that point, man. But if you see this type of Thieves all weekend, they look like a major Sunday contender.
Oh yeah, what's the next matchup? I'm pretty sure they play Gentlemen, so a little bit of revenge is gonna play a part in that series. It's gonna be good when we get there on Saturday, but for now, Thieves, the better team on the day, dominate the Ravens, and the Ravens were not flying high at all.
No. Definitely keeping it at a low level. Wow. So no Scar Hardpoint, no rematch with the Colossus search for map 5. Thieves clean and comfortable. That's the biggest story about it for Carolina. Moments that you still sit there and say, like, okay, like, they're in there, they're still doing the same things we saw online, but that was just not the same caliber we saw from really all 4 of them online.
Yeah, you're just not getting the kills that you probably were finding online here on land, and you can just tell that that was the difference throughout this entire series. The confidence, the experience played a part, but Thieves were without question the better team today.
Agreed. Well, we've got plays on the main stage with Scrap to give us our post-game reactions.
Everybody show some love to the Thieves. I got Scrap with me on the main stage. All smiles, man. And we know when the Thieves are all smiles, you guys are damn near unbeatable, man. How does it feel to get that first win?
I mean, it feels good. You know, they're not in their fucking bedrooms anymore, so, you know, you got to come beat me on the stage. So I'm excited.
You know, I was asking, we was going to find out who's the big dogs and underdogs, and big dogs play on the main stage. Now, when it comes down to you and the squad, does that even get to y'all sometimes being called the underdog in this series, or does that just fuel the fire?
Underdog, favorite, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. I'm just coming out to play. We're coming out to slam, and it doesn't really matter what we are.
There you go, man. You guys definitely slammed in this series, and especially the Game 3. Out here looking like the LA Lakers with all the fast breaks up and down the court. How do you guys be able to do something like that and close it out so quickly?
I mean, they go up 3-0 in the search. They lose 6 straight. I mean, we're up 2-0 at that point. Our comms were just, yo, let's run it the fuck down at these fools now. They're just going to be shitting themselves, so that's exactly what they did, and we scored 4 in the first, 2 minutes.
All right, man, and you guys got it done in a quick fashion, letting everybody know that the Thieves are here to play. Lastly, how proud are you of your boys and just everything that they went through to come in and perform today?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ride, to say the least. You know, obviously we didn't start the season well, but, you know, I've been good in the beginning of the season. Every season I've played, and I've been shit on that champ. So if we get better throughout the year, that's all that matters to me.
I know you want that ring, and you want to bring it to LA. Take the trophy back. They're going to try to do it again. One more time. Make some noise for the Thieves, everybody.
I might owe Shift and Study $5. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. LA Thieves get the job done on the main stage, and they do it fast and furiously. A hot 3-0 over Carolina. And it is exactly what I thought might happen. A rookie team coming up against some vets. You let Scrap get fired up after game 1. The rest of the series is going to fall apart on you. Go ahead, Allie. Defend yourself.
I mean, I was not really defending myself more so than defending the rookies, because the rookies on this team are the ones that played really well, to be honest. I'm not really looking at Exceed as a rookie. I'm looking at Craze. I'm looking at Lurks. I think they played well throughout the entirety of this. It's just Abizi and Hydra on land. They're diff. I mean, they're ring holders for a reason. They're unbelievable.
You heard the caster saying Abizi is playing for an MVP award this weekend. The man was on fire, 14-3 in Search and Destroy, taking over in the Overload. Hydra constantly in the feed as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you're a Thieves fan, like you haven't had many of these sort of takeover search maps that we've seen in the past from Abizi when he was on FaZe, and it was just sort of like a question mark. When is this going to happen? Well, first match on land, it happens in map 2, right? He goes on that 12 spree, shuts everything down. I don't know. I think it's just sort of a, relief if you are a Thieves fan for now.
For now. And let's take a look at some of the highlights here and walk me through the best moments from the LA Thieves today.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, well, this map, they dominated, start to finish.
Hydra highlight reel.
Yeah, you get an early lead, and then, Miles touched on it in the pre-show. It's just so hard to come back. And they had just repped this versus Carolina, last weekend, where they just had him in a spawn trap basically the entire time. But, throughout this series, this is just kind of what you expected from Thieves. Hydra popping off for respawns. The ARs playing hyper-aggressive and taking over, and then a BZ dominance in Search and Destroy. You got a taste of, what they envisioned when they built this roster. We hadn't seen it up until this point, and now you finally have it here at the right time at Major 1. LA Thieves, yeah, I mean, this team looks unreal.
The SmackDown was in full force. Joe, if you were going to highlight a key play throughout this series, was there one standout moment where you just knew it was going in LA Thieves' favor?
In this series, I guess with map number 2, right, going down 0-3, you're probably thinking Ravens. They've looked unbelievable on Search and Destroy Den, so you got to give props to probably Easy, but just Thieves in general, because that's been a map where they haven't looked lost. There have been some reps on Den where you're just like, what is happening to this team? There's something so off here, but they played much better together as a team.
For me, it was when Abizi just bunny hopped outside of that B site, because he was like, all right, I'm going to play for him to go cross back. He has no info. He's by himself. And then he just flies out and kills one and breaks the whole thing up. You're like, all right.
Yeah, for me, it was just Kenny looking unreal map 1.
Map 1.
As soon as I saw that, I said, yeah, this is probably GG. This is the real Thieves here.
This is exciting because that means that LA Thieves will play against Paris Gentlemates, and they both get a day off to prep for that match, so they will be playing at their absolute best. For now, let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game from this series. Who set the tone? Who earns our honors this time around from LA Thieves? Travis, I can't hear you, but it's time to find out.
It's Abizi or Hydra.
You think so? It's Abizi's 12.
Yeah, Abizi's 12 streak, the 9 non-traded in the Search and Destroy. Please be that. It's Kenny.
The ARs?
Yes.
It's the AR takeover, map 1. The montage.
valid. I mean, this was a really important map. I mean, you're talking about LA Thieves that were struggling in map 1, sitting at 1-6. I mean, you know, compared to all the other top teams who we just talked about earlier in the day, the 6-1 Parish Gentlemates in their series. So for LA, to win this map 1 is also good for them to realize that they can start the series hot and they can keep that ball rolling.
Kenny back to his smiling ways, Scrap standing up, talking the smack. If you're an LA Thieves fan, that's exactly how you were hoping Major 1 would open up. What does it mean for your bracket? Well, we already gave you a little preview of what could be the best match of the winner's bracket. It's happening in that upper bracket semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be, I don't know, there's so much talent on those two teams. Like, there's just going to be such a back and forth. And I don't know, to come down to those searches, who's clutching up. And great sign to see Abizi and what he was doing in map 2.
All rematches so far, even pushing on into our winners round 2. It's going to be lit, man. That match is spicy for sure. Revenge game on both sides. Really.
I do want to say, if you are a Royal Ravens fan, this is the one team you wanted to draw in the elimination bracket. You get a chance to bounce back against Vancouver. You have a few hours tonight and, of course, tomorrow morning to prep for that matchup. But tonight, we still have 2 more winners bracket matches to go. Merc, which one goes to a game 5?
I think probably this next one. If there's going to be one that goes to a game 5, I'm going this next one.
Well, if you guys heard the crowd, they're already fired up. Optic is getting set up on the stage. This place is going to be electric. Lock in. It's day 1 of the 2026 season.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
The Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Come on, wants them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It strikes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
Cracked.
Don't play with this guy, bro.
Wait, that's me! Chat, I'm in the bottom right, that's me!
I'm pretty sure if you have the ball
to work with.
No,
I'm on the broadcast! Chat, that was me! No way! That's what he wants to do! Okay, bro. That's me!
Okay, that's how the series ends. Okay.
Oh my god!
You gotta change that. AG hit front by himself.
That's the How many times did we praise Optic for their ability early on in this game to understand how to
Challenge the
from inside on the cross as well. Keeps him alive now. The regen. Look at the battle for
record that you and Karma and crew at the top are feeling safe with 3 rings. Karma, Crim, 6, and Clay all with 3. H, J-Cap, Apathy, and Arcenies, as well as Symphona Peasy with 2. And that list should stay the same.
We're safe for now. Nobody's catching us this champ, so I'm happy about that. We do have quite a few world champions up on that stage. We got 4 of them up there. I had to bust the rings out. I had to bring them out back to their natural habitat. They were forged in arenas like this at Call of Duty Champs.
Last round, two of them. 2 of them. Say Marco, nice. Yo, maybe finching mid.
Could be out of me.
Could be outer bush. Could be checkers. Probably just hitting checkers. Not nice. Yes. Wow. Mad boys. I literally shot at you.
I don't know if that's a fact.
It is if you push up instead of out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Allie is kicking the desk. We are fired up for this one. It is Optic Texas in their own arena. And nameless, we were wondering at the start of the season which major would have the best audience. Texas has always lived up to the hype.
Yeah, Texas, get on your feet. This is going to be a special one. These guys played once before, but Riyadh have gotten so much better. I cannot wait for this matchup. It's going to be a banger, Chris.
We welcome the Drip Lord himself to the desk. Mr. Ihold Shift joins us for this one. And Shift, this is a big battle because at the start of the season, Optic was the clear favorite, the best in the game. You look at the standings, they're now below the Falcons.
It's in a lot of things that have been slipping for Optic. And on the flip side, I really liked your point on the desk earlier, Ali, talking about Riyadh after break really stepping up in every single mode. They're looking like a very full and complete squad. This one I've got possibly being the biggest nail biter of the day.
Let's take a look at our teams that'll be playing on both sides of the field for this one. You got Mercules. He came up for Toronto, instantly scooped by Optic, goes on to win a world championship. Today, his first time playing in front of his parents. His mom and dad are attending their first ever event. Mason hasn't invited him before.
Yeah, he's ready this time.
Okay. I'm sure they've invited him before. But anyway, for the side of Optic Texas, you know, I like to write the good and the bad about every team before they're about to play. And unfortunately for Optic Texas, maybe fortunately, the only good thing right now for me is Mercules. Is the numbers that he's still consistently putting up regardless of how they're struggling when it comes to these series. And for Optic Texas, you know, I'm just hoping that the fire from the crowd, the fire from Mercules' parents now being here, from the consistency and just being back in this environment will give them momentum that they need to get over this hump because it hasn't been looking good. They're average across all game modes, and when you're looking at the other side, it's a completely different story. They're from the bottom now putting their way to the top if you're the Riyadh Falcons. Cellium's back at leading the leaderboards, so gonna need something special here.
We're used to seeing that Cellium versus Dashy graphic. Awesome to see the 22-year-old now replacing him on the right side of your screen. If you're looking for a bigger impact, though, who needs to have a bigger day between those two nameless? Are you looking at Cellium from the Falcons, or are you looking at Mercules and what, his 5th event with this squad?
You know, I think the easy answer would probably be Cellium, but I'm actually going to go with Mercules. And what we've seen so far in this game from Optic, if the ARs are not taking over, Optic is not good at hardpoint right now. Shotzi's at the bottom of the list when it comes to hardpoint KD. He's not been the same. Their concepts haven't been working since December. So for Optic, they legitimately have a tall task if we get the same Riyadh team that we've seen online.
We've got some more numbers to take a look at here in our graphics. I can't hear you guys, so let's just send it Shift as we take a look at this bad boy. It's your S&D KD leaders.
Yeah, and of course, top 2 are what stands out to you, but you got to throw Pred in the mix. I think especially after last year, we weren't really sure if Pred was going to have the ability to be a playmaker on a team that's trying to put itself together. That has been quelled this year. He has been so good. In particular, I'm looking at how Riyadh are setting up first blood fights, whether it's Pred himself or trying to isolate parts of the map. Pred's getting active, and he's finding a lot of success in that
Can I tell you guys something funny? You know, in that last series for LADs, I made the point that they had like an insane conversion rate when it comes to getting that first blood. Riyadh's it's even crazy. 90% of the time, if you give them first blood, you might as well just give up, put your controller down. They're going to convert it. So that's going to have to be Optic Texas' focus right now, is not giving up anything super early, which unfortunately is what they have been doing. They have been giving up the first bloods. They've been giving up so much map control, and that is a terrible matchup versus Riyadh.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of Optic fans watching that may have not watched a lot of our Stage 1 qualifying matches. And just to explain to you how good Riyadh have been, in 2026, they're 9-0 5-1 in search and overload combined. Won 5 straight overloads. So across those modes, they have an advantage in this series. We're going to need to see a way better, more polished Optic Texas if they're coming and beat them on that stage.
Let's take a look at some of these overload numbers from the Falcons. They have been looking clean. The trades are there. The objective play has been strong. And if you're looking at where they rank, 5-2 is pretty darn good for the overall record. Goals per game, 8th, kind of caught me off guard.
Look, you're getting consistent slang from everybody on this team when it comes to the respawn especially. And then you just think about overload in general, and I think about Kismet. I feel like that's a playground for him. It's something that, you know, you can be so dynamic with, that it's incredibly situational, kind of succeeding under pressure. I think about Kismet and I think about his poise and what he's able to do in those situations, and I just think it's a perfect fit for the specific game mode.
The other big thing is the possession time.
Yes.
That is not just how they possess, it's also how they keep everybody else from even getting looks.
Well,
they are averaging first when it comes to runs allowed per game. So they're trying to just control map tempo, and maybe some of that is off of the park the bus strategy lately.
Yeah.
Let's get a lead and then not give it away. But they're also really good about discerning when we have our best chance to score. Then we'll run. We're not going to try to force anything, and that means lack of mistakes.
But
really good stuff.
Guys, I mean, it's been great, but it is a slippery slope. Like we saw, 3-0 one-score games, and they actually have the same plus-minus in overload. So, like, you look at these teams, and in terms of scoring opportunities, they're there, but Riyadh's won a lot of close overloads. So that park the bus, they're kind of the first team to introduce that in an actual match. We'll see if they're able to do that here on land with the crowd yelling at them.
Listen, there is a weakness though. Like, I know we're sitting here gassing Riyadh. They have been on the climb. Hardpoint needs work. It hasn't been great. They're 3-1 on Colossus, 1-0 Blackheart. Outside of that, they have literally no map pool.
Well, that's good for them.
Yeah, Colossus map 1. That's a really great poll. I'm actually shocked that that was even allowed in the series on the side of Optic Texas, but I digress. I'm putting my hands up. But that's going to be where the opportunity is for Optic Texas in that map 4.
I love that we're getting a map 1 Colossus, though. I think we all knew that Optic was probably going to take away Blackheart from this Riyadh team. And this is a huge statement, because in the last series, we finally saw Hydra come into his full skin on land. No better time than a Colossus to get Shotzi to do the same thing. He had a 1.5 versus Riyadh back in December. I think a lot of Optic fans would love to see him have the same stat line on Colossus to start this series.
On the other side of this fight, you have Xnid. This, of course, is one of the mainstays from the previous lineup, the only guy to stay from last season. They built around him with all kinds of world champions. We'll find out what he is able to achieve. You look at their road, it was a slop fest at the start. You had to fight Optic, then the LA Thieves. We go on that Christmas break. We return from the holidays. It has been nothing but perfection. A 3-over against the Ravens. Breach was taken down. Your closest matchups were against G2 and Cloud9, series you were expected to dominate.
And I will say, as much as Riyadh's been on this run, those series were a little concerning for me that you weren't able to close those two teams out in 5, especially the New York team that's looking really soft right now.
They did have a couple of those series where it's like, okay, we lost 250-50 map 1. They didn't win 3 maps straight, right? It's just what they've been doing in Overload and Search. It's been awesome, but is it sustainable? I guess is the question that we all need answered, and we'll get it here on stage.
Well, they finished with the dubs. On the other graphic, it's not as pretty. Let's take a look at Optic's road, because it was all green to start, a 3-0. Then it was FaZe handing them their first 3-0 loss. We saw them jump up to a 4-1 record, assuming they'll have the #1 seed coming into their home major, but they were handed upsets from both LA Thieves and the Ravens, Allie.
This is just the one rematch that we have in our round #1 that like doesn't feel really applicable of what the result is going to be. Like, I just can't go back to that Riyadh Falcons, that first match of the season, and be like, yeah, whatever happened in that, I can apply it as, you know, maybe the same thing's going to happen. It's just they're two completely different teams. That was an Optic Texas that was looking unbelievable, and that was a Riyadh Falcons that couldn't find footing. And now they have literally switched positions. So for me, when I look at this road, it's just kind of like, it looks like a fall off to me.
And if you look at their losses, they're against the good teams, LA Thieves, Carolina Royal Ravens, and FaZe. Is that concerning to you that they've only beaten up quote-unquote weaker opponents?
Well, I mean, coming into the year and even in preseason, Optic was just on another level than everybody else. There's a lot of new rosters, and you look across the league, though, everybody's in this spot. I mean, everybody's had a brutal loss. Everybody's had a close game they felt like they should have won. It just, for Optic, it happened to be the last couple of matches that they've had. They have a stage like this every single year. Well, hey, this is the stage where you're playing in front of your home crowd, so the best stage to do it right now.
What did they do after they went 0-18 in Texas?
Well, then after that, they became the best.
I think they won. Let's see what happens in this tournament. It is Major 1. We have our Scuff Pick'ems coming up in a little bit as we're keying in on individuals. Do you feel there's any unsung heroes in this fight tonight, Shift?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Hook, I think, for Optic, just due to the fact that the SMG duo has not really been able to play with the same type of synergy that we've seen a couple of other duos, especially I think in that last series, really start to shine. On the other front, I'm keeping my eyes firmly on Pred. I know we kind of pointed to him earlier, but he's been really a catalyst for finding tempo for this Riyadh team in search, but also finding rotation wins, which they're going to need to have versus this Optic team today. So I'm kind of keeping my eyes on Pred.
I 100% agree with the Pred take, because there's so many times last year Pred would have a good online stage, play a bit different when we got to land. He's got to be the exact same. Do what got you here, and they have a chance.
It's time to lock in our Scuff Pick'ems. The players are ready, and I will let you do the honors, Shift. Where are we going to open this up?
I just don't see a bad land performance out of Shotzi. I have him in takeover mode. I've got Optic in 4.
Optic in 4. Shift's going with Optic. Allie?
Can we come back to me? I don't even know. This is really difficult. Like, I know what the land buff does to Optic Texas, and Riyadh has been looking so good. I'll go with Optic Texas. I just can't. We're in Dallas. I kind of have to.
Got to go with the crowd buff. Understood. Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, I like this Optic roster, but I'm going to go with the Riyadh Falcons. Been stronger in the search and destroys and the overloads, and I think they got a chip on their shoulder. Remember, that's MC on the other side of that stage. It's going to be hard.
That is MC on the other side of the stage. Listen, I'm all about visions and symbols. I saw a falcon on top of a nest. It was actually a juvenile hawk, and juveniles don't win against the big bosses. I'm going Optic.
How do you know
I don't know.
Hawk?
I don't know. We're going to the match. Guy Blaze, get off my screen.
We love your predictions, Puckett, but we'll see if they come true. 2 matches down and 2 to go. But this one is about to be probably the wildest of the day. The first team coming to the stage is looking to show Texas some real heat. Get ready, everybody, for Riyadh. You can love them or you can hate them, but you're going to get loud for the Riyadh Falcons. Celium, Pred, X-Men, and Kismet. Looking to have one of the best villain arcs this year. The Riyadh Falcons are flying to the stage.
And they backed up the Brinks truck, and they got a good roster. Surrounded by world champions, this accident looking to make a statement here. You see that man to his right? That's his duo, Pred, and he's been sensational. Back on top on the SMG row. Excited to watch them go blow for blow up against Optic Texas. Going to be a good match. Let's get it started, guys.
I'm ready to get this started because I know here in the state of Texas, everybody has been waiting for this squad to come to the stage. Get ready to make some noise for the back-to-back world champions.
Listen, I'm going to be so for real. It doesn't matter the stats. It doesn't matter the situation that these guys are in. They could be 0-18 and still end up the best team in the game by the end of the year, by the end of the event, by the end of the day. The turnaround time for these players is unbelievable. And I'm going to keep it for real with you. There's a fifth man in the building, and that's called the Green Wall. No matter where they go, they're in their hometown in Texas right now, and we know what happens when that momentum gets going. Let's get it going, Blaze.
I'm ready to get this one popping off, Valley, but I got to do it one good time because this place is getting packed. Texas, you ready to go? Miles, Chance, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, my friend. What a lean green matchup we've got here on this fantastic Thursday of Major 1. Welcome, folks. Welcome, folks all around the world. Everyone here in Texas, thanks for coming out. It's been a wonderful, wonderful tournament so far. It's about to get real hot, though, brother. You ready for this?
I'm excited, man. What a way to kick off the tournament. Two teams getting after it. The Falcons or Juvenile Hawks, whatever they're bringing to land, we get to discover straight away. Colossus as well to start this series off. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, it's a nice, exciting start to the tournament for both of our squads. Again, a little bit of a rivalry that might be developing throughout the year. Let's face it, squads of this caliber, we want to see them go toe-to-toe. Shout out the guy in the Huntsman gear as well. Look at you, man. You're an OG. Welcome, one and all, to what will be a fantastic series. Not a lot of bad blood chance, but definitely two squads that want to get after each other.
I mean, there's some kind of blood going to be in the water, right? Former teammates, Optic obviously won a world championship with Pred just a few years ago. Now you got to battle them on the other side of the stage. And in my mind, that is the SMG battle we're going to see. It is the focal point, especially on map number 1. Pred, in my mind, a question mark around him. He has been phenomenal so far this year. As Shiv said, the catalyst for the team has to bring his A game today.
See if he can do. Well, the A game not overload right now for Optic. We'll see if that comes to be the same case in the matchup. It's been very, very good for the Falcons so far, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Until then, it's time to get a hard point. We start things off on Colossus, a fast map, a small map, a very fun map to watch.
And a map that if you have those land jitters, all the pros talk about it, you got to see that first one go through the hoop. The guns will be warm. One hill into this one. You're taking 18 different gunfights. You're getting cracked and ready to go. These players are fiending to get going.
Here we go, boys and girls, right into our first hard point. So we'll see who strikes first. It will be Hook, the nuke, joining him alongside Mercury's there in the epic time, and Pred. Oh, talking about a catalyst. A catalyst, he's looking for all 4.
Yeah, he's looking for it as well. You had actually at Optic sent nobody really over towards the statue side of the map, so they give up the focal point. That means Optic really trying to prioritize that time, successful at it, right back in the mix, and well, Mercules gets to be the collector.
And big work there from Optic, not only finding the kills, but they're doing it from time as well. So you're going to hold on to this small lead. There's 20 seconds to go here on P1. Not a bad start to the matchup. Kyler Garland joining Mercules there in the feed as they pick up a 3, and that is going to be it. Rotations on, and Mercules again finding kills for inside time.
And how about this start from Optic Texas? Already it's going to be a 30-point lead going into new, where they have the spawns and the rotation on lock key. Big Bruce shooting is done. The cutoff kills looking nearly easy for him. Make it a 4 spree, and you get that new time.
Fresh mag, target-rich environment. He's got a few more to deal with here. Can't isolate the gunfire. What a win from XNID. Well, P2's open, and Optic are on it. They've got the numbers there to work with. What a shot from Pred over the top. Great nade. Who goes high? Gets his first. Next man in Sellian. Can who get any more? Gets 2. Brought down. It's a break for the Falcons.
Well, Swiftbomb's coming through. Merc in the back knows he needs to play his life in. Well, successful at that. The timing on point. The corner even better. Falcons had a small little punch, and well, Merc responded with the haymaker.
He gets it there. 6 and 2. It's a battle for the backline taking place. Shots in the Pred. Over towards the front line though, shots in the quick, oscillate forward, tons of damage, but no kills. That's a good 15 seconds for Falcons.
Yeah, and finally they can take a breath, collect just a little bit of that time. This is their map pick. They are 3-1 on it. If Optic strike first, it would be devastating for Riyadh. So we're worried about that rotation. Pred an extra couple of kills, but on the rotation, Pred's not nearby. It'll be Optic in time first.
Journey to the great outdoors, top side of the map. Optic are there first. Here comes the break attempt. from the Falcons. So far, so good. They clean house. The backside coming up, and now guns forward. That's a great break.
Brett's going to be going a long route for this pinch as well. So if Celian can slow him down, yep, easy cleanup kills. There's two, there's three, and there's Kismet in the feed for fourth, and Optic are spawning out. Riyadh Falcons coming alive.
What an attempt. All four down now to the other side of the map. And an opportunity here for Optic on the pinch, but it's not going to really work it out. Exnid dancing his way through time, finding the hill. Hooks up next through tunnel. Exnid flying forward. Can't get the next man. As Optic with an opportunity now to get the break with 20 to go.
And Brett's going to be looking for the Hellstorm as well. He's on a 6 spree, hoping some kills fall into his lap. Well, there's an easy number 7. A little battle here for number 8 to see if he can collect, but whatever happens with him, his teammates have won the rotation. So you might not get the Hellstorm, but you got close to a tied-up game. 3 players around this new time.
Close they can. Still a lead here for Optic. Hardpoint not theirs. Here comes the first wave. Mercury's over the top, finds it. That's going to get you in on towards time. Once again, Kismet, he's going to be the man on. Cleans him up, gets himself, streak in a 2-piece.
That's a big moment. You take down the SMG duo. You got Exnid making sure you take care of those spawns. Somehow Shotzi has found himself in the back. Talk about Optic getting a gift of a spawn, and Shotzi trying to make the impact. And hey, if he's now just 4 in 10, he needs some freebies.
Here he goes, over the top. Him attacking, sir? What was that about? You'll happily take it. 20 seconds to go. Optic want this time.
Yeah, we've seen that spawn a few times, but make no mistake, it is entirely unreadable. So Shotzi a slow start. He's going to be back in the mix. And, well, Optic fully capitalized. They have retaken the lead. 4 down in the feed. In long term, they flip the spawns as well. Optic starting to work a little bit of that magic.
Yeah, we're seeing it. Starting to conjure up the return to form. Big kills there from Shotzi. He's on a 4 spree. 3 right now for Dashi. Back over to P1 we go. Shotzi makes it 5. Can't make it 6. Unfortunately, doesn't get himself towards the Hellstorm, but over the top there. Great work, and they're back on time. A big lead change, and we cross 100 points.
And once again, it's the exact same setup. Optic have not poured a ton of pressure over towards the statue side of the map. They've been playing it for time and for good reason. This is a P1 where they've been relatively dominant.
Optic dominant so far. P1 good. Set for P2 as well. Let's go for a listen in.
Last guy P4, watch out.
Yeah, maybe it. No, he's still AG blue lobby, one shot. One's still yellow lobby, right?
P4 so.
They might back their door.
I'll see this guy. I'll tell you that.
On new bullet kids.
On new bullet kids. Yo, one is back in the store. What's back left of me?
Take your time. Yo, I'm
two in the back in new.
One's on new.
Kismet's on new.
Yeah, he's in new.
He's back blue lobby.
He's like that on you somewhere.
I think one's P4.
Back left. A bullet. Really weak. Left. Another one left.
Yo, Predator's back.
Blocking.
Yeah,
we spawned here. Hit this.
He's out of
I swear. Block the back. Top mid. There's already 2 top mid. They're gonna hit me probably.
I'm trying to watch every second.
Top mid.
I every push. One front. Exit. He's going 2 in front.
Sorry.
I got one.
They're both front. I went top mid. I left you guys. I got you.
Watch out.
One guy's statue. Both statue. It's a good 20. Good 20. Stay down on this. Enter. Nice. Good shit.
And what a listen in. Optic starting to get roaring, a big lead. Kismet now desperately trying to slow him down here with Hellstorm.
And you got men in the back as well, so Exnid's going to be blocking spawns. It's going to be a mixy-looking mini-map. Nice curve on the Hellstorm, but it only takes out a trophy. Pred, though, off the intel, able to get a couple kills, and Falcons there in the feed. Good enough for the break. Hercules obviously with a hot hand there, but Falcons doing everything they can to fight.
Couple of big threes. Shotzi, 18 and 15, started this map off real slow, and now it's starting to look like magic. Another 4 spree, trying to get himself streaks once again, but so far the hard point, fantastic work on the outside here in the second set.
And again, this cannot be understated. This is Riyadh Falcons map pick. They love to play them some Colossus, but Optic right now taking them to task. In position for the new time as well. Optic have the left side spawned, but for the moment, Hoop by himself on time. See the outer lane being covered and prowled by the Optic members, but the pressure's all new.
Here we go. Optic with numbers over by New. The 1v1 here with XD, got to win a big one. Can't get it done. Dashi goes supine, and it was fine. Over the top now comes Kiz, and it's another team nade from Pred. Trades there complete from Celium. This play's not over yet. Top mid now clear. Optic got to worry about the flank.
Yeah, and they're more or less flooding through the front. Exton's trying to pounce through mid, but Optic have it covered. Shotzzy knows when to back away from the pressure, and now you re-hit the time.
Now they clear it out through mid. Last man on time is going to be Mercules. It's a 1v1 now, worrying about the players from mid, and again, this has been such a good hard point. Optic have kept the Falcons out. They've not got anything from this one, and again, back in the time. Shotzzy up, gets one and done. Here comes the next wave. Dashi, his sights are set, and the trophy gets melted.
I mean, hey, that's a hell of a snap right there. Unfortunately, just not on the enemy, but we're going to be going back towards the P1. This is a hill where Optic have been on point, and players already sneaking through. First 2 kills in the feed in favor of Optic, and so will be the time.
They're going to get it. Oh, Mercules up there already. Third set, possibly the final. Here's on the trades. Big work out of Exit, but again, a wicked set of team kills. As Optic find themselves on the better end of the trade war, they've managed to hold on to time for now. Hook staying alive. Attacks through statue, attacks through the stairwell. Pressure now on, and the Falcons trying to get in.
Well, they got the bodies there. Now a nade actually comes through in favor of Pred, this time on the enemy, but they're losing statue control, and Kismet overwhelmed in time. Shotzi's good enough for 2, and Optic at least playing the keep away game. Falcons, maybe the kills starting to go their way a little bit, but so difficult to collect on P1.
They're so desperate for a trophy in P1, but it is not happening. Another set of kills. Hard point now, again, in the hands of the Falcons. They're not going to let up just yet. Dashi now fighting his way forward. This is it. You're trying to find the dagger. You're trying to find the death now. The final moments here of map 1, potentially. Mercury's now starting to heat up. Eyes on the next few players. He's let them through. No, he has not. One man in the back.
Well, that's the good instincts, but now Selim going to have to break this one down. You are losing every single man along the way. It's Selim in the back line, but he's simply outmatched, overwhelmed, and gunned down. Optic will give you game number 1.
Comes the final chance, and it's gone. Shotzzy starts with a whimper, ends it with a bang. Map 1, Optic, Texas. He knows. He knows. Strong criticisms for the multi-time world champion, multi-game world champion coming into this series, but that was a perfect hard point for him.
Yeah, and listen, you know, a guy like Shotzzy maybe did have that one lucky spawn roll through to get the ball rolling, but once he got it rolling, an absolute menace on the map. On the flip side, the Des talked about it quite a bit for the Riyadh Falcons. What type of presence are we going to get? Colossus is their map pick. You're looking at guys like Pred, that SMG duo, him and Exodus, to set the tempo, to get that pace rolling. Looking at the stats, non-existent for Pred. 7 seconds of hill time, fewest deaths on his team, and him and Exton not even getting any assists. You had Celium somehow throwing up 4,400 damage, most in the lobby. Kiz's and AR gave you nearly 2 minutes of hill time, but as a team, Falcons did not have nearly enough.
That's a clear disconnect. Unfortunately, the submachine guns of the Falcons not working out there. Other side of the board, though, great stuff. Huge work in the hill time across the board for Optic there. Shotzzy again, a slow start, a strong finish, and across the highlights, looking at the scoreboard, that superb P1 from Optic, but the Falcons, what a battle back they had. A good start to the series for Optic. For the Falcons, a little bit of a sting on their map pick.
And listen, land jitters, Ghosty spoke about it in his interview. You just got to get that first one out of the way. For Optic to start so strongly on P1, get the right side spawn for P2, you build yourself a 60-second lead, you fill into your comfort zone so quickly. Crowd gets behind you, Dash is probably rubbing his hands together, getting back into that land sort of vibe where he is extraordinarily comfortable. Optic Texas simply never looked back, and the plays so consistent across the board. You got a little bit of everything you wanted to see. Mercury's pop-off moments here and there. Dashi dealing out the damage, getting the assist, and some wondrous stuff from Shotzzy as well.
Hey, we're seeing some ridiculous challenges as well. And little moments, like we talked about the trophy stuff. Why is that important? Well, he's knowing assist, he's hitting big shots. He's also destroying a trophy in a moment where he's helping his teammate long run. There are tiny things that Optic do that give them the win there. Whether it's the spawns, whether it's a little bit of luck on that magical, P4 spawn, you'll take them. You'll take them. Happy for that. Start strong. Into the search and destroy, we now go. And yeah, a game feed that close, and then a massive runaway finish there for Optic.
And, you know, mentioning the concerns for Falcons of will they replicate online to LAN? Well, the biggest concern from Optic, probably the level of energy that we have seen them bring into these online matches. So if that was your question mark, we get the immediate answer right from the jump. They get control of the game. And as soon as you actually had Falcons making it close in a P4, that 9-point gap you see, absolute runaway performance towards the end. Found the hot hand, and they're going to carry that into map number 2, Exposure. A map that Optic probably going to be happy to see.
Yep, scorching hot sands of Exposure. A big criticism for Optic Online has been the listings. Some bad listings, low energy listings. That was a good one. We won't be hearing any more from our teams until we get to Den, map number 3. But until then, the Search and Destroy and Exposure going to be a big one. What have the Falcons got up their sleeves, in their feathers? What secrets can they divulge for us there to get back into this series? Because, yep, strong start there from the Optic boys. S&D's been good. Overload, a real question mark. The pressure now starting to get to these boys. You know, it's the first LAN of the year, man. First series.
Yeah, having
it's always a hard one.
Out.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, got to see that first map go through, but Exposure is a mystery one. Optic have shown no love towards it, but they don't pick it, they don't ban it. They're just very neutral on it. So we haven't seen Optic play a single Exposure S&D all year, but it's not out of fear for them. So now you're going to LAN. It's a map they seem happy to play on. It just has never worked out. So for Falcons, there's no prep work. There's no homework. There's no concept of what routes are going to be taken, what creative things Optic actually want to throw down. I know if you're in a mystery spot, I mean, that's tough the entire way through. Even the coaching staff for Falcons put a question mark on this one.
Well, I think at this point in time, you just forget about what your opponents could be doing and play your game, start to finish, through and through. Keep those victory conditions in mind and just try to meet them. Overthinking can absolutely paralyze teams and cause so many problems. Shotzi's got bomb. He's gone back for it here in our opening round. They will be on attack first. Falcons, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs. Nobody home just yet.
Well, one of the most dangerous men with the snipe, and he will let it ring out. You got Exnit and Kismet taking a little bit of space on the top side of the map, so Optic have to be careful about a rotation. No map pressure purchased just yet. No trophies in round 1. Always going to be the slow approach. Shotzi finding the route. And he has found his way through.
So far undetected, and now a gentle approach towards what will be the A-bomb site. Difficult spot to plant on. So many angles to worry about, and Pred's timing so unfortunate. They know something's happening now, and in a second, it's game time, boys. Bomb planted, here we go. 40 seconds before it goes boom. Uh-oh.
Easy first blood.
Great first blood. Celium still in the overwatch towards the top side of the bomb site. Gets himself one. Mercules helps out Dashi on the flank. Man advantage Optic.
Easy reads. Celium last man standing to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, and he's making a move for it. Good guns are up, and that is the teamwork from Optic. Infiltrate the bomb site, get the early plant, and walk away with a first blood too.
Yeah, so much confidence on that Chow as well. That's a dangerous moment against Celium, but Dashi super confident in his pistol. He's out there baiting for Mercules as well. And set up the kid for the kill. Mercules, 2-0 start. Got a hot hand as well on map number 1. Things looking good for Optic again on map number 2.
Quick swap of sides here on Exposure. Must be quite a nervy moment for some of our players. Mercury's family in the audience, wherever you are. Yes, it is normally this tense. Here we go. Celium's control account working overtime, one of the most unorthodox players we have in COD history. Kismet, just gets away with his life.
11 HP, 10 more than he needed. Hit the reset button, plenty of time for Falcons to work with. I think that's basically every single nade from Optic down. We're going to be squaring up over towards B. Mercules will be the man to spot this out. If he can get one or just the intel, that's huge.
I think he got the intel. Or maybe not, it's hard to tell. In a prone position now, waiting for the attack. That nade over the top is going to be it. But Kismet strikes a first blood, and now an opportunity to get the plant. Here comes Optic. A very, very quick counter-attack. They're on for the rebuttal.
2 players going to the back hoop, going over top. Exnit the first man intel, but we're soaring, we're flying, and we're staying alive.
The smoke might have been a bit of a dud, and now over the top, we're trying to find something. It's a 1v2 with Dashi now on the flank. A red dot on the mini-map is all you've got to work with. Going for the 1v1, but no help there with the smoke. Falcons answer back 1-1.
Well executed. Kismet finds that first blood. The bomb gets planted 7 seconds later. Very quick on those play calls. And Optic, maybe an opportunity in that 3v4 to clutch up, but Selim was there to shut it down. 4-1 start from him as well. He had 4,400 damage in map number 1. He was shooting his gun, and that is the expectation we have for him. His presence will always be felt.
Luke and Pred, the only players in the game yet to get a kill so far. Dashy there in that last round, a little bit late to the defense of the bomb. Here we go on the attack once again. Optic through the middle of the map this time. Dashy going for the old 1-2 jump there, will snipe the Selim, playing from the stairwell. Not going to expose too much there. You really have to commit to that to get the shot, and it's not going to happen this round.
Yeah, Dashy doing this in a sort of non-traditional way. Instead of being top ring, he's playing it down low, and I was going to say Selim always willing to square up and just get a little bit of that chip damage in, and well, Pred overcommits. A first death for him again.
One of the slickest with it, and now over to the left flank. Hook, what damage into the first man. Can he keep the dance going? Waiting for someone on the flank there. Shotzzy's making his way forward. Dashy saves him over his shoulder, but the trade is still complete. And Shotzzy now on a mission to find the man who got away. Exnid on a run. Selim now making his way back towards the B-bomb site. You are waiting for the objective play still. Falcons.
Yeah, Merc got picked in the meantime, and well, a dropped moment there for Optic. Unless you can spot him through the wall, I think Shotzzy knows.
I think he knows. He does indeed. He must have seen a clipping or something there, but 25 seconds. The round is not over yet. Here comes Selim. Oh, tagged up. Opening damage. Oh! Shotzzy goes high. Optic take the lead.
A little bailout moment. Exnid nearly makes the play. Selim tries to deliver as well, but ultimately the SMGs shut it down. Optic with a nice start, and he'll take the little bit of luck he's got in the series. That P2 spawn, a little bit cheeky rolling through, spotting probably Exnid cheek through the little wall as well. Panning out for him.
You gotta work really hard to be that lucky, man. He's a hard worker. 2-1 to Optic so far. Hook's still yet to get a kill. That's fine.
He's got 300 damage. He's got some assists to his name.
He's doing just fine. Nades through mid. Aren't going to connect to anyone from Optic. That will, though. Oh, Selim catches it. Fragmentation at the start of the round. Not ideal. Close range gunfight. Wow. And that stun connection. That is going to be very, very tough to deal with. A lot of intel passed again. Both those players come up on the other screen.
That's a dagger for stun grenade. That connects with 2, so that's the go button for Hook. He's going on the long flank. He doesn't want to be the first one to engage. Hook wants to take his time, but he's behind enemy lines. Pred though sniffs it out, and you get the team shots rolling through as well. Falcons, I don't think Hook was prepared for 3 of them to be in spawn.
Deep defensively, that is a playbook read there. You knew the man was coming. And now the slow fight forward. Still committing towards the B-bomb site. Optic, Shotzzy not giving it up. Mercury's now oscillating over on the defense. Top window's going to be Dashy. And this is it. A call has been made. The go button is on. Over the top comes Exnid. Massive advantage right now for the Falcons. Ooh. Shotzzy and Merc trying to make something happen. Towards the back, it's going to be Pred on the flank. Last man left alive, Shotzzy. And he is unaware. Mid-map, with the bomb planted now. Trying to find something, and it is going to be a miracle.
Might have fallen off the map there for that little jump cut. I don't know if Shotzzy's movement finally faltered, but whatever happened in the mixiness, you did have Pred finally getting on the board, was sitting on the donut cam. Not only does he give you the first blood, well, he's East Coast to West Coast. He'll find kills in either spot.
Yeah, that round felt like a tale of 2 flanks. He managed to read the Optic play. He managed to deal with that on the other side for the Falcons. A little bit of discourse now, back and forth. As our teams go back and forth, it is 2-2. Going into the next round. Once again, we swap sides. The pressure starting to get to our players. Optic on the attack once again.
Always got to be careful about these nades at the start. With the explosions ringing out, and actually there's really no pressure on defense over towards the B site. And Optic, 4 players on the top side of the map. If they're quick, they will absolutely have the numbers.
Totally different route this time, taking all four of them. They are truly committing to the B-bomb site play. Exley will be on a late flank. We will see him a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, it is a wide open bomb site. Here comes a slow attack now from the Falcons. The opening shots, a little bit more than warnings.
And Dashy's got the pinch. Everyone else from Optic going to be looking forward, but Merc already falls. A huge moment right now for Riyadh.
Got to try to find the opportunity to fight their way through, commit to one of the angles and play for it. Here we go, up over the top. It's going to be Kids of the Trades. Who finds himself two. Exnid can't get it done. Optic take the lead.
And listen, sometimes you want to work it. You want to be a high IQ, intelligent play. Sometimes you have the man advantage, and you just want to play the trade battle. Falcons rolled those dice, and they gambled the round away. Dashy there for the final kill, and a 3v4 clutch in the post plant. That is a huge round from Optic.
Bear in mind, that was a Celian first blood as well. Hook with two. Man, you wanted those. Gets himself on the board in a big, big way. Well, 3-2, first to 6. But we're going slow through exposure.
Someone's got to back up for it. Thank you, Sel. He'll just do everything this map.
He'll do it all. He's about to have a big one. Intel over the top. No information on the first time. I think teammate there might have got it. It was Exnid. And Kismet now waiting for the play through mid. Watch out for the window player. Dashy, they know he's up there. Trophy, great. Smoke now through mid. He should have the A-bomb.
Oh, this is free flanks in either direction. This is great positioning out of Falcons. They tried to get here a few rounds ago. A stun slowed them down. But this is the calculated play. Two guys in zig. Oh, you trade one away, but you got to challenge finish. We're not chasing the trades. We're nervous on the main stage.
Oh, that's a tough one. No trade. No overcommitment, though, from either team. Both of them are going to pump the brakes here, draw a line in the sand and exposure. We might be on for another play.
Might be on for a breakdown. Yeah, we are hunting ghosts. We are looking the wrong direction. And Falcons have now trapped themselves in this room.
And Optic again spreading out. They've got two guns on the back door, continuing the suppression. Shotzi on the left flank. Hoop's going to be on the right. Pred trying to punch a hole through the back, and it's not going to happen. Celium desperately fighting his way forward, and it's down and out to Exnid. The man of the moment now with less than 20 seconds to play. He has got to do something unbelievable. He will not do that. Optic. A gift from above.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit nervy. The idea was there on the jump there for Falcons, but the execution falters. You drop that trade, you're in a 3v4, and then you find 3 players inside of this building. It's fantastic if you're holding the hard point. If you're on offense and S&D and you have to plant, it's one of the worst places you can be. Falcons faltering. Now they're down 4-2.
You're happy with a round like that going your way. Falcons put themselves in an incredible position, just unable to execute. Keep it simple. Keep it clean, keep it easy, and they did not do that. A 3-man conga line now for Optic over towards the B-bomb site, and they will run into Exnid. So far, yet to discharge his weapon.
Oh, he's seen 2 players over here, and yet nobody on the Falcons wrapping back. Hercules and Dash, the AR players toying with the idea, and look at that. Finally, the call the Falcons start wrapping, but now it's the wrong direction. Choppy on the timing, can't get it done. Kismet goes huge. Finds you the first blood, but it's the Optic. They have been dangerous in the 3v4s.
Yeah, real deep defense here for the Falcons. We've seen them do deep offensive lines as well, staying in their spawn until the very last possible second. Giving up a lot of the A-bomb site, giving it up entirely nearly. And Kismet will be the man to check it. Over the top now as well. Pred, eyes on. There's the plant. And oh, wait a minute, they line up for Kiz. It's a big 2. And Dashi now left alone. Can Kismet close out? Yes. Getting the bomb defuse as well. And on a 4 spree, that is a huge gain towards the Hellstorm.
Bulldog's barking, trying to get his team hype in the mix, and Exnid certainly has one of the most interesting monitor setups I've ever seen, but if you're a little bit nervy on the main stage, Kismet is absolutely the guy you want sitting next to you. One of the best teammates you can have, and obviously when he's on 99 Kiz level, he'll get those 3 pieces, he'll get the defuse, he will do it all.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll tell you when he's on that. Oh, we won't have to tell you, you'll see it. Well, 4-3, 1 round separating our teams. Optic still with the lead. Falcons, a nice round like that. I mean, we could be looking at, what, 3-3, 4-4. Once again, this is a very close game of S&D.
Well, Falcons back on the attack. Once again, they're going to be going down low. And Optic are going to hear the nades on that section of the map, and yeah, those green arrows starting to sling their way back just a little bit. Mercury's in the window, a dangerous man to deal with, and Dashy aggressive with the sniper. He will play up on it.
Everyone just waiting for those lanes to start opening up and start flooding players forward, but no one committing too hard.
Bang.
That's a problem. Selling him out of the round. Dashy's first blood splatters, and Shotzi's flank pays off. His old teammate down. 2 men left on the Falcons to deal with.
Oh,
Shotzi makes it one. Map point, Optic.
Yeah, X needed to chase Shotzi in that moment. Had the read on it, but Shotzi good for 2. 5-3 lead, and this is looking like the green wall are going to be happy today.
It's not over yet. Of course, yeah, they threw 6 straight rounds in that previous series. Will that man on your screen let it happen? 7-5 for Mercury's, just north of 1,000 damage in the map so far. 1 more round is all Optic need.
No reason to change anything up. The slow, patient approach has been on point for them. The only rounds they've really lost in the attack is when they get first blooded away from their teammates.
Dashy again with the sniper. He's hitting the first bloods, but he's hitting them from down low. Oh man, yeah, that second one on the 7 would have been unbelievable. So close, but not close enough. Shotzi damaged, will get away with his life. Thinking about the B bomb, but so are the Falcons.
Well, they don't have bomb here, so they're just looking for the kills. Kismet, Shotzi has the opportunity to hunt. You see him just spoking out the cross, and now they got information on 2 different players. So yeah, back on up and work towards A. Everybody on Falcons tucked in their spawn. It is your main AR that is furthest pushed up, and he gets blooded for free.
Yeah, the control there from Mercury's. Take control of that player, take care of business, gives you top mid, gives you the bomb part, and now in the post-bomb position, this is a power spot to be in. Merc with the damage. Slow down Kismet. In the window hop just to make sure no one gets through, but again, good damage. Preds finds his way forward somehow through the smoke, trying to keep this play alive and well. 30 seconds to go.
I mean, we got to actually make a move. Somebody on Falcons, please move out towards mid. Pred finally doing it, but you're getting broken down. Optic, dominant in the 2 maps they have. Pred, nothing you can do here.
It's done. Last man in the middle of the map. Big Brucey puts him on his back with the recon. Optic take a 2-0 lead here at the major. They're all pals of Falcons.
Yeah, and the Falcons for the moment not fighting back. I do not think they are following the game plan bestowed upon them, and even rounds like that in the final. Celium, the most aggressive player on the map, all 3 of his teammates backed up in their spawn, no trades there to be found. Falcons going to need to dig deep because Optic right now, they are just playing clean Call of Duty.
Clean COD. They're not being pressured too much. They're not having to sweat. They're not having to overthink things. Falcons, a couple of dodgy rounds that they certainly gave away. But Optic, hey, it's not too flashy. It is just the job getting done. Clean work there across the board. Everyone pulling their weight, everyone finding their moment. The 6-3, our final score, but a 2-0 lead. Chance, at this point in time, I mean, I'm getting a beverage, I'm hitting the restroom, I'm enjoying myself, going into overload. How do you think Optic are feeling?
Feet up, they're comfortable right now. I mean, no one's having a hard carry. You don't need the pop-off moments. Right now from Optic, it is just every single player doing their 25%. Good enough for easy wins.
Good enough, easy wins. Will it be another easy win? Don't ask us. Ask the day.
It might be a hot 3-0, the way this match is going down right now. Optic in full control. We thought this might be the case, playing on their home turf in front of their home crowd. Shift, what's your takeaway from that search and destroy? Let's start with that game 2.
I think it's just they're playing the search at both polar opposite levels of tempo, getting good control of the map quickly, and then also being very dictative of following up after Dashy clears space with the scope. I think we really saw that a couple rounds in, and then again, near the end right there, just having them hard scope an angle, see if you can pull Riyadh into that space, then Shotzi takes it. It just feels very clinical right now for Optic.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights. And Nameless, I heard in that final round that you had Celium, the furthest pushed up player on the team, everyone else playing back. I feel like that's fundamentally flawed with any Celium team.
Yeah, excellent call by Miles and Chance. Just talking about like that round kind of just shows you the difference in from Riyadh online into here on land. They're all back in their deep base. They don't know what's going on, what space is being taken where. And to me, like as impressive as Optic's been this first 2 maps, Riyad's losing this, in my opinion, more than Optic's winning. This is a way different play style that we've seen from Riyad. Super scared. Early on in this map, you saw Exit. He hit a super deep wide pitch through P4, backed all the way up to his team, trying to retake him. By that time happens, he's in a 1v2 and not involved in the play. Another one, he gets down low bottom window, and he's just trying to stay alive. Usually he's getting loose, and somebody's playing off of that. So for me, this Riyad team, they just need to settle in here on land and show what we saw online here in this map.
For all those nature fans at home, juvenile hawks do not go after other birds. They only pick off small prey like mice. Unfortunately, the Falcons unable to soar in the first half of this series, but there's potentially 3 more games to go, Allie.
I mean, potentially. I mean, with the way Overload's been looking for set of Riyadh Falcons, obviously you'd say they're the stronger team, but when you're already in a situation like this with your backs against the wall, and it's the green wall you're going up against, not only on the main stage, but in the crowd as well, like, this is a tough spot to be in, especially with the way that they're playing. It doesn't feel like anybody's gotten anything going on the side of Riyadh Falcons.
Now, this would be a different story if your hard point wasn't 250 to 135. The first half, it was a 10-point difference, Nameless.
Yeah, and then we get to a P4, and you know, I got pointed out, there's nobody past half map on Optic besides Shotzi because he spawns right next to them on the P4. Probably threw Riyadh off a little bit, the map positioning, and then from there, P4 into 1, into P2. It was a 90-point swing where Optic just took control of the game and Riyadh had no ability to bounce back. So, you know, Shotzi making some plays, maybe getting a little bit of opportunity from the COD gods, but you know, putting his stamp on it when he needed to. And when Shotzi gets going, Alan, it's so difficult to stop.
The other thing about it, and I feel like a little bit of an idiot, I'm sitting here talking about how the SMGs need to start finding more synergy. You forget that you've got a Mercules. Like, that might be all you need.
Yeah, he drops 1,100 damage. Miles calls it, and it was only round 8. He gets it done in Search and Destroy, and we still have more games to go. Before we jump into that second half, we have a very special announcement. It's all about Worlds. That was quick, and we will be there. Ladies and gentlemen, you better head on over to FazeVegas.com, join the email list, and you guys can get your tickets. The pre-sale starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. here in Texas. It's going to be on sale officially 3 p.m. CST. You're going to want to get it because it's going to sell out. Why? We're going to be in Vegas, Alan, and nobody wants to party at a world championship in any place more than Las Vegas.
Dude, we were in Vegas last time around. It was insane.
So
one of the best tournaments that we had, maybe except for the grand finals. But everything else, unbelievable. The space is sick. The venue is awesome. Little teaser on that, but I'm pumped, man. This is going to be insane.
Allie, final shout out before we get back to the casters while the people go to that website down low.
Make sure that you get your tickets because you're going to want to be there. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be fun. We're going to be on the strip. We're going to be doing things I don't know if I can say on broadcast. It's going to be a great time. Make sure you come.
FazeVegas.com is the place to be right now. But if you're here in the venue, lock in because Game 3 is loading up. We send it back over to the casters as the players take the stage.
Arigato, Christopher Pakistan. We go to Den. And look, chance game of Overload. How are we feeling? What's your take? Which way are you dressing?
The team that's up 2-0, that's won very comfortably. Yeah, I think that would be my expectation. Optic able to play right now with all the confidence in the world, zero fear. It is just every single player doing their 25%. It's basically exactly what you want. It's the game plan. It's how you write it down. It is what you expect going into the series.
It's about as clear-cut as it could possibly be. This man is not on the fence at all. And, yeah, can't really fault you for that one, mate. Let's see if the Falcons have got what it takes. The players and the plays that got them here, they have left at home for the time being. Can they find that special stuff just to push the series a little bit forward, just to give themselves a little bit more oomph in the first major of the year?
Yeah, I think the biggest fear for Falcons is the map 4. If they manage to get there, not a fun one in hardpoint. That's Optic's map pick. So I think they're back truly against the wall. You just want to at least be able to fight back and have something positive to take away from the series. Of course, if you pull off the reverse sweep, as good as it gets, but we are one map at a time. We might just be parking the bus here on Den. We're in it for the long haul.
Just like Ted Lasso, you just got to believe sometimes. Our coaches have left the stage, reloading the Overload, map number 3 here. And so far it's been Optic's match all series long. That exposure hardpoint looks good. Raid might be something special, but Falcons have got to pull their fingers out and get things going. Here we go, folks, into Den. Map number 3. Let's get it.
And if you're in it for the hate watch, always keep an eye on the mini-map. Pay attention to the arrows of the Falcons players. Take a look at what they're going to be doing in the long term.
Opening shots. Hoot's going to win the first fight. And he's going to win the next one as well. Uh-oh, that's a lot of kills, and that's an opportunity to grab the EMP and get rolling. The B goal is safe for now. Excellent win his fight. But the next wave of attackers, they're going to be here. The stuns are done. It's just down to the pistols and the rifles.
You're going to be waiting. Hook off spawn is going to be on the top side of the map. Optic want everyone to get in position. Falcons are turtled up, and that just means Optic, well, look a wall, let the guy get in position. Well, good news for Selin. He finds that kill that's going to shut down the push of Optic. Shotzi is so patient right now, waiting for someone to overcommit, but Falcons right now just burning the clock. We are pumped. It is going to be, how many times can we let Hook flank before he finally gets through?
Yeah, this is a generational wall-licking moment. And he sends it. And he doesn't die, which is incredible. Shotzi's still rolling. We're trying to find the opportunity towards A. Go for it, boys. You've got to wide open goal. No one's leaving B, though. So back up from one side of the map to the other. Is this going to pay off? No, the Falcons have not taken the bait. Maybe they haven't noticed. And that's even worse. Here we go. Trying to get the guns hot, trying to get the kills. On the flank is going to be Dashi. Red and dealt with. Is this the opportunity to go?
No, we're playing it patient. We're letting Falcons make the mistake, and Falcons have not overcommitted to anything, and now Mercules has to run for the hills. In terms of device control, Optic, as much and as good as you want it, now you got to be worried about getting caught. Pred's actually in an interesting position. We're jumping away from the device, but they get 2 in the feet. But yeah, Pred's the guy to just break this down. That's device. That's an open goal. Optic, they have dropped the ball. Pred picks it up. First point on the board.
You may never see another score like that. What in the hell? Riyadh take the lead, and now an opportunity to get the rally. They've not got too many men over by the next spawn, and it's gone. That's going to be the kills from Merc. And the attention now towards the A goal. Can they get a column fighting their way forward? Mercules once again on the grab. Back to spawn.
Yeah, I think Optic just juked everyone except for Pred. Everyone else on a different page. And now we're just going to be running it down straight at him. Pred the first one in line to fall.
Here
and Shotzi, well, he's making it through.
Got to make big kills here on the cross. Can Mercules make the dive happen? He's going to back on up. Play it safe. Wait for his teammates. Dashi, great coverage. And the slide is good. Equalizer. Foul.
And this is, I mean, wow. Falcons are a team very willing to turtle as well. Close it up towards the back. Hook, a very difficult man to kill, is going to continue to be a nuisance. It is a low side device spawn. So Hook is just a distraction right now. He is playing an entirely different game.
Well, if Hook gets a kill and he opens up mid, you're able to grab that ball, cut right through the middle of the map and attack the A goal. That might be the play. Optic have got options right now. We're asking for a lot with 2 minutes to go in the first half.
And looking at the minimap, Shotzi might actually be putting his controller down from time to time. Just waiting to pick the device up, but Falcons have zero interest in playing any degree of aggressive.
They're not going for it just yet. Kismet on the old in and out, starting to burn through the numbers here that Optic have got. They're still holding the gate. Optic now on the fight forward. Hook finds the first shot, he sends it. Absolutely change of pace here. Oh dear. Not enough for the big kill though. Exton now fighting his way forward. Able to catch at least one of these players out. Pred on the flank once again through mid-map. You found the kill, you stopped the ball, a minute 25.
Yeah, Dashi trying to slow him down. Gets one there in the feed, but traded out. Pred made it to the spawn. Trades are going to be quick to roll through, and Optic obviously right on top of things off spawn. No open lanes just yet. We finally get to see Falcons on the attack, but Shotzi making it more interesting.
Oh, it's a big win up close. Can Exton keep this foothold that the Falcons have fought so hard for so far? Yes, he can. Desperately trying to not grab the EMP. It will reset soon. They have to touch base on this. Yeah, there it is, right back to this other side of the bottom side of the map, as they're now going to try to make the play once again. Dojo's still hot. No one there on the flank to pick this one up. Shotzi wins it through mid. And this could be another play.
So last man standing. If he gets one, he's happy about his job, but he's going to need to get at least that. No, Merc is going to catch him. Shotzi has made it to the point. He does a little bit of damage. The front line's going to go. Dashi cannot win it.
Wait.
2 more here.
Wait, Hook over the top gets the kill. His teammate on the pickup. The immediate rally. 2-1, Optic.
This is just such a scattered and awkwardly paced. Land always slows things down, and now we have slowed them down to a grinding halt. Falcons might get punished for it. If anybody scores at the end, it's going to be Optic.
15 seconds to go. Who will be going overtime as long as someone's holding on? Mercules! What a kill! Pick up the device. You got the time. Exnid has got to go huge. The dive! 3-1 as the whistle blows.
And I want to see a heat map of that round. It doesn't exist, but if it did, Falcons I mean, they are not particularly interested in leaving their spawn. The single score that they have is basically just Hercules running back and forth across the map, and finally Pred is able to catch him. But outside of that lucky mystery moment, I mean, Optic had just been in full control of this game. And even the scoreboard, Shotzi and Hercules were both 1-1, and Dashi and Hook had 5 and 6 kills apiece. Just different levels of activity right now between these two teams.
Well, you got a great awareness of the objective of the device. The EMP's getting run around very well. Outside of the first score, the Falcons got, they've been on the back foot. And a massive play though from Optic. Again, Hercules, it's possession. They've got control of the device. They can do what they want with it. They're forcing the Falcons to make the move and come to them. And as soon as they get them in a weakened spot, bang, they pounce. Here we go, second round.
And on this map and in this game mode, by the way, 2 and 6 both got interesting timing, but it is very difficult to make comebacks. And if Falcons are so turtly, if they're the ones forced to push the issue, it's just going to be an uphill battle form, and Pred's behind you. But just looking at the mini-map, Optic are just in control.
It doesn't matter if Pred's here for now. He's still got to play a long game. These are nice kills. From X, he's still going to get rid of the man in the middle of the map, and that is Hercules, and he is down and out finally. So now you've got some space to play with for the Falcons. Shotzi has to win his battle on the B goal. Does indeed. Here comes the device in the hands of Celium, still trying to make something happen.
Well, where do the Falcons want to go? Pred's opening up the top side of the map, instant death, and well, now you're hoping for a miracle. Celium pistol in hand, he's lethal with it, but you just feel like you're a man down. Cell trying to get active, but he's going to falter, and that was Falcons' only hope.
That's 2 big kills. Pred's got to hold the line himself now. Oh, he's down and out. Spawners now quickly flood through. Hold on to the A goal. Try to plug up that space they've just opened. Dashi now with the rock on the way back.
Yeah, and Shotzi's already taken so much space on the top side. He has found the route through, and he did so unspotted, unchecked, and he can calm where Pred is.
Here we go. Infoed it forward. Dashi wins the fight against Pred. That's an open lane. They could send it forward now. One more gunfight is all shots he needs, and he's got it. We could be looking at the 4th coming through. Dashi on the charge. Exit brings down 2. Can he find the 3rd man? No. Shotzi's still going. Pred with a save. Hook through the window down. Falcons save it there.
Well, 3:15 is how much they have to work with in the half. They're down by 2. They're going to have to force the issue now.
He's trying to get slick with it. There's Exit on the flank. Starting to feel the pace start to pick up. Hook from spawn. As the Hellstorm just scatters above. Going to slow them down just a touch. That device is still going to be hanging out. Merc doesn't connect to anyone, but he forces everyone from the Falcons inside.
No, he's in the corner. Nice win there from Hook, gets traded out. Now you got Merc taking a deep bounce, and hey, shot punch, it's an old trick, but Merc, he learns them quick.
Chelsea, he's got by. Kismet fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in that situation, and now back towards the middle we go. 2 minutes and 30.
Jeez.
Big kills out of Optic. Map control theirs.
Dashi's pistol has been on point this game, and I mean, now Falcons, I'm looking at mid-map. Exnit is just turtle up. I mean, he's reading the pressure correctly, but you're down by 2. You have to be the one to make a play. It's a nice start, but we're still working towards that device. Falcons struggling to get control.
This is the thing, you can still get a capture with all these Optic players up, but they have pulled back. Defensive hold now, 2 minutes to go. Nice set of trades there, but Optic, they're going to come out on top. Hello. Howdy doody, my name's Pred. I'm somehow still alive. Hungry for a few more. Minute 50. Optic are still holding the line in mid. Now they've completely pulled back to the courtyard.
And they're, I mean, spinning in circles, worried about the pinch. Someone's got to pick up the device. It's Celium that's going to grab it, and now you got to flow through the bottom side.
How much damage can they get done? Shotzi. Oh, what a snap! 3rd man is going to be the carrier, trying to fight his way in. Celium gets a big kill. Can he get another? No way! The dive is not good enough for the goal line. Save from Optic. Out they go.
Shut him down, and now where do you want to go with the device? 2 players on the top side of the map, and I mean, we're spreading the map like we're playing S&D. The more time Optic wastes in this moment, the better.
There's a minute and 14 seconds left of this series. And Hook, oh, what a fight. The B goal is open, nobody home. This is going to be goal number 4. Hercules drives it home. No good on the save. Top spawn now, opportunity for a rally.
Yeah, the Falcons are just looking god-awful right now. They are not in the right spots, anywhere near the right time, constantly getting shot in the back, and no amount of oomph, no pep in their step. They are getting slaughtered, they are getting bodied, and they are staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0.
That is their 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. Hook He's got the spawners now trapped. There's an opportunity for another one here, as Optic have come to life in this series. A difficult run up to the major. But this first round matchup has treated them very well.
I mean, quick, clean, and easy. And again, everybody doing their 25%. Hook maybe had a 0.8 KD walking into this map. Well, it was just his turn to fry. 27 kills for the moment, but nonetheless, the green wall eating good tonight.
That is it, folks. Final few seconds. We can make it official. It is a 3-0 Optic Texas. We saw very, very little of the Riyadh Falcons on the build-up to this major. One of the strongest teams coming into it, a high seed, and they have been cut to ribbons by our hosting squad.
Online versus LAN, a different game when the lights are on like this. Optic, comfortable, they are so happy to be home.
Oh, that's clean as it can get. The Search and Destroy was great with the first map. That was the real difference. We had to see some actual heroics out of the Falcons. That was their map pick. They wanted that Colossus and they got it, and Optic ran them home. SD very strong, and the overload game just start to finish, magical stuff. Again, signs of life, opportunities there from the Falcons that, Preds taking goals that were very, very hard to stop. And unreadable, if you will, by the Optic boys, but not good enough. 3-0. Arguably the first upset of the tournament, chance.
No, definitely not. Absolutely not an upset in any way, shape, or form. We've just been waiting for Optic to reach their level. Getting a little bit better in the scoreboard, obviously. Looking great for them. Everybody doing their job, and an extra tip of the cap there to Hoop.
Lovely look across the stats. Nothing crazy, man. I mean, Hoop just put up big damage. Dashi alongside him there. I think Bruce might be the most dangerous EMP runner in the league. Just because of his pistol. Just because of his pistol. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a great assessment.
I think it's
I love
a smoking hot take, right, boys and girls? Well, 4-1, the final score 3-0. No overtime, no shenanigans, no nothing. They're in overload. 2 very clean rounds from Optic. 4-1, the final score. Not going to be seeing that exposure hard point. Happy to see that result, especially based on the online play. Optic, a very, very good start to their very own major. Any parting words, chance we throw it to our mates on the desk?
I'm terrified for the Falcons long term, and from Optic, obviously, all the things you were looking for, the energy, Shotzi improving, all the things coalescing. Team's looking great.
Glad you said Shotzi. He's on stage with Blaze right now.
I certainly do have him, Miles. Everybody show some love to Optic Texas. A 3-0 victory here on the main stage, Shotzi. Talk to me about how you feel getting this win, because these guys came in and they felt like they could take you down on home turf, but it was a quick 3-0. What was the game plan?
The game plan, I mean, just keep it simple, man. Just keep doing us. I mean, my teammates are fucking amazing. We just stuck to our game plan, and yeah.
And it worked out for you guys, okay? Everything that y'all wanted to do, y'all got done in this series, and y'all got the hometown crowd on their feet and cheering for y'all throughout the entire series. Now, when it comes down to you and the boys, I know you guys want to come out here and get another chip, but talk to me about, how does it feel to be back at home after being back-to-back world champions? Because it's been a while since y'all been in Texas. How is it being in front of these fans?
Oh, it's amazing. Every single time we play against or play with the Green Wall, it's always amazing. Kind of like we said, we're back on land. So we have the home crowd cheese, so let's get it.
Let's get it. Now, lastly for you, what do you want to say to these fans as you guys get a day off tomorrow, you get to prepare and figure out who that next matchup is going to be?
I know online we don't look at ourselves right now, but hey, trust me, we got it. Don't worry, boys, we got it.
You heard them, they got it. Next time we'll see them is for the ring ceremony on Saturday, so make sure you guys make it here to Moody Coliseum. One more time, everybody, give it up for Optic Texas.
What a first match there for Mercury's parents to watch in person. A 3-0 over a top 3 seed coming into the event. Optic with a statement win shift.
I mean, that is just business as usual, it feels like, for Optic. Just getting in, taking care of business, putting themselves in front of the green wall, cleaning up. That was perfection.
Allie, I was a little worried about Hook after the first game's numbers. He didn't have to get too involved. Game 3, his impact was felt.
I remember seeing that too and just be like, Hook's vibing in the search and destroy. He doesn't have to do a whole lot. When all your teammates are dropping 8s across the board and being consistent, I mean, you don't really need to make up for any ground. But that map number 3 was a big Hook map for me. I felt like he really took over, and not only that, saved them in a couple of situations that could have gone bad.
Optic playing with the upper hand early, and they take it to full advantage. Walk me through the pivotal plays throughout this one, Nameless.
Yeah, so early on, sort of a possession battle. Optic had the ball for the first 2 minutes of round number 1, and Pred makes a heads-up play, steals the ball from behind him and scores, and you could see, how Riyadh wanted to play this. They wanted to play super slow. Optic were up 2-0, momentum was flying, and Optic had to adjust, okay, we're going to play this game with y'all. We're going to slow it down. We're not going to give you any free kills, and, you heard Miles Chan talking about it. They're licking the wall. Well, Optic was like, all right, you guys will make a mistake, and as soon as that happens and we get a lead, you're never taking it back, and it's exactly what Optic did. That's the most impressive thing to me in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the numbers before we loaded into this series that Riyadh likes to play the possession game, likes to control the tempo. It doesn't matter how many scores they get. They're just looking to make sure they keep the game in front of them. And eventually, like you mentioned, Optic is able to essentially say, all right, bet, we'll play that game. And then you start to get individuals forcing plays. That's kind of what it felt like almost like the Falcons were losing trust in one another a little bit when it started to get I dropped over towards rooftops and, oh, shoot, I'm all the way over here by 10. It's
you
just
get desperate. As time starts to wind down and however you practice, we're just going to play slow and keep the game close and the opportunities will come. Well, Optic didn't make any mistakes, so those opportunities aren't going to come later in this game. So well done.
Allie, I think the scariest number on the scoreboard was the fact they held Celium to 1.3 kills per minute.
Yeah.
How can any other team replicate the performance we just saw from Optic? How do you shut down a player like Celium?
I mean, just making them uncomfortable in their own situations, right? I think you guys both touched on it great. If Riyadh was trying to play it slow, and basically what Optic did was like, okay, that's fine. We're going to keep you at the 25-yard line, and we're going to keep fighting you until somebody makes a mistake. And once you make the mistake, they're going to capitalize on it, and that's how you beat a team like that. That's trying to control the pace.
We put Celium up against Mercules and our players to watch, and I think it's safe to say Mercules wins the stat battle. But who gets your scum play of the game? Merc has to share it with Shotzi. It's their Game 1 performance. Let's take a look at the dynamic duo. The youngster playing alongside Mr. Three Rings.
I mean, the thing about this is what you want if you're an Optic fan. Get Shotzi on a small map and let him do Shotzi things. And we saw that. Ant, you call out the spawn, but taking advantage of the situations that are in front of you is something that we always have given credit to Shotzi for. It also helps on the backside that Mercules is just takeover mode, goes into some unbelievable individual moments, and just sets the tone on rotation, locks down spawns, allows Shotzi to do Shotzi things.
Also, I wouldn't necessarily say Mercules won the matchup against MC. MC was fighting for his life out there, bro, first couple maps. But yeah, this is a Riyadh team. They got to bounce back, man. They showed us so much online. To fall flat like that is a disappointment. But hey, they got losers bracket.
Optic powers forward. Riyadh has to play for their spot in the top 8, and they will start the day in the elimination bracket tomorrow. So, Allie, how do we feel about the elimination bracket and how it's shaping up after 3 matches?
I think it's shaping up pretty good. To be honest, Koi versus Heretics can be really fun. We get to see Real versus Miami once again. Carolina, I mean, I hate to do this to Surge, but they essentially get kind of another go, another shot here to warm themselves up in that elimination bracket. And then Falcons and Cloud9. That's a really big opportunity for Cloud9 with the way that Falcons are looking right now. That could be a series that could go game 5 for sure.
Did last time.
Yep.
FaZe or G2 will fall to play Boston, and that is the final winners bracket fight of the night. On the other side, stay tuned. Vegas putting on a show in front of the fans.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks to 4 and Snoopy. Come on, what's the mole? But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Sykes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Okay. I knew we were coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
He's inner sword. I went left. Oh, pinch left.
Yeah, this one, the back.
I'm waiting.
Renko, they're already there. Super dead.
Nice, 3-2.
I'll try. Nice, go. For the game.
Boom. What exposure.
8-0.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Creo además que Pikul tiene unas palabras especiales que dedicar. ¿Qué les quieres decir a la audiencia en el día de hoy?
I just want to say, I lived 2 great years in the league. I love all of you, even the Greenwall fans, you know, love all of you. We make COD so much special. It's so nice to have it aquí en España. Vamos a todos, hola a las familias. Vamos Heretics!
4-3 in game 5. Oh no! 4v2.
For, right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's
it's
that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look at the cash that.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, bomb, one shot.
Heard you.
Oh, bomb dead.
Nice, good job.
Oh, bomb dead. The bomb.
I'm bomb, one shot. Do you want bang? One bang. Nice.
One square. Drop on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice. Last guy broken.
Bring me. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys. Nice.
Is everyone
They're mindful. They're fucking mindful. Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping dead. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
Nice pickle. Right by Jen. Pickle's like close as on you somewhere. He's on the door. Pickle's gonna be close. Yep. Alright. Oh my god.
Come on. Good game. Like that.
That Dante takeover.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
Oh, we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
And you both just died to it. It was awesome.
Oh no, mamma mia! Oh my god! Mamma mia!
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Wow! You are him.
Oh no!
How about you both? Yeah, perfect.
One's go front door, you guys.
Front door.
Hold front.
Back door. One shot. Back right. Back.
And inside calls game.
Come on, baby!
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subbiner slid on through.
On bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
One's left.
Hey, I'm cutting in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
RCXD out. Yo, these RC cars, please. I don't care if you get a fucking RC car, you do not call it in, bro. Ignore the thing. Do not call that goddamn car in.
Sitting back. It just doesn't feel good. They've been able to clean up one. Scrap. It's just waiting. No way.
Oh my god. All right, well.
Oh.
Chat, don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that.
I mean, maybe you can ego chow at times, some teams, if you're FaZe, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's two that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
The first Black Ops 7 major of the year kicks off right now as we are going into the fourth and final match of the winners bracket night. For the first time, though, this will be Chris Lair, aka Simp, aka the CDL GOAT, playing without a BZ or Celium, as FaZe has a brand new roster. Welcome in. We've got Chance join us here at the desk with Rosalie and Nameless, and I want to start with you, Chance.
Heck yeah.
Did you expect tonight to be as fast as it is?
Yes, I mean, quite genuinely. I think the LAN and the lights are really showing out. I mean, so many of these veteran players, the world champs that enjoy the stage so much more, these are all the guys that have risen to the occasion, and FaZe is a team that has a few of them.
FaZe gets into this one as expected, but G2 kind of slipped in under the radar. We're going to talk about them in a moment, but let's start with the favorites in this matchup. Why does everyone love FaZe Vegas right now, Alley Cat?
Probably because they're fantastic and their jerseys are pink. I mean, how could you not love it? No, on a real note, I mean, you got Simp. I mean, it's hard not to root for the guy. I mean, his come up has been unbelievable. His consistency of just being the best player in the game is also unbelievable. And their turnaround from the start of the first couple of weeks is fantastic. They had a little bit of a slow start. They were a new team. They were trying to figure it out, trying to gel it together. And now it feels like nobody could really beat them. I mean, you talk about a team, you know, favorites coming into the weekend. This is probably the team you're feeling most comfortable picking for a win.
And we said that Paris was the best hardpoint team. How far ahead is Vegas in Search and Destroy?
Oh, pretty far ahead. Did you see that graphic? About first in everything. And, you know, it's like some historic numbers, too, with room for improvement.
Yeah.
I believe they're like 8th or something in opening duels, but they're winning those rounds at a 90% clip when they do get that opening fight win. Attacking's insane. #1 in retake. Like, this feels like a traditional FaZe team. They lock down the Search and Destroys, and they're well-rounded in hardpoint and overload. This roster has really delivered, and in particular, in the Search, it's been a Booza with the sniper, like taking people out left and right. The dynamic is there to win championships.
Simp staying alongside Drowsa. They bring in 2 of the players from Vancouver, and this one has been popping off.
I mean, he's been balling out in for Abuza. Something he's spoken about in interviews is he loves a good professional environment. He wants a good practice room. It is an element where he thrives in, and FaZe has been bringing exactly that, and Abuza has stepped it up. He's always been a good watch, always been a fun player, and now he's kicking it up and kicking it up and kicking it up. Now he's looking like one of the best in the game.
73% non-traded in Search and Destroys. The man has been able to take over. His sniper rifle has been one of our favorites as well.
100%, and it's not even with the sniper. It's just as an AR, as a player in general, you know, you were put on this team kind of replacing Celium, who was somebody who's laying down the damage, and you're matching it perfectly. In fact, you're doing better than he is doing at the start of this season. It's all you can ask if you're a FaZe fan.
That is FaZe. They are a top 4 seed coming into this fight. On the other side, you have G2 Minnesota, who barely snuck in. They did it with a losing record, but they got here at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the road. Nameless. Yep. It hasn't been pretty, but when they win, Kremp has had some takeover maps. What else have you seen from Minnesota in 2026?
Yeah, well, they just beat FaZe. Obviously, FaZe played them on some of their stronger maps, but Sky's had an awesome performance in that series, particularly in the Game 2 Search and Destroy. But yeah, talking about Kremp a little bit, as you mentioned, I mean, the guy's unreal. 1.2 in Search. He's been popping off. I think he's 2nd overall in Slayer rating, which just means this guy, at any moment, at any time, can take over a map. It's a gritty team, and they ended the stage stage with a win over Toronto and FaZe. So they are truly the definition of a dark horse.
Do you think Colossus got through in the best of 5 today? Did you play Kremp on his best map?
It absolutely did not. They're 5-1 on it. They've gotten it in half of their series. It's unbelievable that teams keep squaring up, but no, it's going to get taken out. FaZe, they do not play games on land.
Now, Ali, we wanted to rule out Mamba back at EWC. He was a rookie coming in, having to play against the FaZe team when he was on Omit Brooklyn. Mamba was able to perform under that pressure in Saudi. Now he is ready to perform on land. But if you're looking at the SMGs, these are the two players to watch without a doubt.
100%. And when you look at this comparison, like the biggest thing when I look at this is that I know Kremp can hang with Simp. You know what I mean? The only thing is, it's just his ceiling is so high, but it's the consistency. It's if he can do it against a team like FaZe Vegas on land, if he can pull out that start early in the series in that one where they don't go down. Where Simp, you know what you're getting out of this guy. Like it is rare. It is a blood moon for this guy to have a really bad series. And so you know what you're getting out of him. You don't know what you're going to get out of Kremp.
FaZe the favorites, Minnesota the underdogs. So let's tell that underdog story. Nameless, I know you've given up on Minnesota. They broke your heart too many times last year and the year before this. But if they're going to make you proud, how would they do it today?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the last time, right? Like, you look at it, they win a close search and destroy where they were able to deal with the sniper from Abuza, and then we get to that overload, and it's a tight one, back and forth, all the way down to, like, the final kill in OT. So they just have to stay poised, and you need Skies and Estriel to play like they did in those last 2 series.
Finish your game 5s. That has been the difference of a top 4 seed for Minnesota. We'll see if they're able to force a game 5 in this series, taking on a FaZe Vegas squad that is very much in form. You see the numbers, you've seen G2, but what's the monster pregame if you want to see a FaZe victory?
Listen, I just think after this series, we're going to be talking about how Simp might just be the best player in the game. I think they get to do whatever they want as long as they bring that structured sort of gameplay into it. If they follow the game plan, they're going to be just fine.
Listen, if you want like something bad about FaZe, maybe it's their hard points a little mid right now. Overall in the season, it's 5-5, but then you look at just January alone and it's 5-1. So it's like you want to point out maybe the little discrepancies in the statistics, but like there's really not much you can do.
There's no massive weakness for FaZe besides maybe the veto process when it gets to overload. They pretty much have to auto-ban Scar, so it puts them in a situation where now I believe they're going to be playing Den, the only overload that G2 has ever won. So that's the one thing you would say for FaZe, that they might need to clean up and expand their map a little bit in overload, but you still feel confident about them.
What's the possibility that the great Looney has been holding a map, keeping hidden strategies, waiting for Major 1? 0%?
I'm going to go with low just because they've played every single map in this series on the side of G2. I mean, it's not a bad map set for G2 either. Like 0-1 on Black Hardpoint, okay, whatever. But like everything else they've got to win on. Den, the only thing is they've played it 4 times in a row in their past 4 series. They're split 2-2 there. So it's not really a bad layout for either team.
All right, we've got a lot of time here as the players are still on stage getting set up. So can we go back and talk about the online matchup? Because if you're G2, you're going to try and just go back to that moment, relive it again. What went well in that series? Can you walk us through it, Chance?
Well, even historically, not even from that specific series, Estriel is a player that has always thrived against FaZe. Even last year, he was one of 2 players that had a top-notch KD. It's literally Scrap and Estriel are the 2 guys that can go toe-to-toe. He's an incredibly high IQ SMG player. When he struggles, huge problem for G2, but when he's at his best, and lately, he has been heating up. He has that takeover performance, and Kremp is the exact same thing. Both SMGs with that pop-off potential. If they bring their A game, we're going to have a battle.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think for that series, the story was FaZe playing them on their best maps. I mean, we saw the raid S&D, still went to around 11, and then we saw the overload gambling a little bit there, one score, and then Colossus was the map 4. So, you know, it's hard to evaluate and predict based off of that series because FaZe clearly had an objective going into it. But yeah, at least what it tells us is what Chance said. They can shoot with FaZe. Like, that's not a massive issue.
Right.
It's just the map pool depth. I'm not sure if it's all the way there for G2.
I like that take because it's also a situation where it's like we saw the Skies that we were waiting to see from G2. Like this was like one of the first series where we were like, Skies is back. You know, like he's laying down some numbers. It's making it easier for the rest of the team. Estriel also didn't have that great of a series versus them. It was actually Skies and Kremp that stepped up. And on the flip side for FaZe, I mean, Draza had a 0.7 in that series, a 0.4 in the search and destroy, just couldn't get anything going. So when one of your ARs is struggling that bad, obviously you're going to get a result like you got.
If FaZe are the best search and destroy team and a team that's capable of winning game 5s, you can't play them in a game 5. So Minnesota looking to get it done with an overload win. If we get to that map 3, when we get to that map 3, who is the top performer in that game mode in particular?
Well, probably Krem for G2 if that's where you're going to be looking. But that's why, again, if they bring their A game, you're still having to battle against Simp, who, again, I'm expecting at the end of the series to be talking about how he might just be the best in the world. So
you think
I
he's about to
anything,
drop 40 type chance? Like, you think he's about to just start balling on them? That's how you're talking right now.
The hard
you think
points
he's about to start hooping?
No, I think the hard point's not going to go long enough for him to drop 40. I think FaZe are just going to end it too quick.
Let's take a look here. We've got some more numbers, and this is a showdown we're looking forward to. Which one is it? How about we roll it back? It's the Abuza versus Skies. Skies, of course, a world champion. He did it with the subliner. Abuza, been to multiple grand finals, still without a trophy.
Don't show me the previous matchup.
Would you like a nameless nugget? Remember we were calling those?
Yes.
Got one. Hold on, that was a pause. That was crazy. Listen, Skies is actually #1 in open goal win percentage. So when he gets in that early fight, he's winning it at a high clip. So look out for him with the sniper, especially when he gets to the search and destroy. But he's delivered there, and this is a good battle. Two of the best snipers that we have here in the CDL, Skies and Abuza, respectively.
So, Ali, you hate these most recent numbers from the matchup that we're about to see. So what numbers do you want to call out in particular? I see your book over here. I see it highlighted.
I already called them out.
Are you saying that Skies overperformed in that individual series and you can't expect that out of him today?
I'm just saying he hasn't been consistent enough for us to expect that out of him on main stage once again, because what we have seen from G2 is falling short, not over exceeding what we expect our expectations. And versus FaZe, yes, that was a really good series online, and I hope it happens again on main stage. I'm just not putting that much merit in it because of a 0.7 out of Draza.
Nobody's been perfect. I mean, they beat FaZe and then Toronto. That's all you can really ask. Found themselves a winner spot. But yeah, I mean, at this stage of his career, Skies isn't dominating every series, but he has turned it around, and we have to give credit where credit's due.
It's been the closest start to a season we've ever had here at the CDL. Let's remind you all where we're at in the bracket. It's day 1. We started with your top 8 seeds. The bottom 4, well, they only get 1 life in the elimination bracket, and that's where we start tomorrow. If you missed it earlier, Toronto Koi fell to Paris Gentlemates in the first fight of the night. That means we will have Koi versus Miami to open the day. We got Royal Ravens taking on Surge. We'll have Boston playing the loser of this matchup. And of course, Falcons will get their shot against New York's Cloud9.
I mean, it's shaping up to be great. It's shaping up to be good. I kind of wanted to go back one more thing as well and just be like, I want us to really be putting gas on Abuza right now. I really want to, just the numbers he's been putting up and how he's been playing, like, I really want to give him flowers where credit is due, because there was a time when we were like, oh, he's an onliner, like, let's see what he does on LAN, then he performs on LAN, and then he's put on this FaZe Vegas team. They start struggling at first. You're calling out a foreign Abuza. The way he's been playing, that's also why I didn't like the comparison too much. Because I was like, yes, Skies played well in that matchup versus Zen, but Abuza overall, I feel like he's incomparable to a lot of the ARs in the league right now. I think he's one of the best.
He's top 2 in the league in KD. You're right. He is frying right there alongside Sib. Skies unable to live up to that hype. Is Mamba the guy you need to drop more damage, or is Skies today for the ARs on Minnesota side?
Well, Mamba's the guy that I'm most worried about, because I think we've seen a handful of these sort of fresher faces in the league on the day. First experience on LAN. We're no longer in our bedrooms. It's getting a little bit spookier. So I think if he sort of steps up to the plate, I got full faith in his teammates, then you're going to have a good series. But I don't know. If there's any bit of nerves, if he crumbles even a little bit, I think G2 are going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, I mean, and Mamba's, he probably hasn't had the hottest start that he would have liked coming into the season. But, you know, like we said, they steadied that ship in the last 2 series.
Yeah.
So, you know, for him, it's just about, like, he's got to be putting down that damage, finding the kills, and keeping pace with the SMGs on this team. If he does that, they have a chance to series.
They must have been discussing a lot of stuff on that stage, but the good news is they are ready to go. Are you guys ready to lock in your pick'ems?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Scuff Pick'ems are live. Rosalie at 30 and 15. Do us the honors and go first.
I'm going with Vegas FaZe for sure.
How many maps?
Ooh, 3-1. 3-1. I'll give him 1.
Nameless?
Yeah, I'll go with a Game 5. Mini can win Game 5. FaZe Vegas.
It's been 3-0s. I feel the 3-0s continue. I got the pink team doing it quick.
That is the correct answer. FaZe 3-0.
We're all going FaZe, which means it is a G2 upset incoming as we send it down to the stage with Blaze.
I'm ready to get this one rolling, Chris. Everybody, it's the last match of the day. One more time, Texas. You ready to go? I appreciate y'all so much, and this series is about to deliver. Both these squads ready to go all in. And the first team coming to the stage, get ready to make some noise for Minnesota.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
Big step into the stage, get loud for G2. Crimp, Skies, Mamba, and Estriel. This team is strong, resilient, and unpredictable. Don't count them out or they gonna rock your world.
Blaze set that up perfectly. You cannot count this team out. They find themselves in Game 5 all the time, looking to close these out on land. They just beat FaZe Vegas a couple of weeks ago, and they're looking to do it again. One of the most exciting teams to watch in the CDL. Excited for them to take the stage.
Man, I am so ready to see these guys play their next opponent because it's a rematch that we've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the first time this weekend. Here comes Vegas.
They ain't ready for you. 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 It's your time, better go get it. No slow with it, move like you're so in it. Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it. They ain't think you had the guts, now they know really, man, you better come with it. You ain't playing no games with them. Your homeboy gave up, you ain't changed with him. Do it right, cause you never switch lanes with him. You gotta fight for the goal, just play with it, hang with it. You're not down, no shame in it. But you gotta raise up with a flame in you. Put your fist in the air, let's push till we down to the victory, yeah. We can picture it, yeah, let's go. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Y'all better be ready, because here comes FaZe Vegas. 04, Simp, Draza, and Abuza. Ready to go all in. These boys are no strangers to the big bankrolls and bright lights. FaZe Vegas, ready to steal the show.
Listen, I guess you can change the colors, you can change the players, you can change the branding, you can change the opening, you can change the city, and what doesn't change is Vegas FaZe being one of the best teams in the game. And after this major, could be in that conversation. You've already got Chris Slayer, he's already gonna get you through the first couple of rounds, but the biggest focus is on 04 and Abuza and what they can truly do for this team on land. I just know we're gonna close out this day strong, guy.
Oh, we're gonna close it out so strong, Allie, all right? The stage is on fire. Both these squads have been waiting for this rematch, and we're gonna see who got what it takes to do it on land. So without further ado, Merc, Maven, let's get it.
Let's get it. Listen, no stranger to the fact that we're boys with Crowder, right? I texted him this morning. I was like, bro, I'm going to drop kick you if you play Colossus map 1. Because they did it in their last matchup. It's been so good for G2. And his response at first was like, bro, like Skies was better than Simp that day, which isn't going to be common. But then he's like, no, we're not going to play it. I was like, all right. Because you and I have talked so much about it, like in other matchups with them. Like, it's the one hard point. I'm just not scoring up with him.
Well, I mean, yeah, just vetoes in general this year. And just like some teams are kind of going for it. Not really, I mean, playing to maybe their map pool a little bit more than sort of taking your opponents out of it. But yeah, not going to happen at the major.
Yeah, not going to happen at the major. We're going to kick things off with Blackheart. You know, heard early it was one of the better hard points for FaZe. You know, it wasn't in the game. They were frustrated about that, but now back in, and we can see what they're capable of there as we get into it. When you saw the full map breakdown, and having what they played a couple weeks ago, was there anything super surprising to you?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, you just don't have Colossus hardpoint in, right? So that it's just a question of where do G2 want to go. But I mean, FaZe, their strength always is sort of their map pool. They work on it all year long. They play everything. But on the side of G2, you're just, yeah, I mean, you're trying to carry the momentum off the last 2 series, right? You lose 3 Game 5s in a row in the middle of your stage, and then we're like, so what's going on here? Is it the same G2? Yeah. But then you get a big win over FaZe, you end it with a 3-0 over Koi, and we're like, uh-oh, here we go. Can they keep it clicking now into LAN?
Honestly, it's a similar conversation than with FaZe. You know, you have a new roster, Search looks good, Hardpoint's questionable, and we're like, uh-oh. But then, you know, I hear the practice is going really well. They've been working really hard, and over these past couple of weeks, it seems the respawns, well, Hardpoint specifically, they're starting to vibe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that sort of Optic series stands out. A lot of pressure. Obviously, you have a Luka as a sub now, and a lot of pressure on Draza, and then he just starts to go crazy. And then since then, yeah, they have been flowing. But this was a rematch in the map number 1. It was a very close game. It was like 250 to 220, but Abuza was the key for FaZe. They were like 2 minutes in the hill and goes clutch to end the game. We'll see if you're going to get that out of him today, because, yeah, it was a very pedestrian series from some of the other guys on the team.
We kick it off on the ship. We go to Blackheart, and we'll get right into the fray. This map has been a fun one. I mean, it is fast, it is rotation heavy, it's got a little bit of everything that you want. But definitely, yeah, some pressure on Dross for sure. I mean, in interviews and stuff, he didn't seem like he's getting phased by it. Like, he never has seen phased by much with the trash talk that he'll receive, but he's gonna try to step up. And a guy that's been pretty lights out across all modes, Simp, I'm sure we'll see plenty of him.
Yeah, starting off with 2, but you get a nice break there if you are G2. So into this early time, Simp didn't wait for his teammates off a spawn. Droz is gonna get picked. So you're a little bit staggered right now. You see where Droz spawns, so you're kind of hitting this from multiple directions right now if you are G2, or if you are FaZe. G2 though, playing for those P2 side spawns.
Nice gunfight win there from Estriel. Well, Droz will actually get it as well as he falls off, so both credited with 1. Next hardpoint about to pop, and in position is G2. Simp's gonna lose his gunfight on the top side. To follow that up will be Droz, but their push has been kind of picked apart on both ends of it, at least early on. They're gonna wait for their players off spawn, but if they lose 2, it's gonna continue to be staggered. So with what, about 15 seconds off of this, you haven't had a real effort at the hard point yet.
Down. You have to slow down the middle of the map right now if you're a FaZe. You're just going 1 by 1. Not everybody is spawned up. You do block though, so Krem's gonna spawn out. So you actually have a 3 versus 2. Leave a little bit of luck on your side, and while you're gonna find a break, because yeah, it just felt like you could not get a 4-man push. G2 were doing an excellent job pushing out, finding 1, making it messy. But with Krem spawning out, FaZe now inside the hardpoint.
No, good job there. Like you said, just taking your time. Hey, like the hardpoint records, you see them there, pretty similar, both sitting around like 500. I think it's just like the FaZe start was so brutal that it was a massive turnaround.
Well, and also, again, G2.
5 of their 7 wins are Colossus.
Yeah, so just talking about map pool, a big weakness right now for G2.
Map pool, I mean, it's not as big of a deal maybe right now as it is at the end of the year, but as you said, it's something teams work on all year, and usually who wins the final couple tournaments, it's a map pool thing, or at least a big part of it. Early in the hard point. I was gonna say, Simp has got to watch literally every angle as he was getting collapsed on, but all kills gonna spawn people out right now. 0-4 not able to walk away with anything too wondrous, so again, an early setup here from G2. It seems like FaZe earlier are going to rely on breaks, grouping up and looking for another one here, just due to the position, spawning G2 out parallel again. But Skies is double at range, huge. Crimp is able to get 2, and that's a nice job, right? You thought you had numbers if you were FaZe for a second.
You had the spawns, that was really the key. I mean, you always had 1 more alive, and that gave them the spawns for FaZe, and then you were able to hold on. So now with 10 seconds, FaZe do break through. Do they get the spawn outs though? They do. So you're gonna see them flying across the map, trying to find the last 2 players in Skies and Mamba. Simp and 0-4, that is their job, as they are on the hunt right now.
Draza spawning out far. Same can be said for a G2 player as well. G2 winning some huge gunfights near the point again. Not a massive lead, but just feels like they've had a little more control early in hard points.
And I mean, Skies, he was so good versus FaZe, and that was a big surprise, right? You heard the desk talking about it. Can he do that again? Already 14-6 from him.
I wonder what it is about this match.
I don't know, but he's going crazy.
He doesn't have that many like takeover series these past couple of years, but yeah, for whatever reason, he feels real comfortable in this one. Maybe what could have turned into a double for Simp is a double for Kremp and Mamba. The sliding is there, the lead is building, up 50 and progressing it. Where your 1 AR is really shining in Skies. Abuza is flatlined right now, 6-13. He's got to get it going. Everybody kind of struggling. I mean, This looks a little bit like early point. It's just like Sim's positive, everyone else really not getting it done. And for the most part, it hasn't been that way these past few weeks.
No, it hasn't, but this is a big moment here. Can you chain two together if you are G2 and maybe run away with the game? But if you're FaZe, you have to get back into it, and they find the kills. 5 kills in a row on this rotation. Tremp and Estriel do find 2, so immediate pressure going to be pushed on towards the spawns, but a big double out of Draws.
No, that was massive from Draws. Him and Simp had to hold the line. They're able to do just that. As we get closer to think about the second set and how things might change, we'll see. If FaZe are able to turn this around a bit. We were talking about Simp kind of leading the way. He's on 5 in a row now. He's started to take over in the comeback. It's building a bit. Another one for Simp. He's to 16 and 10, real close to a streak. Might just sit in the hard point now and try to get it through the points.
I think that's what he was telling Draws. It's like, yo, just give me the time so you can get pushed on out. 10 more seconds here. The timing not working out his way. Still able to play his life, though, trying to find that Hellstorm.
Just looking for anything to earn it. And he's going to take a gunfight. He's going to get shut down. That's a sub from Estriel. Just incredible shots there. And we had a nice little comeback for FaZe for a second. Minnesota starting to get a little bit of balance here as we get into the second set. Now, they were so strong early on. I mean, honestly, if FaZe don't get a couple of breaks, that could have been a big blowout through that first set.
Yeah, not really that P5. I mean, you have 50 points there if you're FaZe, kind of bring that back into this game. Now trying to find another break here. It's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. And I mean, pretty clean on the side of FaZe. So only down 20 now, continuing to fight. They know Kremp is the last one alive. And see, they don't want to push out, maybe get caught for those P2 spawns quite yet, but they're going to have to react soon.
Simp, he's off the map. Spawning out real far is going to be FaZe. They've got nobody up. Nice sequence there from G2, so they'll get set up and a real chance to punish here. Pressure to FaZe to find kills, and this is where you can have deaths at inopportune times if you're G2, and as you lose Estriel, that may be exactly what's happening. Another is going to drop, 3 are going to fall. FaZe is going to find the kills at the key time and trade out successfully there. Let's hear the comms now for Vegas with the setup.
Take your time. One back crate, it's more warm. What's front? What's front as well, yep. I'll see back crate. One short. Mid door. Chug along. Long dead. Intercept guys main. He's going up. Back down. If it's going up. I set him on hill. Dead. Watch out, main door. Watch out. Hold progression, Jay. I'm laying out. Maybe does pin. I'm going. Continue. We draws. Main. He's weak to air main on the cube. Keep still draws. Yo, John does. Cube. Over dub. Nice. Main on me. Nice.
Well, coming out of it, I'm not sure if we were just here in G2 or if the crowd was as well, but it ended up being a G2 listen-in, I guess. So
no, they were here facing.
Wait, so they were here facing, we were here in G2?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on.
Now my
That's what the broadcast was here, and we have no idea. But FaZe, I mean, they're kind of chaining these together. You get a massive break on that rotation into this P3. But, I mean, it's just great shots out of the SMGs. This has been sort of the core for them. The success has been the SMGs for G2, and well, that's going to lead to this break.
Literally since that launch.
Yeah, they look great.
I was like, oh my God, they're running 3 subs right away on some maps. They were so strong. But we've got ourselves a banger here in the opening map 1. Another lead change with G2 going in front. Just 10 seconds remaining here, so FaZe obviously backing up, trying to work the setup. They've got lurking around mid, that'll be 04. He's gonna be the point man and he's going huge. He got 2 now kind of in transition. Simple win his fight. Nobody the point for now, but Draws will dip his toes in. But this is exactly what you want when the fights are going down mid or across the map. It gives you another layer here. You might get a spawn close, they might spawn out. It looks like you're gonna get a spawn close for both.
Yeah, they made sure Abuza was playing safe, making sure he was blocked in those spawns, his teammates had it, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, that's where you want to be fighting if you were FaZe, but it's been a lot of kills for G2, so immediate contest now. Early on to this hill, a little bit earlier than what FaZe would want, but they're gonna have the quick reinforcements. 2 versus 2 now, but when it's been getting messy, G2 coming out on top.
Skies maybe slowed down a little bit, but still making plays. 4 straight for him, and yeah, that's always frustrating. You know, you rotate, you give up that kind of late scrap time, and you get broken near instantly or pressures there. And so we've seen it happen to G2, we've seen it happen to FaZe now. Up over 200 points goes G2. Simp just trying to buy some time, trying to play his life. Streak gonna be in from Skies now. Earned this earlier. Close to earning another. Missiles out. Simp tucked away. He's able to win his gunfight on one side. Skies connects on to draws. Abuza staying up inside the point.
I mean, that was massive by Simp to win that one, and now he's winning another. P5 was money for FaZe last time we were here. You think it with the Hellstorm, you don't even need it. You're going to find all 3 kills. 0-4 caught in the middle of the map. G2 can win it right here.
They got plenty of time to close this out. Pressure on FaZe to get in. Hardpoint at times has been their woe, struggling right now. Remember, this is a series they lost to G2 just a couple of weeks ago. Skies 6 straight. He is frying. This is not the Skies we see all the time, but in this matchup, Skies is a demon as he peels another. Streaking for the win, looking for double digits. Not gonna find it in there, but the damage has been done, and that's a map 1 win for G2. No Colossus, no problem. It's a Blackheart win, and I mean, thinking about it, like, Skies outperforming Simp. It doesn't happen very often. You think probably not going to happen again. Well, map 1, it happens.
Well, I mean, what was the big talking point, right, was how good this man, Abuza, has been throughout January. How good he's been. Yeah. And right there, I mean, he's neg 10, Draws is neg 10. Your ARs just get outperformed. I mean, 0-4 and Simp, they have great games. They're right around 30 and 30. Engagements are high. But yeah, I mean, when you had your setups, your ARs could not get comfortable. Props to G2, especially that P5 break. That was the opening for FaZe. Instead, they shut the door and take map 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, your AR struggle mightily. You said it. You can see it there. Abuza at least getting kind of the damage done, but a rough one for Draws. We'll see if he turns it around. And yeah, the Estriel Crimp Show is what we've talked about a lot ever since that launch tournament, how good they were. Their numbers were insane. Still doing it here. Impressive performance from them. Sky's a hell of a map, and you're on the board. Now, it doesn't get easier. I mean, FaZe has been the best search team. We've talked about the stats. You said usually when you talk about an opening tournament, search, usually the best search team wins. That can be a common thing.
Yeah, I mean, look at Major 1 last year, right? I mean, FaZe won 3 in that round 11 in that best of 7. It just feels like, yeah, if you're a step ahead in search, you have a massive chance at winning that first tournament.
Gonna have to win some hard points, though. Yeah. Come out a little bit flat in the first one, but props to G2. And they played people tough. I mean, it's been, what, 3 map 5 losses? But you get a couple of really solid wins late. What, the win over Koi, the win over FaZe, impressive victories. Add some stuff to your resume. Yeah, you kind of sneak into the top 8, but like, they belong here. You can see it in that first map.
And I mean, yeah, you get in, and not only do you get in, you're playing a team like you just beat. Like, that helps with confidence. And say, you know what, like, maybe in a more lopsided matchup, if you haven't seen one of the top teams, maybe there's a little nerves, but instead there's confidence. We just beat
I don't know if
these
that's
guys.
true with Ravens and Thieves, but
true.
Yeah. I said, we've had a couple of those. It hasn't really worked out, but this one, maybe it matters on the player. They don't have the, yes, they have Mamba and like a new player, but it's not the same as like on the other, with the Ravens side.
No, not at all. No, yeah, a lot of experience for the rest of the guys on G2, but you just kind of see a back and forth game. But you're able to chain a couple of hills together towards the end, and that's how you close it out if you are G2.
Fantastic job closing it out. I thought honestly with that streak, and when Simp got 2, I'm like, okay, that was the moment, the dagger for G2.
The first P5, like that's when they got back into it. They were down around 60. The P5 was flawless for FaZe, and you had that chance again, but then they found all those kills.
Yeah, honestly, that was the best hold of everyone, like the entire game, but they weren't able to do a whole lot outside of that. 61-point dub. Now we get ready for Scar Search and Destroy. It is certainly one that could be very one-dimensional, where you talk about where we're actually going to be having most of our fights. They're going to be, what, mid-map and towards Motel. That's where most of it's going to be going down. Part of me thinks, like, with FaZe being a better search team, maybe that is a good thing for G2. Maybe the fact that it plays a little more one-dimensional, but, I mean, FaZe has been finding wins everywhere in search.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot is, well, not, I mean, a good amount of the maps going to have that sort of
That's true.
Very favorite
not as much maybe as that, but yeah.
But yeah, Scar, you know where we're going. And we'll see if some teams can find any success trying to open up towards plane or open up through the middle of the map. But I think the key really for FaZe when we looked at all those stats is one thing to look at. Yeah, they're attacked in sort of like post-plant. They have like an 87% win rate, which means they're not getting retaken.
pretty much ever.
Yeah.
Hard to do on a map like Scar.
Step 1's getting it down, Step 2's holding it. They've been the best at doing that. And, you know, they've always typically been like a team B. They're giving up the hardpoint pick in map 1.
Well,
they're no strangers to usually losing. Well, so say they're no strangers usually to losing in that scenario, but it's a little bit different though when you're Team A and you're losing your pick out the gate. It kind of changes things.
No, 100%. I mean, they're hoping to go up 1-0 your map pick, but yeah, for them, I know this is going to be a tough series.
Map 1, your Team B, like the map 1, you lose is not the end of the world. Felt like they just want to come in, get up 1-0 and run from there. Not going to happen now. Impressive stuff from G2. You see the Scar SD stats for Estriel. I mean, Sub can be hitting. We'll see if he's finding the openings here. And if there's just something about this matchup, like FaZe had probably the toughest schedule. You take a look at like how the qualifier went up to this, and they beat a lot of top 5 teams, but for whatever reason, this one really struggled. And we'll see if those struggles continue here. Offense for G2. As they'll be working up towards mid and A.
You got Tremp just hanging out. You don't really have anyone. I guess the first player is going to be Droz. Not a ton of pressure. You're just playing for spots. Obviously, no trophies in round 1, so I'm sure FaZe hanging on at some nades, maybe trying to bait some of those out with the smoke. See what comes into play. Tremp showing some pressure through the middle of the map, but Skies is there, and Skies is going to find 2 on Nadraza and 0-4. So great teamwork to bait out nades and then catch FaZe. 2 versus 3 now with Sims able to find a pick.
So maybe Skies is just going to be better.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we have subliner Skies back in.
I love it.
I mean, the guy had 2 minutes on the hill, right? I mean, that is what he did that year.
He's just like, I don't know. He's got room for, dude. Just he's a quality human. Want to see him find success. He's got to back down from that gunfight, but all going to be on Sim. Time is a dwindling. Sim able to get another, but not going to matter in the scheme of things. Nice round there from G2 and good opening from Skies.
Yeah, I didn't see like how it goes down. You know, what's going on for FaZe where they're lining up or not getting that trade. But you're just thinking Tremp pulls all the arrows towards him, just allows Skies to get 2 free kills. 2 easy ones.
Mamba, he'll finish it. How impressive has he been? It's been awesome to see Mamba come into it. Yeah, he's had his series where he struggled, but he's got a certain swagger and playmaking ability, and yeah, that's just one that probably got to get traded.
Yeah, just so easy.
That's just got to get traded though.
Maybe 0-4 and Droz wanted to push Tremp inside a middle building, but just don't expect him to be there. But 0-4, yeah, he's just jumping out of the building.
Yeah, just no one's looking down mid lane. We'll see if they can answer back on offense. Sent more often than not going to be your bomb carrier. 0-4 takes some shots, and now he just gets wall banged to hell. Can't find anywhere to go. This time they're able to trade it out, but the number's still there for FaZe Vegas. Abuza going to get ripped as well. Wow. Nice shots there, like a pre-fire to drop him. Gives him a chance in the round. Now to a 2 versus 2. And kind of mid-market, that'll be Simp for now.
I say the way those dominoes started to fall, like FaZe is thinking they're going to get the advantage. But G2, they put a nice spot from Tremp in the middle of the map. As you said, just able to catch that last player with that last bullet to turn this into 2-on-2. Now starting to work towards his bomb site to tie this up at 1 apiece. 1 versus 2 for Skies.
He gets spotted. Nice shots. Good tracking with the pistol. And he will get dropped. I thought, dude, if he goes vertical and hits this snipe.
Just so weak.
Lordy, yeah, no, he's 1 bullet. I say Sib chows that.
Oh, 100% yeah, no doubt about it.
You see that exact thing so many times for him.
But yeah, I mean, if Abuza doesn't find that kill, there might be another round for G2, but just the fact he's able to equalize it, turn that into 2-on-2, gives FaZe that chance.
And that kill looked nuts from his POV. Some struggles for Abuza, but yeah, we showed the stats for him kind of leading into the event. Post-break, he's been so good for them. And yeah, I mean, maybe playing well online, but this guy's obviously done on LAN. We talk about the 4 second places.
Yeah, and he's had some like slow series on LAN before, but normally he would come back and sort of respond. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that your first series.
No, you don't. Draws ripped out of this one immediately by the opening grenades from G2. Guy's playing deep for the angle. Abuza once again getting a kill to kind of equalize. Another big one. Similar to last round.
Lit. I mean, look at the arrows. You would not be expecting this. 30 seconds in, though. It is FaZe playing from the right side of the map, going to have to retake A.
We don't see this often on Scar. No. This is a weird one. It's like, how many times have they even tried to retake like this? Like, all from this side. or held if you're G2. Abuza's going to take his time. He's taking a real deep route. It's will it catch Mamba or not? Mamba will get the kill due to losing his teammate. Abuza's shooting at Ghost. Some time to go, but not much. Reads it, but Skies wins it. Simp last up 14 seconds. He's trying to get involved.
Oh, he wanted to start shooting. That's what he was looking for. He's looking for Skies right away. Doesn't finish off the gunfight, but there we go. G2, get that bomb down, and just a tough retake at A.
Well, I was like, his only win condition was like little snap and hope he catches him trying to trade it. But Skies had done a good job. He'd already kind of ran away, just backed out. Yeah, I think he knew that's the only way we lose if I die.
And there's that chance where, like, maybe if Booz is a little bit quicker, he's able to catch Mamba. He just doesn't know where he is until he takes down his teammate. Just hoping he can get there. Maybe then they have that 3 versus 2. But nice shots from Mamba to give them that advantage, and then, yeah, able to play time at A.
In 04, we saw like the that kind of awkward thing in round 1, like in mid. He hasn't found any success yet. I mean, 0-3, he's done 85 damage. So it's like whatever he's trying to do is not working. And we know the type of playmaker he can be in Search ever since he entered the league. That's the fastest fastest kill at the nade. Yeah. I guess I would have assumed there was one right around that, like just an opening nade, but it was quick. I didn't even start talking yet. He was dead.
Well, there's another one. That's 4 first bloods for G2. And honestly, a much different map, but when they played, it was a raid hardpoint. All the first bloods were going G2's way, but somehow FaZe stayed in the map. They were able to clutch out some of these 3 versus 4s. See if they can do it again.
Simp can't scurry away. He gets away from bomb. You're in an okay position to clutch this up, but now in a 2 versus 4. Again, just so for's like getting wall bang, like panics a little bit.
Alive?
The fact he walks away with 1 is huge, but not really that huge. I thought maybe draws a couple might line up for him, but not going to happen. You have all first bloods. You have a 3-1 advantage. G2 controlling it.
Skies is 6-1 again, but yeah, I mean 4-0 now in the first blood category.
The FaZe killer Skies.
You just cannot continue to go down in these 3v4s this often. And again, the only round you won is just because Abuza shot through a smoke and was able to equalize it.
Yeah, no, 100%. They got to find some early round success. And well, I mean, usually good Search teams and what we think FaZe are, typically you're good at making those mid-round adjustments. They're going to need to start to make some.
But props to G2, they are all over this right now.
There's the loud moan that we'll randomly hear. Skies, 3 straight, just trying to avoid any kind of wall bang funny business. Pretty standard setup for FaZe for now. Well, looks like the execute's starting to happen as they're working up behind Estriel, trying to get full for his plan. He's got a trophy in for coverage, but gonna need a teammate to line something up and maybe find a kill. But they've gotten into some big positions, and Estriel able to do it with bomb in hand. Finds the opener. 04's woes continue.
And this is what they're doing so well. They are pulling FaZe all over the map with their mid pressure. And while they just continue to find numbers, and there we go. G2 running over FaZe. But yeah, I mean, you're showing pressure motel side. Then Skies is in a couple of wall bangs, and you see the FaZe arrows. They're just looking for like where the push is coming from. You're pulling them back and forth, then you're able to find a pick through Estriel. This is a great game plan from G2.
That's why I kind of like this map for them, though. Like, I don't know.
I mean, 2-0 on the year for them, so strong one.
But no, you're right, you see it on any map. Just wondering where it's coming from, and like you got to catch like a solid timing on some of these, but they've been able to do that. It's like you're at a disadvantage pushing towards Motel until you kind of get across, and they've been able to do that so well. FaZe in a big hole. They've got to muster up something here. And Skies, another blood. 7-2 out of him, 7-3 out of Estriel.
And look at this. I think Krem's going to sneak on through. And this has been the key. They have had so much mid control. Doing it on offense and now again on defense. But Estriel, he's the one on 5 in a row. Krem's going to close this round out with the double. And this is clean.
They are getting slammed. Incredible stuff from G2. Now all 6 first bloods. It is dominant stuff. And you got to think, if maybe some of their struggles come in your overload. You're up 2-0 going to that. You feel good. You feel real good. We'll see it from Sky's POV. Hitting the shot, a little slow peak, easy.
We'll see what FaZe do. How do they adjust on defense? It feels like they either have to like aggressive through Motel side or play with a little bit more mid pressure to not allow G2 to do what they've been doing.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the adjustments. There hasn't really been a whole lot.
Yeah, here's that A aggression.
Well, it's tough when you're getting blooded every round like to make
but
the
again, I mean, you're running through the middle of the map. Kremp is playing with so much confidence, able to find another first blood. Sympto responds with a double, trying to get FaZe back into this.
May have bailed him out after Kremp got the opener. All on Skies now, big stick in hand. Why not? I mean, with the map and series he's been having, surely you give him a shot in the 1v3. And he's just backing it up completely, trying to keep Sniper up. We'll see if he gets hunted. He had so much time to work with. I thought he might play for a pick, but he's still playing for it. We'll see if FaZe give him anything.
Yeah, but very reminiscent of kind of early FaZe, right? Like you're getting a solid performance out of Simp, but just not much elsewhere. Nice shot, turns us into one-on-two. 30 seconds, doesn't have the bomb.
Yeah, there's still like, there's a ton of time. Usually like when you're last up with a snipe like this, you got 30 seconds to work with. This was like a minute plus. He's gonna have to snap. Not gonna happen. Simp able to get 3, keep FaZe's dream alive. His double, the difference there as the fight went down early with Kremp finding his opening.
But that confidence from Kremp, I mean, just, literally running through store.
But I mean, you're right. I mean, Simp is currently 9-5. The rest of the team is 8-20. Somebody's got to turn it around here. Well, it'd probably start with having a first blood.
Yeah, no. 7-0 is not great in that category.
No, it is not. And like you said, that last one, I know you try to mix things up a little bit in FaZe. They won it, but yeah, Kremp just running up mid, getting a pick like that's insane. Crowd letting Draza know. Can't be surprised. He's struggling here in the map too. You know how much Optic fans love him.
That did not have a great map one either. Well, nice little spot there from Mamba. Spots that cross, doesn't give a Booz an angle to shoot.
Oh yeah, that would have been an insane shot. Just shooting at a pixel.
Well, Skies, another first blood. Mid-map control again for G2.
He's been so good. Abuza in trouble. Him and Simp got to do it all. Simp is going to drop. Skies on double digits now, and it's a clean one. Utter dominance out of G2. They win the map 1 by 50. This one, 6-2. Every single first blood. I mean, yeah, if you win the first blood column 8-0,
you're gonna win the map.
I'd be mind blown. I'd love to see a stat of that. Like if you get every first blood, how many losses have happened? I don't know if it ever has. It maybe at some point.
Yeah, maybe single digits.
But that is a rough one. This FaZe team that honestly, it's funny because if you just take away the Rocker loss, like their resume coming in, this is so impressive because their schedule was so difficult. They had so many big wins. But they did have the Rocker loss. And if you thought maybe that was a fluke or just a line, it's not looking like that's the case at all. Because even if like FaZe are coming out a little flat to start, like it's continuing through the map too. Draza, stinker. 0-4, stinker. They combined for like 500 damage. I mean, that is just a brutal one. Whatever they were trying was not working.
And on the other side again, Skies, man, I don't know, double digits doing with the snipe, 3 first bloods to his name. It's not like he's just doing, he's doing everything. He did it in the hard point. He's got over 2 minutes hill time. The guy's just locked in.
Is this like, this is like Kenny versus Optic or something like
maybe,
that?
I have no idea.
Skies versus FaZe just turns into absolute demon mode. We'll see if they can close it out. This is obviously like kind of maybe the bounce back opportunity now. I took off my shirt. I got hot, dude.
It is a little toasty in here.
I got a little toasty, bro. Thanks, man. I appreciate you, Ant. Des, break it down for us.
Well, I see biceps, triceps.
Wow.
Some strong pecs there.
Nothing there, bro.
There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot to appreciate. A lot to appreciate from G2 as well. Skies
We put the spotlight on him. He is shining today. You saw the damage that was dropped in. Allie, I don't know if you want to look directly into this camera to apologize to him.
So beautiful with my glasses off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and dig into the numbers you wanted to bring up here, Allie. What was your favorite Skies number he dropped in the first half?
Probably the 10 and 4 for the S&D. I think that was pretty cool of him. That was pretty nice. Pretty clutch.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
On the other side, we're waiting for FaZe to wake up because that's the team we all picked. When we all choose the same way, it tends to go the other way. Ant, what do you got?
I was going to say, you guys also said it was going to be 3-0.
I did.
FaZe. So,
I did say 3-1.
They're shocking the world. I will say, especially in that search and destroy, there's a game inside of the game, and FaZe is unaware of it. There's just so many rounds offensively. We saw them trying to slow work over towards A, and they're just picking you apart mid, getting first bloods over towards plane if you're G2. Excellent. Like, when FaZe go back to watch that game, they're going to be like, damn, we had no clue what was going on.
Is Draza getting hung out to dry? Is he over-chowing, or is this just credit to G2 finding the angles?
This is credit to G2.
Yes.
I mean, they played fantastic. I think I was like, pretty concerned about Mamba coming into this one, but I have to eat my words because he balled out map number 1. And everybody has just been feasting. So there's no land jitters. Everybody right now is stepping up to the occasion. In 8 for 8 in the first blood category, that's clinically insane. I mean, Draza's a grinder. He gets first blooded 4 times, only does like 250 damage. If you can slaughter FaZe like that, you can do a lot of wonderful things. G2, they're making me a believer.
4 first deaths for Draza. He was picked apart. Skies able to drop double digits. You had Estriel right there with him, and you guys highlighted it before the matchup. If there is a player who matches up well against FaZe historically, it is Estriel. Why is that?
I'm Mr. Consistent. I think FaZe always plays a structured style, and if you're a very smart player, you're going to have an idea of what's coming. Granted, it doesn't make it easy to deal with, but Estriel, it has been very consistent for a few years now. He's one of those guys that can always bring the battle.
Nameless, how do you close this out? If you're G2, you only need 1 more of the next 3 maps.
Oh, just keep this up. You have all the momentum in the world right now going into this next map. And, I talked about the veto process a little bit, and the one weakness for FaZe was the auto veto on Scar, forcing the den. This is your best map in Overload. If you are G2, you are incredibly confident that you can close it.
G2 looking to finish strong, just like they opened up. Let's take a look at that first hard point. If you're looking for top performers, the tone was set by the SMG, but I think you nailed it. Mamba coming out with positive numbers out of the gates chance gives this whole team confidence.
Yeah, and he's dealing with a bunch of world champions on the main stage on LAN, and it was an AR for him that looked fantastic, and it was a Booza that struggled. One of the best slayers in the game. Very slow start. Your 3-10 record, and they never took the foot off the gas. I mean, Skies is going on ridiculous sprees, 2 minutes to hill time. G2, everything they wanted to go right went right.
I mean, everybody's pulling their weight. I mean, this is like a situation where you don't expect, especially a team like G2 Minnesota, to come out as hot as they are right now. And what's crazy about this is, what does this do to power rankings? Because it's one thing for them to be up 2 maps already in this series, but it's another thing in the way that they have done it. I mean, this has been dominant from the side of defense.
I'm not worried. FaZe is going to mount the comeback in the second half. Still got 3 games
That's what I was going to say. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Still a lot to be played in this series, but so far, map 1 and 2 surgical. Even on this map, some improbable breaks we saw on the P5. Just beautifully played by G2. They're all on the same page, and that's why we talked about this team has such a high ceiling. And right now, halftime recap, your boy Skies, he invested in his game coming into this event.
Angel number.
Which one?
3.33.
Is that a good number?
That's a really good number.
Who has that?
Skies has it.
Skies has the good numbers?
Get this guy off of online.
I love it.
Perma him on this main stage, and he's going to get another ring.
Skies showing everybody why he's a world champion. He has the same magic numbers as Mr. Lair, a.k.a. Simp, who's taking the stage. It is time for game number 3. FaZe need to mount the comeback. On the mic for this one, it's the beautiful Maven and Merc.
Listen, is the reverse sweep possible? 100%, but I almost feel the same way I did in the last series, and it's not. This isn't a diss to Optic at all. I just felt like Optic were playing fine. I just felt like Falcons weren't playing well, and here I kind of feel the same. G2's playing well, but FaZe just don't look very good. The improvements we've seen them make,
I think the hard point, but I don't know.
The search,
G2 has stomped
the search, but
stomped them.
Yeah, no, the search is true. I guess I'm thinking more to the hard point. They just didn't. FaZe didn't look great. We'll see if it's one of those things where they came out flat and can now turn it around, but you're in an 0-2 hole. It's going to have started here with the overload. Here today, talk about the fact that you're going to be playing what is G2's best.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-4 in overload, but they're 3-3 on den. This is their go-to.
Yeah.
And these two did play. It went all the way to an overtime. It was a 1-1 very slow game the last two times these guys matched up just a little bit ago. We'll see what happens again.
What do you think? We're going deeper in this, or is it a 3-up?
I don't know. The way they just seem flat right now, honestly. Like outside of Simp, everybody seems flat on the
Well,
face
that's what I'm
side.
saying. Like, I know G2's playing well, but like they seem flat, right?
Well, 100%. But they've had these moments.
Yeah.
They've had these moments.
I guess that was just my point. Like they just.
It seemed like they were getting away from them, but they're back.
Yeah. Overload. Time to mount the comeback if it's going to happen. Simp needs one of the other guys to step up. Been struggling throughout this so far. Is this just a Skies takeover? Maybe that's all that matters. The story is Skies dialing back the clock. He's had his struggles the past couple of years, but there was a time where that guy was a 1-2 lock at the main AR position.
World champ for a reason.
Putting up numbers right now, but I don't know. I feel like we might just be able to tell early, like, if there's just some gunfights that start going phases away and they get hot.
Yeah, nice little opening break, but they really couldn't move the objective if you were FaZe. Hoping maybe for an early scoring opportunity, but some nice defense to slow things down, some good picks. You see Simp, though, starting to work towards that top B side. Starting to flank Dojo, but you're finding the kills. Like, FaZe have been in a couple of good moments, maybe where they find the kills, they can move the objective. Instead, now it's 4 dead in G2 attacking B.
Yeah, real good shot for this. Crimp is going bonkers. Baby. Everybody is dropped outside of a boost, and that's going to be an easy score. Plus, they're still getting spawn kills. They might be able to set up just to rally this. Only person getting out of that's going to be 04. He's just going to kind of leave his teammates back there to deal with it. He wants to get eyes on EMP.
I mean, that is just a beautiful play, and Estriel's going off 6 in a row, and you have set this up, and I love this. Wrap this out of roofs, start taking it towards that down low side.
Oh, I thought we might be able to tell early, and I'm still worried about FaZe.
I mean, I think the first minute was great, but the last 30 seconds of that have been ugly.
Old Crimp, dude. When that guy is hitting peak form, is amongst the best. Absolutely
another
twisted.
Chance.
And that stretch was gross. Can Crimp lead the way again to another? Oh, no. Hits a teammate with a nade, might have panicked a little bit, put it in his booty.
Well, I think that player stepped in front of that, so.
He's like, I want it. Give me that grenade.
Might as well try everything once.
Oh, we're done. Okay, well, now with a couple of kills here, FaZe Vegas able to try and maybe mount a counter. They're wrapping this up top side. Simp has gotten a kill aggressively. Trying to fight towards that back lobby is 04. He might feel like he got joked on that slide out, but it sets up Simp. If that nade doesn't connect, that might be like a guaranteed score. It is going to actually end up being one. So they'll punch it through, they'll tie it up 1-1. Simp doing some work kind of on the front end of that.
Yeah, but it started with some good defense, right? Obviously, that mishap happens, but some good defense for Vegas. They're able to wrap it top side. And then, yeah, Simp gets that double. Without that double, I don't think that happens. You would have had a great opportunity, but instead it's FaZe who were able to tie things up at 1 apiece.
That's why 04 was playing from where he was. Like, you're in a good position to at least get damage in and get the comms are funneling through one doorway. As much as he'd love to walk away with a kill there, it sets up Simp for the double. Good positioning by their front. Now they're trying to work it again. The EMP swap hands. They lose a couple players. This might slow down for a second. I thought Draza might just back it up, but he's just going to go ahead and take a gunfight, win that with the pistol. Simp, your lead guy, will drop, so you're stalled out again for a moment here with just under 2 to play.
Hold on, though.
That's 2 dead.
Yeah, Nate connects. It's going to be 3.
3 dead. Simp was off spawn, not even involved. The other 3 are like, hey, we've had a slow start, but now we're coming to play. Massive stretch there from FaZe. Put 2 up now.
I mean, what a transition. Yeah, your last player alive is the player with the EMP in hand. Draza turns it into a nade kill, then off a spawn. You're able to flood through the middle of the map. You take Dojo, and now you're up 1. You saw Draza able to earn that Hellstorm. So nice stuff from him as he scores that objective. FaZe have needed this. Is that now a chance for G2?
They could use a good moment. Crimp doesn't have a nade, so that's good. He's got a pistol though. Nice little headshot there, but Abuza, great defensive hold. Shuts it down. Leaves Mamba the low man in position. He's going to get gunned at range by Simp. The other 2 have gone ahead and pushed forward. It's another really good moment here for FaZe. Big chance to get a score in. I thought it was going to be a good pop-up there from Draza to get the kill, but it looked a little awkward. The other teammates, though, stepping up. 04 was going off the map regardless if he got the kill or not.
Oh, Tremp stops it. I mean, it was a 1-on-1 because Simp wins that gunfight.
They're still okay.
If Tremp does not get that kill into Abuza, it's another one, but maybe a chance to put the 3rd on the board.
Simp's got to be like, go, just fly. Yeah, that had to be the comment. His position all the way in the back pocket behind Tree. Like, yeah, you're just like rally this quick. There's a timing there with the spawn that they can get it through, and they're able to do it. So, honestly, you said like they started okay, FaZe. So then it was a real bad like minute or so. It was just dominant from Crimp and G2, but after that, honestly, great from FaZe. They might be able to punch through a fourth. They got a chance. Draza, gun getting hot, 16-8. They needed other people to step it up, and that's exactly what's happening. Someone's still got to flush it on through. Nobody in position, so at least you may stop the bleeding a bit. And if this turns into a counter store, what a magnificent moment this is for G2.
Yeah, you got to go a long way in 20 seconds.
And you got a Booza behind you.
Yeah, Booza is behind enemy lines. It looks like Mamba's like picking up on it, but it's just a little bit too late. All you have to do is kill that objective carrier, and there we go. Booza gonna turn the half. But yeah, nice stuff. And while the ARs got going, 30 and 20 from Abuza and Draza combined, a much better game from them.
And I mean, we've seen it. Like, as much as we were praising Simp early in the year, his stats were insane considering their matchups. Like, they weren't winning respawns.
Yeah,
they were pulling out some series. They're pulling out like one respawn here and there, but they didn't look very good. When he technically was statistically worse and the other players were playing better, that's when they started actually look like a threat, like look like a really good team. When it's more balanced, seems to be when this team is at their best, and that's what you got here, at least in the first half.
Oh, no doubt about it. But again, it started with the defense, because yeah, you had to get out of that trap that G2 put you in. Because it was such a strong start from Kremp and Estriel. The SMGs continue to play so well against the best.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, it looks a whole lot different when Skies is in double posse and the ARC a little bit up on FaZe. But now, with the half flip, there's going to be chances now for G2 to be the ones making the plays on the offensive front. ARs are shooting those. You're seeing it from Abuza. He just about to fly out the window, but unfortunately still another one going to be holding mid. Behind enemy lines is a 4. AR in hand. You'll see him pick it up, sub to work with as well, so he can tuck into their second story and just be an absolute pain in the ass from this spot.
And I think that was the key on the first half too. Like, as well as Draza and Abuza played, the SMGs got lost, right? Like, Sim continued to find flanks. 04 just did it now. Now you're setting this score up with the Hellstorm. You rotate it through a beautiful play out of FaZe.
Excellent opening there. Now to bring it to a 3-score lead. That's a nice little wipe of the slate there for G2. At least give them a chance now, maybe to counter. Abuza doing a good job making sure nothing happens too quickly here. Taking a route up through mid. I think it's going to be a 4. It's going to wrap all the way behind. On the other side, though, you'll see it from Sky's POV. He's found an opening. He's able to get 2. That'll be a score. And like the route from 04, like if his teammates pick up a kill or 2, he's going to shut that down completely. Now, actually, since he took the route, he's going to be able to be like the point man on the other side.
Yeah, I thought G2 should have slowed that down a little bit, right? So this counter cannot happen, because there might be a counter right away. It spawns down low, but the shots, I needed one more bullet to take down Abuza. And yeah, you just had so many players on the B side of the map. If you were G2, they were all around the goal. So like, it's going to spawn low side, and they could not delay it.
And it was like a heads-up play there from 04, because the flank was a little bit late. Sometimes you might just like want to go back and get those kills, but he just turns around instantly, like, all right, they scored, let's turn this into a counter. Like, just turns around instantly.
Yeah, I mean,
into the base.
they probably tell him it's going to spawn low side.
Yeah,
so
no, everything. Yeah, go. So it's like one of those things, yeah, like the flank was late, but it worked out. It ended up just being like a tie. You think about those just getting a score. Keeping that lead at 3 with just under 3 to go. EMP control for G2 for a moment. Rabbit at topside trying to make a play. You've got a lot of FaZe that's currently bottom. I might have to track back to help here, and they're going to have to. That's just FaZe out of position.
Yeah, I don't know if they're worried about a pinch developing or what, but instead G2 just.
Yeah, what? That was a little odd, right? Like, right when I was looking at their push developing, I was like, well, there are 2 FaZe players dojo.
Yeah, comms-wise, they must have thought somebody was middle of the map or down low. Didn't want the pinch.
Yeah, you had like one player trade with basically no support. Maybe an opportunity now for G2. Really not this comeback. Hip fire, headshot kill with the pistol there. Sure, why not?
This is a tough part, right? 2 minutes, you have to score 2, and you can play a little just sort of keep away if you are FaZe. But you need kills to play keep away. It's gonna be 3 dead, make it all 4. And well, and it just reset. The EMP just resets. God. At least it's roof side, so they should still get a score.
Oh my
You can see they're gonna slow it down here, try to get pushed out a little bit.
I panicked for a second.
No, I did as well.
You gotta be kidding me. They'll put it through now, try to let teammates get into position, but not really able to do so too much outside of Crimp getting the mid.
Counter.
He's able to get one, but it could, yeah, as long as FaZe like continue to counter, you'll be in an okay spot. But they delayed the score just enough that you got the bodies in position to shut it down, and they do. Beautiful stuff there from G2. 90 to go. Down one. Mamba is just cheating. Just straight headies there. Tracking on point, lacing. Love it from Mamba. He's 16 and 20, but listen, he's stepping up in the big time. Here we go.
Might be tied up. Might be tied up. It is. What a comeback from G2. It was OT when they played online last time. We might be looking at OT again.
And we haven't had that many overloads like this, where it's a pretty significant advantage going into the second
not at all.
side.
We were just talking about it. It's done.
It slows down big time. You don't usually see as many scores, but here we are, 5-5, 60 to go. Big time players in big time moments. We'll see who goes huge. G2 clutch up. They win the series 3-0, move into round 2 of winners. FaZe trying to just extend this series.
They pinch.
Hands wide open. Estriel, 1, 2. Give him a third. It goes to Crimp, but the damage is done. Opportunity to score off a spot as a boost and trying to get in position and track back. They have 1 kill. Draws gets 1 to shut down the MP there for a second, but tucked away is Estriel. Can he get more? Trying to go through for the score, and it's open and it's in. What a rally from G2. Going massive down the stretch.
And it spawns roof sides. This is going to be a 3-0 for G2. I mean, you have to get out of your phase. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. They're in the trap. Mamba is going off. Crimp now with the pistol, almost able to connect, but this is done. Estriel putting in number 7.
Down 3 in the first half, wow. And then making a statement on the flip. And he's letting them know, Mamba, he's not scared to land. Get that man on the main stage. He's cooking.
I thought we were doing it a game number 4.
I 100% thought we were. Based on like the end of that first half, start of the second, 1,000% that we're going to game 4. But FaZe crumble, G2 clutch, and Mamba, I love it. Feasted off the crowd.
This guy's got cowboy boots on too, dude.
Yeah, no, that's funny. Like him getting hyped up, and I see Crimp in moccasins. And I'm like, brother. Oh, that was good. Electrifying moment. Looney looks so happy. A team last year and even this year, we were worried like if they were going to win, it was going to be through a game 5. They were always going to game 5. Couldn't walk away with these 3-0s. Now you have the 3-1 over FaZe in the league. You 3-0 Koi. You come here in 3-0 FaZe on LAN. This team is a threat, man. Excited to see what they do further in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and then for FaZe, I mean, we talk about sort of their map pool in, hardpoint, search and destroy, but for Overload, if you're going to have that scar sort of just be your auto veto, I mean, you're playing Den. G2's best map. And you saw how comfortable they looked there.
Map pool going to be a thing we're talking about all year along with a lot of teams, but you got a bit of a more balanced effort from FaZe, at least in the early going. The AR is really starting to step it up. But just too much ice on the G2 side. And that is not something I've said in a long time.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, it wasn't G2 last year, I know, but you just talk about Minnesota and Rocker and the branding. Like, it was the lack of ice, all we ever talked about. And what a clutch. I mean, that was awesome. Because this is, it's a FaZe team that you need to put away. You do. I know they didn't look good, but like, they win that map 3, who the hell knows?
No, I mean, yeah, you got individuals going in that first half that were struggling throughout that match. You're thinking we're going to stay on Den, but does not happen. I mean, it was Kremp with a couple of multi-kills. Just, again, the SMG duo going off, but then Mamba to close that out. Just saw how hyped he was getting.
So what's your biggest surprise from today?
That one. Because outside of that, I mean, sort of favorites or, I don't know, fan favorites sort of went out. But, yeah, that one for sure.
We were thinking we were going to have all these incredible series, and we had a whole hell of a lot of 3-0s, but who it was incredible for was Big Mamba. Had a hell of a series, hell of a closing. Let's hear it from him.
Everybody show some love to G2 Minnesota! We talked about it, about how you guys can be unpredictable and to never count you out, and you showed on this stage exactly what G2 can do. Like, talk to me about what was going on in your heads, especially in that map 3, okay? Like, y'all knocked my shirt off in map 3. Y'all knocked Maven's shirt off in map number 2. We all surprised and stunned, but talk to me about when you're down like that in that map 3, what was going on through your heads to make them comebacks?
Honestly, we never fell out of it, to be honest, at map 3. We were getting opportunities, we just never capitalized on them, and then my subs were just going absolutely insane, and then Caesar just having a day. So, I mean, when them 3 are firing, my job's easy.
There you go. When they fired on off, it was looking easy out there for y'all, okay? Now, and as you said, you know, that gives you a lot of confidence, okay?
Yes,
how proud are you and your teammates on the work that y'all put in to get prepared for this matchup?
I'm super proud. I mean, we put in the work. I mean, everyone kept doubting us, but like I said to you right now, I love proving people wrong, and we love people doubting us. So please keep doubting us.
You heard him. He said, keep doubting us, all right? Ever since we seen you come into this league last year, Mamba, we saw what you guys did at EWC. You know, this is your rookie season out here, okay? And you taking down FaZe in y'all first ever matchup. Just what do you want to say to the fans out there that did not waver on G2?
Don't sleep on G2. We're a talented young group of guys. I mean, in the preseason, everyone had us as the worst team, and look what happened.
Look what happened, everybody. One more time, get loud for G2, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, close out the day.
There's no better mustache in esports than that man's right there. The Cowboy getting the job done. The boots on full show here in Texas as G2 shocks FaZe. Chance, you said something right after the win. You're a little bit perplexed. You can't choose where to go with your heart and your mind.
I mean, listen, I was going to count, or I did count him out. I got proven wrong in a hot 3-0 fashion, and then he told me to keep doubting.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if I need to do the same thing or what's going on, but either way, they deserve their flowers. Mamba played great. The entire team played great. That was a hell of a time.
That part.
Allie, 0.4% of the audience thought Minnesota could win this whole thing. Let's take a look at this series and what you saw from the players who showcased their talents the brightest tonight.
Listen, it's valid. I mean, this is probably the most dominant showcase of talent that G2 has shown us thus far, and what a statement of a place to do it, right? It's your first match on LAN. You know, obviously you think maybe there's going to be some nerves overall, some nerves for Mamba being a rookie. You're going up against FaZe Vegas, who in historic fashion have done better on LAN. And so for G2 Minnesota, like, this is a proper upset. This is like an absolute underdog coming out and just swinging a lug at one of the top teams. And for G2 Minnesota to ride this high for the rest of the weekend, like, when all of these players are playing at their best, this is the result that we get. And this overload was so pivotal because you could see how well they could shine when they were put into their backstance wall, when it was pressure, when they were just dealing with floods and floods of FaZe Vegas, when they were down and out, they were able to put themselves back in.
And what credit do you want to give to the coaching staff at Minnesota for a win like this?
Oh, awesome. I mean, even coming into it, the veto process, getting the Black Heart map #1, obviously you have that one banked. The Scar, I loved how they played it. You know, I said it was the game within the game, just kind of like letting them push over towards Motel, but we're going to take all the space mid and pick you guys apart. I mean, that is preparation. That's watching VOD, finding every first blood. And we get to this game 3. You know, it comes down to the wire. Estrio makes a massive play. Everybody slows down on our side. We're going to let Estrio flank, and we're going to trust him to catch the timing. We find 2. They execute their push flawlessly, and they get 2 runs out of that play. That is rehearsed. That's practice. This team has put in work, and there is no asterisk on this at all. The better team completely outclassed FaZe.
With that win, I believe they're guaranteed top 6, and that should be enough for 30 points towards their season standings. That is a massive first-round victory over FaZe. But what was your scuff play of the game? Had to be the guy with the worst stats ever, right, Allie?
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like, we know what Skies is capable of, right? And I think in this first matchup, definitely was kind of like a reminder. I mean, it was for me, it was for everybody in the building, it was everybody watching at home. It's like, this is a world champion. This is a guy with a really, really high ceiling. It just hasn't been panning out the last couple of matches and past couple of weeks. He's had his moments, and this is a statement from him, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and rewatch the series, there's so many moments outside of the search in the respawns. They were put in such hard situations, like extremely tough break on P4 on map #1, having to break P5 right after that. And then we get to the overload. You're back all the way into your base. It could spiral so fast. So I'm very impressed with G2.
This bracket is going to be a fun one. We have our elimination bracket set, as you will see FaZe in action tomorrow. They're really the only fan favorite that'll be in the venue tomorrow. The rest will have a day off. But Chance, we got to take it all the way back to the start of the day because Paris was the first squad to earn a bye.
And they took care of business as well. I mean, that is a team with very high expectations. They've had a fantastic start to the year. Online to LAN, it has absolutely transferred. I mean, this is a moment right here as well. Like, Toronto, maybe we're going to make the comeback, and then Dan Ghosty absolutely breaks it down.
No thanks.
You know how Omni movement is, right? I can follow you everywhere. Sim pop-off performance in the hard point. He took over. It was Neptune in game number 2 and 3, though. You saw a ridiculous 12 streak from the squad.
Yeah, and I think Neptune's sort of proving a point with this series as well. Joe Deceives, anytime his name has been said on broadcast their past 3 matches, we're like, man, looking like one of the best in the game.
Yeah.
Neptune said, no, thank you. That is my slot. I'm going to come out and dominate. I mean, him and Sib, as you pointed out, absolutely fried today.
Real, forget today. Do the Men in Black move. Just look into a mirror and flash yourself with your camera.
Yeah, that part.
You got to forget this one. Goldfish memory coming into a day number 2, as it'll be Toronto Koi fighting for their life in the elimination bracket. They draw the Heretics, arguably the toughest draw in that elimination.
Oh, 100%, and bad blood in it. We know the beef that every time these guys play up against each other, but we had another rematch here in game number 2. It was LA Thieves versus Carolina Royal Ravens. You know, Carolina had an unbelievable stage online. Getting here, everybody's worried about how they're going to perform on land, and, you know, for good reason. Map number 1, Exceed, just the worst map we've seen from him so far, and they just aren't able to recover after that. Get blitzed in S&D, and it's game over.
I was looking at the numbers afterwards. Craze had an awful series. Was not positive. Exceed not as bad, but the whole team is looking at like 0.7s, 0.8s. You got to slay better tomorrow. We'll see if they're able to do that against Vancouver. They should be the heavy favorites in that fight.
I feel you on that one, and it's difficult as well, just because LAD's, like, the roster is superstar stacked, right? It just hasn't been working out too. Like, they were very mid across the board in statistics when it came to the game modes, but the talent is there, and I feel like they kind of got out-talented today on this match number 1 from LAD's. I mean, you got a BZ and Hydra dropping numbers that we're used to seeing in the past, but hadn't seen yet in this game. And so a statement out of LA Thieves, I think this was very much them playing better than it was Carolina Royal Ravens playing flat.
Scrap saying it's not like your bedroom, is it, buddy? LAN is a little bit different on the stage, and Optic feels very at home playing on stage in Texas. They've raised multiple trophies, looking to do it again after a red-hot start against the Riyadh Falcons.
Yeah, you know, different Riyadh. Really, Sullium's the only one who showed up today, being honest here. And then you get to, you know, the game 2 search and destroy, you're feeling like, oh, Riyadh's going to have some life. Just didn't. Getting caught by themselves, playing a little bit too slow. A series that a lot of people thought could go the distance, but Optic showed up. It's the preseason team that we saw.
And even for Optic, you know, I still think they're getting warmed up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Still trying to find that flow, because this, in my mind, was a series less Optic playing well and more so Falcons just looking awful.
Yeah.
I mean, that especially the Overload, one of the worst mini-maps I've seen so far this year. So for Falcons, I'm extremely concerned. They look nervous, need to bounce back, and from Optic, everybody did their job. There's absolutely no complaints, solid across the board.
Question for all 3 of you. Who finishes higher, FaZe or Falcons in this event?
FaZe.
You know FaZe, Allie?
FaZe.
Oh, that took too long. I got FaZe.
Yeah, no question.
We take a look at the numbers. Who leads the way? It is Neptune with 89 kills. He drops a 1.2. Hydra goes plus 20 with a 1.42. A 57 kill performance from a 1.3. Mercules and Skies with the best S&D performance. You saw him taking over with the sniper, letting everybody know G2 is very much in the mix for that podium. Chance, what did you learn today?
That G2, well, according to Mamba, maybe we should continue to count them out, but I learned that we shouldn't doubt them.
Allie?
I was going to say the same thing. I'm never talking bad about another player again. Every single time I point out a player doing bad, their next series, they just slam. Remember when I would do that about Beans? I'd be like, oh, Beans being inconsistent, and then he'd drop like a 2.0,
So who's your player to pick tomorrow? Who are we talking trash about?
I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. You'll have to tune in.
All right, and what did you learn here on day number 1 of Major 1 for Black Ops 7?
Yeah, can't say I learned anything. The top teams and the best players in the world are performing just as usual. Show up tomorrow. Maybe we'll get some crazy upsets. Excited, man.
The bracket is set. Let's show you it one more time before we close out tonight's show. We started with 8 teams. 4 remain in that winner's bracket. Gentlemen will be facing off against LA Thieves on Saturday, and G2 Minnesota plays the home crowd in Optic, Texas. In that bottom bracket, though, you have so many teams fighting for their lives tomorrow.
I just know Boston's so mad. Like, you know, they looked at that bracket and was like, we're going to play G2. I bet you they did VOD review. Like, I bet they were studying G2 just to have to pull the Vegas phase.
I think Nasty's in this room hype right now. Like, yeah, let me get my hands on these guys.
Let me touch that drop.
Teammates. Yeah, get in this game real quick.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's chance, because we are bringing you 5 matches, including that winners round 3.
It's going to be fun. I think there's a few teams down here that have the chance to do the funniest thing ever, cause some upsets against some top dogs. That is a lot of world champions right now in the losers bracket back against the wall, and especially in my mind, that Toronto Koi versus Miami Heretic.
Oh, yeah. That's
there's going to be sparks, there's going to be fireworks, there's going to be venom on that main stage.
5 teams being sent home as we'll whittle it down to just 7 remaining here. A fantastic opening day at Major 1, presented by Optic Texas, presented by Monster Energy. I need a Monster.
Presented by you.
We need some sleep because we're going to have a busy day.
Yes, we are.
Any reason to tune in tomorrow at the very start of the show? Why should people be fired up?
Oh, 100%. We got to see the losers bracket run. You know, we've seen teams do it before. Carolina have a matchup up against Surge, and I have a feeling it's going to be more pressure in that one because you can't get DFR'd. You can't go out first round.
There's no more words in my headset, which means the show is over. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for a 5-match day.
Nice, bro. Come on. Let's go, man. Let's go. Come on, bro. Bro, I play like
No regrets, I rep my set. Got a whole gang of goons that will fight to the death. Command respect, even if we come from your neck. I'll be teaching you a lesson you will never forget. Cause it's a jungle out here. And all my gorillas, they running around here. Come on, man. Destruction and they hungry around here. Eating your food like the view. Now we start the countdown to the mayhem. I'm so flipping flagrant. You don't wanna play this with me, I'ma slay your Slip me like a caveman. Then I hit you with my bare hands. Ask me what you gonna do.
Overload.
What you gonna do? Tell me what you gonna do.
What can you do? What can you do?
Wanna run with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Knuckle up. Buckle up. Are you tough enough? Better prove it. You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Buckle up. Knuckle up. Are you tough
Come
enough?
on! Let's go, Perk. Let's go, beat. Come on, kid.
Oh good, oh good. Yeah, I come to they can't kill you guys. Come on, baby.
What can you do? What can you do?
I hear that. Okay.
Okay, bro. He can't do anything!